Audio Reading presents A New Chance at Life, a Pokemon Fanfiction by Arceus Master. Part 3 of 3. Chapter 23 Ambush, Team Rocket returns. Ash smiled nostalgically as he and his group of friends looked back at the distant Silver Town. With the Silver Conference over, they were getting ready for the journey back to Kanto and their respective home cities. Their route would be a quick trip to Goldenrod City, where they would take the magnet train to Saffron City and then go to their respective towns. They could easily buy the tickets with the prize money Ash got for winning third place in the league. He had been rather horrified to find that due to his age most of the money was given directly to Delia, his mother. What fun! Bianca had to return to Altomari to get back to her art business. Latios had offered to fly her to the port after lots of farewells between her and Latios, where she took a ferry back to Altomari. She also made Latios promise that before going to the Hoenn region they would visit. Charizard still hadn't left. Since the group was going towards Goldenrod City, which was a lot closer to the Karazific Valley, he decided he'd depart from there back to the valley. For now, Oak had to stay in Silver Town for a few days checking over some of the results of the conference with Professor Elm, and Delia decided to stay. Gary would be staying too for a few days, but he wanted to accompany Ash to the outskirts of town for a final goodbye. So Ash, Gary began. Where are you going to compete next? I've been talking it over with Brock and I've decided to compete in the Hoenn League, Ash answered. And you? Gary smiled. I've decided to leave Pokemon battling, he answered. This naturally caused everyone to turn to look at him, clearly surprised. What do you mean? Misty asked. I've decided to become a Pokemon researcher like my grandpa, Gary announced proudly. Glad to announce his career choice to Ash, his best friend and former rival. Wow, that's interesting, Brock commented. But who will be my rival now? Ash complained. Gary laughed. I'm sure you'll find a trainer that will beat you around, forcing you to train harder to outdo him. Ash glared at him while everyone else laughed. But what motivated you to become a researcher? Ash asked. Many things, Gary answered. All the secrets that are still in the Pokemon world, like Pokemon I haven't seen before such as Latios and Latios. They're an awesome pair of legendary Pokemon, and it was an interesting experience to meet and talk to them, especially since I started to hear their telepathy. After a few days, Gary had begun to hear their telepathy, and now he could talk freely to them. No problem, Latios replied. I wonder what other kinds of legendaries or unknown Pokemon are still out there. Besides, I like what my grandpa does, Gary continued. All right, I wish you the best of luck, Ash said, encouraging Gary. He smiled and got an idea. He grabbed his backpack and opened it, rummaging through his stuff. He took out a rusty Pokeball and split it in half. He offered Gary the half that he had taken for himself on that long-ago day, and they'd first divided the Pokeball between themselves. It's a good luck charm, he explained, smiling. Gary smiled and took it. Thanks. Well, I think I should get going. I have to get back to Silver Town and I want to have a look around these woods. Who knows what Pokemon I might find? All right, goodbye, Gary. Until next time, Ash said as he and Gary shook hands. Unexpectedly, a small quake interrupted them. What was that? Misty asked, hugging Togepi tighter against her chest. I don't have a clue, Brock said. Another small quake shook the ground. Okay, this is awkward, Ash commented. What are you all talking about? Latios asked curiously. The ground is shaking. Can't you feel it? Ash asked. Latios' sweat dropped. Ash, I'm floating, she deadpanned telepathically. Ash laughed nervously. Everyone face-palmed. Latios, can you sense something? Brock asked. Latios closed his eyes and spread out his mental senses as far as he could. No, just a few wild Pokemon here and there, but nothing else. Suddenly the ground shook violently and the earth in front of them cracked. They quickly ran back as a huge drill appeared, followed by a huge black tank with a red R painted on its side that erupted from the ground. The lower half of the tank had a huge frontal drill and several rocket propellers in the back. The top half had a weird white sphere in place of a cannon. A huge black crystal was embedded in the back part of the tank. For some reason, it sent a chill down Lacia's and Latios's spines. Nothing else, huh? Brock asked sarcastically. Latios' jaw dropped. How did I fail to sense that thing? Impossible. Even underground, I should have sensed something that big coming. The heck is that? Gary cried. Latios growled mentally. Damn, Latios and I are visible. Whoever is driving that thing probably already saw her. Inside the machine, Team Rocket smirked as they looked at the view screen. What's that? Jesse asked, pointing at Latios. James flipped through his cards for a while. Here, he said, finding the card that matched the Pokemon they were seeing. That's a Latios. So, the tour passed to legendaries? That's double the prize, I guess. The top hatch opened as an elevator lifted Jesse, James, and Meowth out of the tank. While of the machine's speakers began to play an eerie deathly music. Prepare for trouble, Jesse said. And make it double, James continued. Ash, Pikachu, Misty, and Brock felt like they wanted to cry. Not them again, and they'd thought they had lost them for good. To protect the world from devastation, Jesse said loudly, hiding a laugh at the twerps' faces. To unite all people within our nation, James continued, glad that they could finally say their motto again. To denounce the evils of truth and love, Jesse followed. To extend our reach to the stars above, James said. Jesse announced, doing a dramatic pose as the music's rhythm picked up. James called out, doing another dramatic pose. Team Rocket, blasting off at the speed of light, Jesse shouted. Surrender now or prepare to fight, James declared. Meowth, that's right, the feline Pokemon said, ending their motto. Latios and Latios thought it was the stupidest thing they had ever heard in their lives. They would have laughed, but it was hard to do that considering the huge machine before them. They felt anger boil within them at seeing a member of Team Rocket again. Though, from Ash's tales, these three must be the idiots that always fail in capturing Pikachu. So they shouldn't be a threat, Latios thought. Man, it's been a while since we last did that, James commented. I missed it. Yeah, we needed to say the motto again, Jesse agreed. Not you three again, Ash shouted. I thought we'd lost you for good. Aw, did you miss us? Jesse said mockingly. I guess getting rid of them is hard, Misty commented. I wonder if it's even possible. We will never rest until we catch that Pikachu and those two Pokemon there, Jesse announced, pointing at Latios and Latios. You'll never take them away, Ash shouted back. Like you have a say, with this new toy, we'll beat anything you throw at us, Meowth said proudly, motioning to the tank. Meet our newest mecha, the Dark Devastator, the strongest machine Team Rocket has ever produced, the three shouted at the same time. We'll smash it up just like we have with every single other stupid machine, Ash said, grinning. I have a faster way. I'll simply knock the three out psychically before they use their machine on us, Latios said. For once, Ash agreed. If Latios knocked them out psychically, they could win without fighting. Latios' eyes glowed as he got ready to attack them mentally and found that he couldn't even sense their minds in the first place. He instead tried hitting them with a powerful psychic attack and again nothing happened. His eyes widened. Jesse, James, and Meowth smirked. They hadn't even been alarmed when they saw his eyes glow. Latios, what's wrong? Ash asked. I can't sense them. I tried attacking them mentally and I can't, Latios said, clearly shocked. What do you mean? Brock asked. Can't you simply knock them out cold? No, Latios said. But why? Ash wondered. Their minds must be so tiny you can't even sense them, Pikachu joked. Ash, Latios, and Latios laughed. Latios mentally transmitted the joke to the rest, and they laughed too, much to Meowth's irritation. How dare you? Meowth bellowed. Jesse and James blinked. What did they say? He said that the reason their psychic attack didn't work was because our minds were too tiny. Meowth translated angrily. Jesse and James fumed. Why those little Jesse snarled. You couldn't be more wrong, James announced. This machine has a powerful dark attribute crystal that creates a field of dark energies around the machine, nullifying all psychic activity. Ash grinned. Thanks for the information, that's very useful. So, that's what that thing does, Latios muttered. James' jaw dropped. Jessie hit him in the head. Idiot. Anyway, you have a simple choice, twerp. You hand over all your Pokémon, or we'll take them away by force, Jessie threatened. Like I'd ever give up, Ash shouted. We'll smash that machine the same way we've smashed all your robots in the past. The Rocket Trio laughed. Have it wire way then, Meowth said darkly as the Rocket Trio entered their machine once more. Ash and his friends stepped back, each grabbing a Pokeball. Blastoise, I choose you, Gary shouted, releasing the large turtle-like water type. Charizard, go, Ash shouted, releasing the fire type. He chuckled when he saw his opponent, guessing who was inside the machine. Onix, go, Brock shouted. The huge rock snake appeared, roaring into the air. Palitoad, go, Misty said, releasing the water type. Inside the machine, Jessie laughed. Those twerps really think they can beat us? She asked rhetorically, looking at the screens. Activate battle mode. James nodded and pressed a switch. Let's bring the pain. The machine buzzed to life as its battle mode activated. Two large hatches opened on either side of the upper part as huge rocket launchers. Designed to fire plasma nets capable of subduing any Pokémon with powerful energy discharges were deployed. 5 hatches opened on the top of the machine as 5 medium-sized energy cannons appeared, each with different coloration. There was a red one in the center, a soft icy blue one to the left, a green one to the far left, a silver one to the right side of the red one, and a yellow one to the far right. The large black crystal in the back of the machine began to shine an eerie purple as its dark field increased in power, almost to the point where Latias and Latios felt like it was hurting them. Their jaws dropped. This is ridiculous, Brock cried. Behold the full power of our ultimate weapon, Jessie bellowed. Damn, Ash muttered. That thing looks tough. Let's do this, the Rocket Trio said eagerly as they took up the controls. The blue cannon turned and aimed at Latios' blue energy, forming a ball at its tip, as it fired a powerful beam of freezing energy at the Ian Pokémon. Charizard, protect Latios with a flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard nodded and spat a stream of flames, vaporizing the ice attack. The yellow energy cannon turned to aim at the fire type, hummed, and began crackling with electricity, and fired a powerful lightning strike. Latias took immediate action, using a dragon breath to block the thunderbolt, clashing the white flames against the lightning. Onix, smash those cannons, Brock ordered. Onix nodded and swung his tail at the cannons. Ha! Don't think so, James bellowed over the speakers. The white sphere atop the machine began shine as it began to compress a lot of air within it. After a second, it released a tremendous blast of pressurized air, knocking Brock's Onix away with ease. The net launchers to the side fired a pair of plasma nets at the snake-like rock type. Latios recognized them as the same trap Annie and Oakley had used on him back at Alto Mari. His eyes glowed as he tried to rip the nets apart with his mind, but found that he couldn't use his psychic attacks. Damn that crystal, he thought angrily. The nets wrapped around Onix's neck. The rock type gave a cry of pain as they activated, engulfing him in red energy that drained his strength. Charizard, burn those things with flamethrower. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash shouted. Charizard nodded and spat a powerful flamethrower at Onix, completely incinerating the plasma nets. Pikachu turned to the machine and released a tremendous discharge of electricity. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Aim for those cannons, Gary ordered. Blastoise aimed his cannons and fired a potent blast of water at the cannons. You too, Politoed, Misty ordered. The machine's cannons quickly aimed at them. The green cannon shined as a small solar panel attached to the top gathered sunlight, firing a powerful solar beam that intercepted the hydro pumps. The electric cannon fired a powerful bolt of electricity, countering Pikachu's Thunderbolt with ease. Charizard, Latias and Latios moved a bit higher and fired 2 dragon breaths and a flamethrower down towards the machine. The remaining 3 cannons aimed up and charged their attacks. The red one fired a jet of flames, canceling Charizard's fire attack. The silver one fired a potent flash cannon, and the blue one fired an ice beam, countering Latias and Latios' dragon breaths. The net launchers pivoted upwards and fired a series of plasma nets towards the 3 airborne dragons. Latios and Charizard flew downwards while Latios flew up, evading the nets. Latios noticed something. He no longer felt the machine's dark field. He smirked, realizing he had just found its range. His eyes glowed as he levitated a boulder from the nearby woods sky high. Once it was above the machine, he dropped it. Pretty clever, but think again, James said as the silver turret aimed upwards and fired a powerful flash cannon that pierced the rock, shattering it to pieces. Latios groaned. The ice cannon fired an ice beam at him, forcing him to dodge it quickly lest he be frozen. Ash, Gary called, we need to destroy those cannons. Have Latios and Charizard distract them. I'll attack them. Ash nodded. Latios, use Dragon Breath. Charizard, use Flamethrower. Gary grabbed two Pokeballs. Arcanine, Umbreon, go! He shouted, releasing the two Pokemon. Onix, attack from Bellow. Brock ordered. The rock-type nodded and quickly dove into the ground, quickly disappearing as he dug underground. Latios, and Charizard quickly floated in front of the machine and fired their respective attacks, getting Team Rocket's attention. The cannons aimed forward and fired their own barrage of attacks, canceling their techniques yet again. Suddenly, Arcanine, with Umbreon on his back, appeared on top of the machine thanks to an extreme speed-powered leap. Use Fire Blast and Shadow Ball, Gary shouted. Umbreon quickly gathered an orb of shadows in her mouth while Arcanine took a deep breath, both exhaling and firing attacks that collided with one of the cannons. Umbreon's Shadow Ball hit the green Solar Beam cannon, while Arcanine's Fire Blast hit the blue Ice Beam cannon. Both cannons exploded violently. An alarm flared inside the cockpit, alerting the Team Rocket trio of the damage they had taken. Damn, Jessie cursed. Get them off us before they do more damage. The white sphere took another intake of air, charging and proceeding to fire another blast of wind, flinging both of Gary's Pokemon away. They managed to land on all fours, avoiding a painful landing, though they winced due to the weapon hitting rather hard. Suddenly, the machine sunk a few feet into the ground with a low tremble. Brock smirked, knowing his Onix was responsible. Now what? Jessie asked angrily. We're being attacked from below, James announced, looking at the machine's sensors. Activating drill, we're going underground. The drill began to spin slowly as it activated. However, Misty and Ash had different plans. Ice Beam, both of them shouted. Latios, and Politoed gathered icy blue spheres of energy in their mouths and fired 3 beams of freezing energy directly at the drill of the machine. The fire cannon quickly aimed to intercept the blows. Charizard, Flamethrower, Ash shouted. Charizard took a deep breath and spat a stream of fire, forcing the cannon to protect itself and aim at Charizard's attack instead. A thick sheet of ice covered the drill, stopping it before it could build up enough speed to destroy it. Pikachu hit that thing with Thunderbolt, Ash ordered. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled violently as he fired a powerful bolt of electricity at the machine, hitting it. To their dismay, all they were doing was recharging its batteries. The Rocket trio laughed moronically. Onix sprouted from the ground beside the machine and tackled it on the side. To Onix's dismay, the Dark Devastator's armor was way too strong, and it was knocked back, head spinning from the recoil. Onix, aim for the guns, Brock ordered. Onix nodded and swung his tail at the main guns of the Dark Devastator. Stop it, Meowth bellowed. Activating Crystal Weapon, James said, pressing a few buttons. The machine's crystal rose in power, creating an eerie purple glow as it increased its output. Latios were forced to back out of the field's range as the dark energies began to hurt their senses rather badly. A large blast of dark energy was fired from the crystal, hitting Onix and knocking him out, forcing Brock to recall him. Blastoise, use Hydro Pump. Arcanine, use Fire Blast, Gary ordered. Oh, no you don't, Jessie said. The machine's net launchers aimed and fired a pair of plasma nets, capturing both of Gary's Pokemon, draining them of their energy completely and knocking them out cold. Gary growled and returned both Blastoise and Arcanine back to their Pokeballs. The energy cannons fired a barrage of attacks, hitting Pikachu and Charizard with a fire and electrical attack, respectively. Thankfully, it took a lot more than that to knock them out. Another pair of nets were fired yet again, this time with different targets. Umbreon gracefully jumped, evading the net with surprising ease. Politoed, however, was not as fast and got captured, draining his energies and forcing Misty to return him. However, the Dark Devastator was having some problems. The ice sheet was starting to freeze the power wires and systems of the front of the machine, and the tank was sinking into the weakened ground due to its weight. The flame cannon aimed and fired a flamethrower at the drill, melting the ice there. Suddenly, the machine trembled violently as a huge boulder fell from the sky, courtesy of Latios, who had lifted the rock away from the machine's radius. It collided with the dark crystal, cracking it slightly, but it didn't look too affected. However, Latios and Latios were undaunted because they were combining their powers to lift another boulder that was even bigger. Team Rocket paled. "That thing will cause severe damage," James cried. "Then fire a flash cannon," Jesse shouted. "It's too big, that won't work," James yelled. "Didn't this thing have a huge hyper beam cannon inside the drill?" Meowth asked. James' face lit up. "Right, we can use it to shatter that rock," James said as he activated the main weapon. The cannon inside the drill began gathering a massive amount of power. They smirked and took aim. They eagerly waited for the cannon to blast the huge rock. Latios and Latios were lifting Ganwi. Did an alarm start sounding in the cabin? "What's that?" Jesse asked. "I don't know," James answered. He took out the manual and checked it against the error message flashing on the control panel to find out what was wrong. "Uh-oh." "What?" Meowth asked. "The machine has a huge cannon inside the drill, and the drill needs to split in half to reveal the cannon, and we forgot to open the drill before initiating the firing sequence," James said, scratching the back of his head mereepishly. "What? Do something!" Jesse cried. "Too late," Meowth shouted as the cannon fired. The lower part of the machine was blown apart in a terrible explosion. Latios and Latios reacted quickly, dropping the rock they had been lifting into the forest, and generating a psychic shield around Ash and his friends, protecting them from the explosion. Thankfully, the blast dissipated the dark field briefly enough for them to do that. "Damage report," Jesse shouted. James looked at the screens. The lower front part is completely torn apart. The top part of the tank is still operational through we're sitting Psyducks here. And the fire is reaching the fuel for the rocket propellers in the back. The whole thing's going to blow up. "Activate aerial mode," Meowth ordered. James nodded and pressed an emergency switch. The entire top part of the machine separated from the lower half. 4 hatches opened as 4 medium-sized helicopter rotors emerged and spun into action, 2 on each side. The Dark Devastator's top part rose away from the lower part as it exploded violently. Thankfully, by that point, Ash and his friends were a safe distance away. "Okay, what was that about?" Ash asked, wondering why the machine had exploded. Now, the Dark Devastator was a mid-sized aerial battleship, keeping most of the weapon systems and gaining more maneuverability. The ship aimed downwards and began to power up the wind sphere to fire another attack at the group. "I have an idea," Ash said. "Latios, get their attention and make them focus their attacks on you. Latios, fly Gary's Umbreon to the top of the machine. She can get closest to that crystal since she's a dark type. Once she destroys it, hit it with your mist ball, and then destroy it with a combo attack from all of you. Got it?" They nodded. "Hey, I'm the only one who can tell Umbreon what to do," Gary said. "Ahem. Umbreon, rise on Latios to the top of that machine and destroy that crystal. Since you're a dark type, you can get the closest to it without getting hurt." The others' sweat dropped. Latios quickly flew towards the machine and fired a dragon breath attack. The flame turret aimed downwards and fired a stream of fire, canceling both attacks. "Want a legendary? Come and get one," Latios called as he began to fly in the direction of the forest. "With pleasure," Meowth said as the machine followed him. The net launchers began to fire a barrage of plasma nets. The energy turrets launched multiple blasts and the sphere threw several sonic wind blasts. Latios began to frantically dodge the attacks, doing loops and twirls in the air. As he desperately flew around the blasts, the sheer number of missiles beginning to overwhelm him. And the damn machine getting closer. Thankfully, he didn't have to resist much longer as Lacius hovered above the machine, Umbreon on her back. "You sure about this?" Umbreon asked, not really looking forward to jumping onto a moving air machine. "Yep," Lacius said as she hovered over the machine, wincing at the dark waves the crystal was emitting. Umbreon sighed and dove towards the machine, powering up her last resort attack. Since the machine was overwhelming them and this was their last plan, the attack worked nicely. She collided with the already cracked crystal, causing it to completely shatter, shaking the air machine and giving Lacios time to move to a safe distance. "I think we lost something," James commented. An alarm began to beep inside the cabin as it signaled that the dark field was dissipating. The rocket trio paled. Umbreon jumped off the machine as Lacius quickly flew by, the dark type landing safely in the dragon's back. Lacius already had a fully charged mist ball in her claws. She flung it at the machine, covering its entire airspace with a thick reddish mist. Another alarm began to flare in the cabin. "We're losing power," Meowth cried. "How is that possible? The rotors are weakening, the cannons lost all energy, and the sensors are shutting down. We're gonna crash," James cried as the machine began to lose altitude, spinning out of control as the rotors lost power. "Now," Ash shouted. Lacius took a deep breath and fired a dragon breath attack. Lacios glowed brightly and fired a luster purge. Charizard took a deep breath and exhaled a potent overheat attack. Pikachu's fired a powerful lightning bolt from the ground and Umbreon spat a shadow ball from Lacius' back. The attacks collided against the weakened airborne machine. It exploded violently from the sheer power behind all the attacks, flinging Team Rocket into the air. "Why did this happen?" Jessie cried as they hurtled into the distance. "I thought this was Team Rocket's ultimate war machine." "Well, you know what they say about false advertising," James said warily. "We ought to sue those guys for selling us such a crummy super weapon. That went just as badly as all our usual endeavors do. We coulda dug a hole and gotten da same results and saved more moolah," Meowth said angrily. "But we didn't," James said sadly. "And now Team Rocket's blasting off again," they cried in unison as they disappeared over the horizon. Everyone sighed in relief. Finally, they'd beat that thing. Once the Pokémon flew down, Umbreon jumped off of Lacia's back. As usual, their machine was thrashed yet again, Ash chuckled. "I wonder when they'll learn," Misty said with a sigh, shaking her head. "At least we got a break from them for the entirety of the tournament." "Yeah, I guess," Brock agreed. "Too bad it's over." "Well, I guess we should continue our ways, despite this minor setback," Ash said. While the humans were talking, Umbreon glared at Pikachu. He chuckled nervously. "What? You cheater," she snarled. Pikachu's jaw dropped. "Me? What are you talking about? Back at the battle we had, your trainer somehow saw through my double teams and told you where I was." "That's cheating," she said. Pikachu chuckled. "That's just an advantage we have." "Don't give me that trash, it's called cheating," she said firmly. She grinned at him. "If it hadn't been for that, you would have never gotten past my double team." "Yes, I would have," Pikachu argued back. "We're tied 1-1 in victories. The next time we fight, it'll be the tiebreaker," Umbreon said confidently. Pikachu nodded. "Very well. And we'll fight without trainer commands, just you and me, so your trainer can't use that ability of his," she continued. "I look forward to our next battle," she added, still grinning. Pikachu sighed, getting the feeling this wasn't going to end well. Lacius and Lacios couldn't help but chuckle at his predicament. And with that, after some talking and farewell, the friends parted. Gary going back to Silver Town and Ash and his party continuing down the long road back to Pallet Town. Chapter 24: A Rainbow in the Sky. Viridian City. Brock mused nostalgically as the group entered the city. They had decided to make a quick stop in the very nature-friendly city, before going on to the routes that would take them to their respective hometowns. Those being Cerulean City for Misty, Pewter City for Brock, and Pallet Town for Ash. "Man, this place sure brings back memories," Ash commented in an equally nostalgic fashion, sighing as he recalled the 2 previous times they had been in Viridian City, both of which presented numerous adventures, both good and bad. Memories of how Pikachu destroyed an entire Pokémon Center on the first time you were here. Misty teased gently, giving Ash a sly sidelong glance, an eyebrow quirked up playfully. Ash chuckled nervously while Pikachu pretended nothing had been spoken. Or, memories of how Ash caused the former Viridian City gym to crumble down, Brock added, laughing at Ash's horrified face. I hope you don't destroy a building on this visit. I am not sure if you can get away unscathed for a third time. Wait, Pikachu pulverized an entire Pokémon Center? Latios asked, rather curious about the event that was mentioned. He was as usual floating above the group, hidden by his invisibility. Latios was in her illusionary human disguise, walking alongside the group. It was an accident, Pikachu said unhappily, sulking on Ash's shoulder. At the embarrassing mention of the incident that happened nearly 2 years ago. I can argue it was mostly Team Rocket's fault. How did it happen? Latios asked telepathically, looking at Ash and Pikachu curiously. Like Latios, she too was interested in learning. Ugh, I don't feel like telling that story, it's a bit embarrassing. Just look at my memories if you want, it's faster that way, Ash answered, permitting the dragons a quick intrusion into his mind. Latios and Latios took a quick peek at Ash's memories, their eyes glowing softly as they did so. I sort of agree with Pikachu. I do think the blame can be pinned mostly on Team Rocket, Latios said in amusement, giggling softly. But it was still Pikachu who blew it up. You call that an accident, Pikachu? Really? Latios questioned, his telepathic voice extremely teasing. That's no accident to me. Pikachu sulked even more. Don't mention it, it's that event that made Team Rocket follow us endlessly without rest until they could steal me. They were that impressed with me, he said sadly. If only he hadn't done that, they wouldn't have to deal with Team Rocket all the time. He wondered how things would have changed if those crucial first days had played differently. The idea of Team Rocket never chasing them was appealing. So, why are we stopping at the Pokémon Center? Ash asked, turning to look at his two traveling friends. They were the ones that did all the planning, with him regularly just following their lead. I want to make a call to the Cerulean Gym to see what's up. I wonder how my sisters have taken care of the gym in my absence, Misty replied with a hopeful voice. If they have done well, I might not even need to go there. I could just follow you to Pallet Town and stay with you and depart to the next region with you. Misty, they are your sisters. Knowing them, Brock started saying. Stop, don't finish that sentence and get me all worried, Misty interrupted sharply. Brock chuckled nervously and sidestepped a couple skips to get a little farther away from the temperamental redhead. It can't be that bad, can it? Latios questioned confusedly, blinking slightly as she wondered why Misty was so worried about her sisters and the Cerulean Gym. I've seen their shows a couple times on television, they're pretty and really talented. That's my sister's public show face, Latios, Misty responded. You don't know them once the cameras are off, she said flatly, face wrinkling in annoyance. We run an official Pokémon League gym. That is our most important duty. The problem is, they never care about the gym. All they care about is their shows and their presentations. Brock nodded grimly, and their free time is never spent on the gym. They just travel around. They are pretty weak trainers. Then, abruptly, a dreamy look replaced his previously critical expression as he exuberantly gushed. But still, they are some of the most breathtakingly beautiful women I have ever seen. Ash, Pikachu, and Latios collectively sweat dropped while Latios rolled her eyes and Misty silently gritted her teeth as she resisted the urge to punch Brock in the back of the head. I can give him a small headache if you want, Latios telepathically whispered exclusively to Misty, picking up on the girl's feelings through her empath sense, which consisted strongly of frustration, resentment, and to Latios' surprise, jealousy. Reining in her emotions, Misty gave a small sigh and thought back, nah. It's not worth it. My sisters have always been the pretty ones. The ones who always get the fame and recognition, while I have always been the odd girl out in the family. I wasn't interested in the whole sexualized swimming shtick my sisters were doing. I took more to training Pokemon and battling when I was growing up. Wow, you really are so different from them in such a good way, Latios said slowly, smiling. My sisters loved to make fun of me, called me tomboy, runt, ugly. And while it did make me angry at them and resent them, it also made me that much more focused in my training. I was more determined than ever to become a powerful trainer, to be better at something than my sisters could possibly be. And it paid off. When my mom made the decision to retire as gym leader, she named me as her successor over my sisters. They would act as my backups in case I was not around to meet challenges. It was one of the happiest days of my life, Misty thought with a small smile. That sounds fantastic, Misty. I can't imagine how exciting that must have been for you. Laisha's enthused. Yeah, you should have seen my sisters whine. They actually thought that one of them would be named gym leader. They wouldn't shut up about it. So, with Mother's approval, I decided to issue them a challenge. I would face each of them separately in a Pokémon battle. And if one of them managed to defeat me, they would win the title of gym leader from me. But if they all lost, then they would all accept me as gym leader and never again question my merits to be one. Misty struggled to suppress a chuckle. They accepted the challenge. Laisha smirked slightly. And let me guess, each of them lost? That's putting it lightly. I destroyed them, Misty thought with a savage grin. Ha, Laisha exclaimed. Yeah, Mom was so proud of me for proving myself to my sisters. It was great. As for my sisters, I thought that my defeating them would be the end of it from them, but Misty trailed off, frowning. But Laisha prompted, worried. Well, let's just say that my sisters did not take my humiliating them kindly. While they never openly questioned my position as gym leader again, they collectively took it upon themselves to make my time as gym leader hell. The way they treated me before that point was nothing compared to how they treated me after defeating them, Misty thought. Oh my, that's so terrible. Your sisters sound like horrible people. Laisha paused, scowling. Was it because of them that you decided to leave Cerulean City? I remember Ash telling us about your visit there and your run-in with your sisters. Misty's face grew dark. Yeah, something they did. Something I will never forgive them for. And sorry, Laisha, but this is something I'd much rather keep to myself if it's all the same. That's okay. I understand, Misty. Some memories are just not worth dredging up, Laisha conceded sympathetically. Still, I'm sorry that you had to deal with such horrible siblings growing up. Hey, Misty, you all right? Asked Ash, who had been amiably chatting with Brock over their past visits to Viridian until he noticed Misty's troubled expression. You're being awfully quiet. Something wrong? Oh, no, nothing wrong, Ash, Misty assured him. Just thinking about something. Just then, her eye caught sight of the building the group was looking for. Hey look, there's the Pokémon Center. Reaching the large red dome-shaped building, the group headed through the sliding double doors, entering the center's sizable main lobby. Spotting the phones over in the lobby's far right corner, Misty walked for them, the rest of the group following her except for one of them. Hello, Nurse Joy, Brock said giddily as he leaned over the counter, grabbing the hands of the rather freaked-out Nurse Joy there. Remember me? He asked hopefully, leaning closer to Joy while smiling at her. I'm here to consummate that marriage agreement we had the last time we met. Laisha, why aren't you stopping him? Pikachu asked curiously, glancing between the lovesick former gym leader and the disguised Red Ian Dragoness. Laisha blinked and looked at the counter where Brock was, and then looked towards Misty. I thought it was Misty's turn to stop him, she answered telepathically. Misty frowned at the Dragoness answer, and then she shook her head as she looked at the counter in exasperation. It was your turn, Laisha. Laisha shook her head. No, I'm pretty sure it was your turn. Misty frowned after an instant of quick thinking. Yeah, it was mine. I'm just spacing out because I'm worried about my sisters. Sorry, but who are you? Nurse Joy asked nervously, pushing the squinty-eyed man back while heavily contemplating if she should call security over or even police. Brock turned chalk white in horror. What? You don't remember me? He cried out, sinking to the ground with an audible sob. Why? He screamed, as if awaiting an answer from the heavens. Nurse Joy looked down, wondering what the hell was going on with the odd man. Before she could react, Brock was already standing and leaning over the counter again. How? How could you forget me? I was here the last time we visited this city, he asked demandingly. remembering the time when they had come here so Ash could earn his 8th Kanto Gym badge. Ah, that's maybe because I am a new Nurse Joy. The previous one got a promotion and left to work at another Pokemon Center, the current Nurse Joy explained. So, I was assigned to be the replacement. Brock frowned, but then snapped his fingers as if realization had hit him. Ah, so that explains why I couldn't remember Viridian City's Nurse Joy using a shampoo with the scent you're using. He perked up, squinty eyes lighting up in hope. That means I can get a fresh start with you, he gushed. Nurse Joy started at him with a blank expression. What? She asked flatly. Suddenly, Brock felt a searing pain from his ear as Misty yanked it and stomped off, dragging him away. I better end this before it gets too awkward, she muttered to herself. Or before we get banned from Pokemon centers forever. Ouch! Ouch! Hey, stop it, Brock protested as he was forcefully pulled away. It was just getting good. Hence why I am ending it, Misty shot back, shaking her head angrily. Nurse Joy sweat dropped at the very weird scene, but was glad the dark-skinned guy was finally away from her. Ash walked up to the Pokemon nurse. Sorry about that, he apologized, bowing slightly. Our friend's weird around pretty girls. That's okay, I guess. I've seen weirder guys, Nurse Joy said offhandedly, waving a hand. And I've only been here a few months. Oh, you have no idea how weird some Pokemon trainers are. You'd be surprised, Ash said, nodding. I've met some pretty weird guys too. Pikachu smirked. Look who's talking, he teased. Ash ignored him and kept up with his talk with the Pokemon nurse. Lacious giggled, amused. Nurse Joy looked him over, humming as she took in the details while closely examining him. A boy with a Pikachu dressed in predominantly blue clothes and a Pokemon League hat, you're Ash Ketchum, right? She asked, just to be sure. Yeah, that's me, Ash answered with a nod, idly wondering how the nurse knew about him if she claimed to be a recently assigned one. Wait here, please. The previous Nurse Joy left something for you and Misty. I'll go and get it, Nurse Joy said, walking to the back rooms behind the counter to go and get the aforementioned object. I wonder what it is, Ash said in speculation, leaning slightly to the side to see if he could get a peek of what Nurse Joy had gone to search for. Pikachu shook his head. Beats me, I've got no idea, the electric type said. Ash heard the phones beep and turned to look at them. He noticed that Misty was beginning her call, so he walked over to them to see how it went. The screen turned on, and a few seconds later Misty's older sister Daisy answered the phone. Ah, hello there, Misty. Just who I needed to talk to, Daisy said, her tone relieved as she began to smirk. Misty got a very bad feeling from that, as did all of her traveling companions. Misty blinked, analyzing the image on the screen closely. Why was Daisy wearing a straw hat, a Hawaiian-style shirt, and sunglasses? And why were Violet and Lily very busy packing stuff in the background? The redhead growled in annoyance. Okay, what's this about? She asked, clearly irritated. She was already dreading badly what was about to happen. She had a very good idea of it. Guess what? We won a trip around the world as prize for one of our latest performances, Daisy exclaimed happily, raising her arms in joy. Yay! Both Violet and Lily screamed in the background, high-fiving and hugging each other. We're going on vacation. We're going on vacation. We're going on vacation, they chanted happily. So, could you come and take care of the Cerulean Gym while we're gone? Daisy asked, her tone of voice more like informing her she was going to do it rather than asking her if she could. I think we're only going to be gone maybe half a year. It's a big trip. What? No, Misty said angrily, her eye twitching. I'm busy with my friends. Yes, you're busy traveling, Daisy retorted. I think it's time we were the ones that did the traveling, don't you think? Misty growled at her, clearly annoyed. Sorry, Misty, Daisy apologized, though her voice sounded very uncaring. You're the best when it comes to gym battles and the Cerulean Gym. When you're around, the Cerulean City Gym is a very tough challenge for trainers. Us? Not much. But I'm traveling with my friends, Misty protested again, glaring at the screen. That's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair, Daisy agreed. You've gotten to travel 2 years while we haven't traveled at all. Really unfair. Misty glared at her. I hate you. I love you too, Daisy replied, waving her hand while brushing Misty's angry protests off. Someone has to take care of the gym while we are gone, honey. Besides, you are Cerulean City's official gym leader, not us, Daisy countered, which to Misty's dismay was completely true. We're leaving in 2 days. See you here by then. If not, the gym closes. Well, I gotta go. Too much left to pack and so little time. With that, the call ended, leaving a disheartened Misty staring at the blank screen. Great, Misty muttered softly, her tone clearly indicating she was on the verge of tears. I knew they were going to do something stupid. Now I have to go and take care of the gym for who knows how long. You have to go? Ash asked disbelievingly, looking shocked and dismayed. But you can't leave, Misty. You've been with me since day one. Two can't imagine what it would be like without you. Neither can I imagine not traveling with you anymore, Misty said miserably. But I don't really have a choice in the matter. It's the duties of a gym leader. If my sisters leave and the gym closes, getting our registration as a Pokemon gym again can be really hard. No, you don't, Brock said reasonably, putting a hand on her shoulder to try and cheer her up. You know gym leader duties come first. We'll all miss you. Yeah, I think I'll even miss you yelling at me and telling me to pay you back for your bike, Ash joked until he suddenly realized he meant it. His heart sank. Meanwhile, Ash's lighthearted attempt at humor instead caused Misty's already fragile emotional state to completely shatter. Feeling tears welling up in her eyes, she quickly turned away so Ash wouldn't see, crossing her arms in front of her chest as the first of the tears started running down her cheeks. Laisha's reeled back in shock at the sudden outpouring of raw emotion coming from Misty. The feelings of all-encompassing sorrow and heartbreak she felt emanating from the young girl were so powerful that Laisha's unconsciously began to feel tears falling down her own face. She realized then that she wasn't the only one who secretly harbored feelings for Ash. And Misty had known Ash for a lot longer than she herself. Noticing and feeling his sister's distress through their mental bond, immediately floated over and attempted to comfort her, gently nuzzling his cheek against hers, which Laisha's gratefully accepted. While this occurred behind him, Ash took a concerned step towards Misty, a look of confusion on his face. Misty, is something wrong? Oh, Ash, Misty said quietly, as she desperately strained to keep her voice level. Haven't you realized by now that it wasn't the bike that made me want to keep traveling with you all these years? It was never about the bike. What do you mean, Misty? Ash asked, perplexed. Misty began. However, before Misty could say any more, the voice of Nurse Joy interrupted her. Here we go, she called out brightly as she came out of the back room, dragging a very neat and really cool-looking bicycle. Sorry for the wait. Oh my, is something wrong? She asked, her face and voice shifting to ones of concern as she beheld the varying emotional states of the group of friends. Misty with her back turned, her arms wrapped around herself. Ash with a look of utter confusion and concern, the brown-haired girl behind him openly crying. The weird squinty-eyed man didn't seem to notice her this time, watching Misty and Ash with a sad, knowing gaze. Even the boy's Pikachu showed obvious signs of distress, his ears and tail noticeably drooping. Am I interrupting something? I can wait if you... Nurse Joy's arrival seemed to snap Misty's senses and awareness of her surroundings back to herself, as well as the sheer embarrassment of what she had been about to say. What are you doing, you idiot? You were about to bear your feelings for him out in front of everybody. Get a hold of yourself. With a supreme force of will, Misty quickly ran a hand across her face to remove any trace of the tears she had shed, while also gathering up the scattered pieces of her emotions and holding them together as best she could. That accomplished, she turned around to face Nurse Joy, saying, No, Nurse Joy, nothing's wrong. Everything's fine, she lied, putting on a false, but convincing, smile. Oh, well, all right then, Nurse Joy said, frowning, but deciding to let the matter slip. Pushing forward the bike, she then said, So I was told by my predecessor to hold on to this bike on the off chance either of you happen to revisit this Pokemon Center in future. She apparently used her free time to have it repaired. I believe it belongs to you, Misty? So, that's the bike, huh? remarked Latios quietly, staring at the thing that was apparently the root of the previous few minutes' sorrows. As he continued to lay a comforting claw on Latia's shoulder, who was in the process of drying her own tears. Yeah, it's strange. That thing used to be a source of constant embarrassment for me. Now I don't know what to think of it, Pikachu answered in a dour voice as Misty walked forward to inspect the bike herself. What do you mean, Pikachu? What's going on? Asked a still utterly clueless Ash, knowing that it would be nigh impossible to explain to his eternally dense trainer. Pikachu merely heaved a sigh and answered, Never you mind, Ash. Never you mind. Never mind about what? Geez, why is everyone being so cryptic all of a sudden? Why won't anyone tell me what's going on? Ash indignantly huffed, throwing his hands up in consternation. Heh, same old Ash, Misty thought, amused yet sorrowful. She was going to miss him so damn much. His endearing klutziness, his undying optimism, his love for his Pokémon, his passion for battling, that warm, caring smile that she loved so much she wished she could tell him that, to tell him how much she truly cared for him. No. He doesn't need something like that weighing down on him when we're about to say goodbye. I don't want to make this goodbye any more painful for him. As a friend, I owe that to him. No matter how much it may hurt, she thought, her heart wrenching painfully. But she would not cry, despite how much she wanted to. For now, she would put on a brave, smiling face, for Ash's sake. She would enjoy these last few precious moments in his company. And after they had said their goodbyes, and she had gone her own way, then, and only then, would she cry. Contemplating her refurbished bike, she took it by its handles. The previous Nurse Joy had done a fantastic job restoring it. It looked almost exactly how it had appeared before it had been destroyed. It was quite frankly hard to imagine that this was her original bike, but here it was in front of her. She smiled softly. She and this old thing had been through quite a lot together in the days before traveling with Ash. It looks fantastic. Thank you, Nurse Joy, she said appreciatively. It's no problem. It's really my predecessor who should be receiving your thanks. But I'll be sure to pass your gratitude along to her. Now, I must be getting back to my duties. You all take care now, Nurse Joy said with a kind smile before walking away. You know, it's kinda hard to believe that our journey's over, Ash commented, sighing and feeling very disheartened. We've been through so much since we started out. Yeah, it seemed like it was just yesterday that we entered Johto. To start your journey to the Silver Conference, Brock agreed, smiling wistfully at the memories. After a moment, he said, Well, we better get going, our hometowns await us. The group nodded in agreement. They left the Pokémon Center, heading out of Viridian City and towards the route across the forest. So, what will you be doing, Brock? Ash asked curiously as they hit the road once again. Well, I have to go and check on my siblings and see if the gym has been under proper care, Brock answered him. Don't worry, Ash, if everything is in order, I'll join you in Hone as soon as I can. He frowned. I might not if there's problems, though, he warned. Ash smiled happily, deciding to ignore the last part to cheer his mood up. Thanks, Brock. That's great. That means we'll be able to travel together through Hone. Yeah, but I won't, Misty thought quietly, her eyes traveling to forlornly regard the dirt trail they were traveling along. No crying until the end, Misty, she reminded herself. Now come on, be brave, and be happy for him. Smiling jovially, she then said, So, Ash, don't forget your morning rituals. Take a bath and brush your teeth. I'll remember, Ash said, giving her a smile in return. And make sure that Pikachu doesn't eat too much, Misty continued. It took a long time for him to lose weight. He was so chubby when you two met. Hey, Pikachu shouted indignantly as Latios gave a loud bark of laughter. Yeah, don't want you getting chubby on us. Latios guffawed heartily. Shut up, Latios, Pikachu growled, the electric sacs on his cheeks sparking dangerously. The same goes for you too, Latios, Misty called, hearing the coos of laughter from behind her. Latios' laughter died, only to be immediately replaced by that of Pikachu's, who then stuck his tongue out at the spot where he figured Latios was floating, eliciting a wordless growl from the invisible Ian Dragon. And now, Brock, Misty resumed, try not to get too distracted by all the girls. Brock laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his head. No promises. Closing her eyes, Misty began. Oh, and one more thing. That's enough, Ash chuckled in good-natured exasperation. Opening her eyes again, Misty gazed up into the sky and continued, It's just something that I feel I need to tell you. All right, Ash conceded, smiling. Dropping her gaze to the road again, Misty paused for a moment, all too aware of the sound of her heart hammering away in her chest. Threatening to betray her thought of happiness at any given moment, she said quietly, Just keep on doing your best. What do you mean? Ash asked in confusion, turning his head to look at her. Well, you know, Misty continued slowly. Do not cry, she reminded herself. Without me there. Almost unbidden, all the memories of the time she'd spent traveling with him, knowing him, loving him, passed through her mind. All the adventures they'd shared, all the sights they had seen, all the laughs they had had, all the friends they had met, all the trials they had surmounted, all the tears they had shed. For 2 years she had been there for him, and him for her, whenever they needed each other most. He was the best friend she could ever ask for, the first real friend she had ever made. And while their friendship had gone through some rough patches on occasions, and while many of their adventures had landed them into insanely dangerous, life-threatening situations, she wouldn't trade the last 2 years of her life for anything in the world. Smiling warmly, she once again regarded the bike she was pushing along. It was because of this bike that I met Ash, she nostalgically mused. She then drew her eye to Togepi, who was sitting in the bike's basket, looking out across the dirt path they were walking along with the innocently cheerful wonderment of the very young. Togepi, it was a coincidence that you and I met too, she said brightly. Turning at his name, Togepi returned his mother's cheerful smile, chirping happily. Ours wasn't coincidence, Ash piped up suddenly. Misty turned her head towards Ash, giving him a curious, questioning look. Keeping his eyes forward, Ash continued, I don't believe it could be just a coincidence that I met you, out of all people. What do you mean, Ash? Misty asked. I guess what I mean is, even though that happened, Ash began, turning to look her in the eyes while giving a wide smile, I think that we were meant to meet and become friends. Me too, Brock chimed in. We've been through so much together on our travels, I'd say that we're best friends now. Fate works in mysterious ways sometimes, Latios commented, smiling. It can bring people and Pokémon alike together under the most extraordinary of circumstances and forge bonds between them that can last a lifetime. If it weren't for the events that occurred in Alto Mare, my sister and I would not be traveling with you now. So, it very well may have been fated for me and my sister to meet you all and become friends and travel with you. Just as it may have been fated for you three to meet, become friends, and travel together. Brock chuckled. Well, if that is the case, then fate certainly has been kind to us indeed. The rest of the group nodded at his words, smiling in agreement as they continued down the road. The 3 longtime human companions cherishing each other's company as they all shared one final journey together. The sun was setting on the horizon when the group finally reached the moment they had been dreading. As they came to the crossroads that lead to their home cities, it was time to say goodbye. Well, I guess this is it, Misty said in a sad, quiet voice, as each of them stood facing each other from the respective roads they would take. Yeah, Ash agreed hoarsely, looking down in dismay, his eyes shadowed by the brim of his cap in the early twilight. He didn't want this to happen. He didn't want his friends to leave him. He didn't want to start a whole new adventure on his own. Why did they have to go? Well, Ash, I hope I can join you on your own journey, Brock told him, putting a hand on his shoulder reassuringly. He turned to look towards the Ian siblings. Latios, make sure he doesn't do something stupid and get himself killed, he reminded them. Take good care of him. He really needs someone to take care of him at all times. Ash fumed angrily at the comments. The Ian dragons laughed loudly at it. Don't worry, Brock, we'll take care of him, Latios promised. Yeah, Latios agreed. He's in good claws with us. You do better. Ash needs all the help he can get while traveling, Misty commented dryly. The twins nodded in agreement. Misty sighed as she looked at her bike. Well, goodbye and take care, Ash. Good luck with the Hone League. She frowned. And please be safe, she thought. Thanks, Misty, Ash said, smiling softly. "And good luck with the gym to you. Make it a really tough challenge for all trainers," he said brightly, trying to cheer the depressed girl up. "Just like it was for me." Misty nodded slightly. "I will, and you win the home league. You have 2 legendaries with you right now. You just have to win it," she said, her voice slightly more cheerful as she thought of Ash's reaction if he did win a league. "I don't know if I could bear seeing your dreams shattered again." "I will, Misty, I will," Ash said, nodding proudly. "I promise it," he said determinedly. "The home league will be mine." Misty turned around and got on her newly repaired bike. "Goodbye, Ash, Brock, Pikachu, Latios." Much to her surprise, Latios hugged her softly. Misty blinked in surprise and then blanched when she suddenly realized the Ian Dragoness must have heard everything she was thinking of and felt all she had been feeling. But her horror faded when Latios pulled back and met her gaze. With a sad look of understanding, and Misty reluctantly admitted that Ash would be in good hands. She smiled, trying her hardest not to cry. She had succeeded in making it this far, so surely she could hold the tears back for just a few more minutes. "Farewell, Misty," Brock said as he turned to walk down the road that led to Pewter City. "Goodbye, Ash. Take care. I'll meet you in Hone, hopefully." "Goodbye, Latios, and you too, Pikachu," Brock called, waving at them. "Goodbye, take care," Latios replied, nodding at them. "Bye," Latios shouted telepathically as well. "Bye. Try not to get into women-related problems, Brock," Pikachu advised. "You won't have Misty or Latios to stop you." "He can't understand you," Latios reminded him. Besides, Misty already made a point of telling him that earlier, remember? He pointed out. "So, even if he couldn't understand me, I felt it was a point that merited repeating," the electric type countered. Latios' sweat dropped at his response, though he admitted it was valid. With that, both Brock and Misty headed for their respective cities and away from Ash. "Bye," Ash called one last time to his retreating friends, waving his arms at them. He stared after them until they faded from view in the distance, and then reluctantly turned and began to walk in the direction of Pallet Town in a slow and depressed manner. I'm gonna miss them," he mumbled sadly, lowering his gaze with a sigh, while trying to hide the tears building up in his eyes from his Pokémon. "It's okay, Ash," Latios said, hovering behind Ash and putting a claw on his shoulder to show his support. "I'm sure that you'll see them again." Latios smiled and nodded. In a bright shower of blue sparkling lights, she abandoned her illusion and let her true dragon form be visible for a split second before it turned invisible, as both dragons tended to do when traveling with their trainer. Latios flew towards Ash and pressed her body to his, nuzzling her head against his cheek. "Yeah, I'm sure that you'll see Misty again someday, and there's the chance that Brock could be joining us in Hone. But even if he doesn't, don't forget that you still have us to keep you company," Latios reminded him. "You're not alone, and you never will be," she added softly. Ash reflexively pressed back to her touch, enjoying the comforting dragoness presence. "Thanks, Latios. That means a lot to me. Still, I've been traveling with Brock and Misty since the very beginning. We've been together all the time." Brock took a brief break from traveling during the Orange Islands, Pikachu reminded him. "Though, admittedly, Misty stayed with us." Ash frowned. "Well, without both of them." "Cheer up, Ash," Pikachu said, trying to be enthusiastic. "We'll all be fine, you'll see." Ash nodded slowly, glad that all his Pokémon were being so supportive of him. After walking a few minutes in awkward silence, he looked at the long road ahead, stretching up to the horizon and beyond. In his current depressed mood, it seemed like the walk would take forever. "This is going to take a while." "Well, I could take you there if you want to," Latios offered his trainer. "We'd be there in a couple minutes." "It's very tempting," Ash admitted slowly. He paused and frowned after several moments of silent thought. "But no, I need to walk this off," he responded sadly, hoping that the long walk ahead would soothe his aching emotions. Latios winced, seeing how depressed this turn of events was making Ash. "All right, Ash, I understand," he conceded. Latios looked at Ash unhappily, not enjoying the feelings her empathy was picking up. She glanced at Latios expectantly, pressing at the mental bond they shared. He caught on his breath, his mind racing. So, he paused, an idea forming up in his head. What's your hometown like? The blue dragon asked, trying to strike up a talk with a subject that would cheer Ash up. It's a very nice and friendly town, Latios. It's one of those small places where everyone knows everyone. It's really peaceful and quiet. Fresh and beautiful. You too will surely like it, Ash replied, some of the life flowing back into him at the thought of his beloved hometown. Pikachu nodded in agreement, glad that Ash seemed better. It's quite lovely, yeah. It's one of those peaceful places that feels like nothing could ever go wrong. I'm sure we will, Latios agreed, nodding softly. So, at your pace, how long until we reach it? She questioned curiously. Ash hummed in thought, glancing around to identify where exactly he was located. This was one of the few general areas that he knew like the back of his hand, and thus could easily picture distances and times. It shouldn't be too long, about 2 hours of walking, Ash answered her, still walking at a very sedate and calm pace. That was something that seemed extremely uncharacteristic of him, though all three of his Pokémon could understand why. I can't wait to get there if it's as peaceful and nice as you say it is, Latios commented brightly. Latios and I like peaceful places like that. Latios grinned and nodded in agreement. It'll be nice to spend time there then. Until we are ready to go to Hone. Peace kinda like Alto Mare? Ash asked, thinking back to the island city in which he had met the two dragons at. Yeah, Latios replied, Alto Mare is a very peaceful place. Always so calm and settled. Latios and I could carelessly play around for hours upon hours, wander around without worrying about anything good times. She sighed nostalgically. Pikachu tilted his head. If it's so peaceful and nice, why does Alto Mare need 2 legendary Pokémon guardians and a huge, creepy machine to protect it? The electric type wondered idly. There was a rather long and awkward pause. Latios and Latios glanced at each other for an answer that neither of them had. Well, Latios paused, trying to form up any sort of coherent reply. He began chuckling nervously. I honestly have no idea, really. But for some reason, the few legendary Pokémon that we've met always stressed upon us the extreme importance that we stayed there and never left. Being young, Latios and I obeyed. Maybe Alto Mare holds some kind of important symbolic value to them. I don't know. Both Pikachu and Ash chorused, accepting the vague answer for the time being. They doubted they'd get anything else if they pressed forward on the topic. So, when are the registrations for the Hone League opening? Pikachu asked curiously, changing topics to keep a conversation up to get both his and Ash's minds off of more depressing matters. Ash hummed in thought, thinking back to the explanations Brock had told to him about the Hone League. I think in about 2 weeks or so he'll stay sometime in Pallet Town before going to Hone. By the time we arrive, we should be able to register, Ash answered. I told my mom to buy us the tickets in advance to get over there. You took into account that me and Latios want to go to Alto Mare first, right? Latios asked, turning to look at his trainer. Ash smiled. Of course I did. I told it all to my mom. We'll take a ferry to Alto Mare, and from there we'll go to Hone, he informed the 2 dragons. Thanks a lot, Ash, Latios said gratefully. You're welcome, Latios, Ash replied. He too wondered how the island city had been these last few months. He knew that it was a very important place to the Ian twins, and was more than happy to visit it for their sakes. Ash sighed, wondering how the travels would go without his friends. Latios turned to look a bit to the side and raised her head, scenting the general area. Oh, she exclaimed in delight. Latios hovered off the main road, heading into the woods. Latios, where are you going? Ash asked, stopping. He waited for a few seconds to see if she came back. Seeing that she only kept going forward, he began walking after the red Ian Dragoness. I smell some berries nearby, Latios answered, not even turning to look back at him. Pecha berries, to be precise. I love those, and it's been a while since breakfast. Latios laughed softly. I remember when we were younger she'd try to steal a few from Alto Mare's marketplace whenever they were in season. Ash and Pikachu chuckled in amusement. She did? Ash asked, amused by the revelation. Wow! It must be really easy for you to steal stuff, being psychic, flight-capable, and invisible, Pikachu commented. It's almost like cheating. Yeah, she did. I scolded her for stealing, and Lorenzo made sure from that day forward to buy extra pecha berries whenever he got groceries. Latios replied, still laughing as he thought back to the days they were back at Alto Mare. She'd eat through them as soon as she saw them. You remember the way back to the road, right, Latios? Ash asked nervously, glancing backwards and seeing nothing but trees and bushes, and he knew that now he had no idea where the road was. Yes, I do, Latios answered. Ash sighed in relief, as that meant that they weren't lost. They followed Latios to a small clearing with a few trees, many of which had plenty of juicy berries growing on them. Latios grinned. It's been a while since I last ate some, she mused, and began flying up to the top of the trees. She began searching for the ripe and ready-to-eat pecha berries. You know, I think I'm going to have some, too, said Latios, having started to feel slightly hungry himself. Hey, Ash called out to Latios as he flew over to join his sister. Get some for me as well, he shouted. Me too, Pikachu yelled. Latios chuckled and nodded at them. Will do. Ash ran up to the base of the tree as Latios and Latios used their psychic powers to collect a good handful of berries. Once they had a sizable amount of them, they floated back to the base of the tree and levitated a few of the berries down to Ash and Pikachu. Careful, Latios advised. They are rather soft and tender. Don't squeeze them too hard. Okay, Ash said as he carefully grabbed the levitating berries, taking them from Latios' psychic hold. Latios eagerly began to eat them. She moaned softly. They're so sweet and delicious, it's certainly been a while since I had some. And they taste the best when fresh from the tree, she said telepathically as her mouth was busy chewing. Yeah, they aren't half bad, Latios agreed with a nod, also speaking with his mind for the same reason as the Ian Dragoness. Ash took a bite out of his berry, tasting the first bite eagerly. He swallowed and grinned. Really great, he agreed happily, quickly going for another bite. Yeah, Pikachu added, thoroughly enjoying them. After the group finished eating their berries, they stayed there for a while under the shade of the tree. Ash smiled as he leaned back against the tree, thinking of the journeys that he'd had and were still to come. He had to admit that he was a little nervous, going to a new region without his regular traveling companions. He sighed, wondering how he was going to take on this new challenge without Brock and Misty. Hey, don't look so down, Latios chided, startling Ash out of his melancholy. You'll do fine, don't worry, she said cheerfully. Thanks, Latios, Ash said gratefully. He was happy that the Ian twins as well as all his Pokémon would guide him all the way across this new journey. Plus, there was the hope that Brock would rejoin him once he finished checking up on his gym. The group stayed there, enjoying the time they were sharing with each other in blissful silence. Without realizing, the four of them began to doze off under the shade of the tree and the cool, windy breezes. Before long, all of them fell into a quick nap. Sometime afterwards, a half-asleep Pikachu suddenly raised his head, his sensitive ears twitching ever so slightly as a barely audible sound began to resonate on them. He began to slowly look around to examine the immediate surroundings. Something felt off. Pikachu frowned in worry, moving up to a sitting position. He rubbed his eyes, trying to get rid of the grogginess. He had no idea how long they had all been asleep. He noted that Ash, Latios, and Latios seemed to have dozed off as well. His ears twitched again as the sound began picking up in intensity, which he quickly identified as the distinct noise of large displacements of air. Flapping and very big flapping at that, he thought to himself, worryingly noting that the temperature of the area was suddenly feeling slightly hotter. Guys, I think something's coming, he said in a rather loud voice, turning to Latios, and Ash. Something big. Groggily, the three of them began to shake off the doziness and raise their heads when suddenly a massive figure flew past the clearing, easily less than a dozen feet above the top of the tree line. The Pokémon's overhead pass cast a gigantic shadow over the clearing, making Ash, Latios, and Pikachu all leap in fright at the abrupt arrival of the large Pokémon. The flying Pokémon flew in a wide circle in front of them to turn around. displaying a most amazingly vibrant coloration of feathers that made all four of them instantly recognize the Pokémon. "Hoo!" Ash cried out, deeply shocked at the sudden onset of the legendary, as she finished turning and began to descend upon the clearing. It had been over 2 years since either Ash or Pikachu had laid their eyes upon the magnificence of the Fire-type legendary Pokémon. Ho-Oh was a truly gigantic phoenix-like Pokémon. Her lively feathers were a combination of red, white, green, and golden spread out across her body. Ho-Oh's back, neck, and head were all of a vivid red color, with a single green stripe circling the middle of her neck. A bright golden crest decorated the top of her head, with her beak being yellow. She had bright red eyes, framed by a circle of black feathers. Her underside was pure white in color, while her wings were mainly red, with white in the middle and green at the edges. Her large, fantail feathers were completely golden with lighter yellow tips. Ho-Oh's legs and feet were dark blue, with 4 large and very sharp-looking talons adorning each feet. All in all, Ho-Oh's prismatic plumage was amazing and vivacious, gently glistening under the sun's rays. As Ho-Oh descended before them, each mighty flap of her great wings brought a powerful gust of wind in her descent. She landed with a soft thump of her talons on the grass. Ho-Oh spread out her wings, stretching them to their full wingspan briefly, unintentionally giving the group before her a grand display of her elegance before gently pressing them to her sides. She gazed at them, her intense gaze looking over at each of them intently. Instantly, her eyes drew utmost attention out of Ash and Pikachu, who were involuntarily compelled to lock eyes with her. Ho-Oh's gaze was powerful. Her gaze was mighty, holding within it what were clearly countless millennia of life, experience, knowledge, and wisdom. Ho-Oh's red eyes shone with the pure, unmatched power of a goddess, while Laisha's and Latios seemed perfectly normal and comfortable to be in the grand legendary's presence. Ash and Pikachu couldn't help but immediately feel vastly smaller before Ho-Oh, not only in physical size, but in a feeling that seemed to go deep and spiritual. Both of them instantly agreed, no doubt, that Ho-Oh was a truly imposing being, as if the sheer might of her presence made everything around her seem insignificant. It was then that Ash and Pikachu noted 2 odd changes all around them. First, the simple presence of the legendary Pokémon seemed to have made the entire area around them a lot warmer. However, to the 2's surprise, it wasn't a suffocating heat that made them sweat or uncomfortable. It was more like a gentle, caring, and motherly warmth. The second was that Ho-Oh's presence seemed to make them unexplainably happy. It was a sensation that hit them out of nowhere. It was as if the power they felt emanating from Ho encouraged the happiest memories they had to come flowing forward, and enveloped them completely, like every dream and hope they had was realizing itself all around them. That began to make them feel at ease in spite of how massive and imposing she was when standing right in front of them. Rapidly, the 2 were pulled into a sense of security and confidence around her. "Wow!" Ash breathed out in a shocked whisper. Pikachu nodded dumbly. "Hello," Ash greeted, stuttering as he tried to think of ways to address the legendary Pokémon. Idly, he recalled when he had seen her on the very first day of his journey, shrouded in a golden glow and flying off into a rainbow in the far reaches of the sky. Ho-Oh was many times more imposing up close than in the far distance. Ho-Oh let out a short, amused laugh. It was clear she was not surprised by his reaction, making the 2 wonder how many times she had experienced this. Ho-Oh gave them an acknowledging, polite nod before turning her focus to Laisha's and Latios. "Greetings, Latios, Laisha's. It is good to see you 2 are doing well," she said gently. Ho-Oh's voice was beautiful, sounding warm and loving, yet at the same time it carried an undertone of strength, wisdom, and confidence. "Hi, Ho-Oh," Laisha's called out excitedly, suddenly racing towards the older legendary. She collided against Ho-Oh's white chest with a hug, nuzzling herself against the warm feathers happily. "It's been a while. I missed you," she added, completely turned into a bundle of cheerfulness. Ho-Oh let out a pleased rumble before unfolding her wings from her sides to hug the dragoness back. "I'm very happy to see you as well," she said warmly. Her large wings blocked the excited, purring Laisha's from everyone's view. She cuddled against Hoo's breast, enjoying her warmth and presence. After a few seconds, the fire-type legendary glanced up at Latios expectantly. "No hug from you?" she asked, her voice taking a surprisingly teasing tone. Latios blushed in embarrassment. "Oh, sorry," he said, flying towards Ho-Oh slowly. Ho-Oh let out an amused chuckle and opened her wings. When Latios was close enough, she suddenly closed them around him, making him squeak in surprise as he too was pulled in for a hug. "You don't need to be so serious, Latios. Let your emotions flow," Ho-Oh said chidingly to the dragon. She let out a content sigh. "I am very happy to see you both again." Latios smiled up at her, doing his best to get a look at her face from inside the feathery hug he was currently enveloped in. "Likewise," he replied, to which Latios nodded in agreement. She kept the two tightly hugged against her chest for a few instants before spreading her wings to allow them to fly back to Ash's side. Again, she folded her wings at her sides and settled down comfortably in the grass. "See you both again?" Ash repeated what Ho-Oh had said, confused. "You guys have all met each other before?" Ho-Oh hummed, gazing at Ash. Her intense red eyes met his own reddish eyes, making him suddenly feel tiny and nervous at having such a powerful gaze solely focused on him. It felt like she was looking deeply into him in an extremely analytic and prying fashion. He let out the breath he didn't know he was holding when her gaze shifted to Latios. "Interesting. It's not that bad," Latios said slowly, already having a good idea as to what she was seeing. Ho-Oh had always been one to see everything, and Latios knew from experience it was impossible to hide anything from her. I can explain." "That will be appreciated," Ho-Oh responded with a calm voice, much to Latios' relief. She did not sound disapproving. "I want that explanation. Also, Ash, I will let Latios and Latios respond to your question soon. However, I have a more important question to ask before any of that." Latios and Latios listened intently to Ho-Oh, wondering what she wanted. "What are you both doing away from Alto Mare?" she questioned, her voice turning very serious. Latios was glad her voice had no anger in it. Ever since he left Alto Mare, he had been concerned about what other legendaries that tasked them with Alto Mare's protection would think when they learned the two had left without telling anyone. "Well, how do I put it?" His mind raced, thinking of the best way to piece together the explanation for the expectant Ho-Oh. "Our dad let us leave," Latios suddenly spoke up, making Ash and Pikachu turn to look at her in pure confusion. "He told us to go." Ho-Oh, however, seemed deeply intrigued by what Latios had said. Her face turned into one of deep thought. For several moments, it seemed like the phoenix-like legendary had spaced out. Latios tilted her head, confused. Ho-Oh had always been a very controlled legendary, yet her empathy was picking up some really conflicted and strong emotions from Ho-Oh. However, Latios was unable to tell what they meant exactly. "He did?" she asked slowly, not doing anything to hide the surprise in her tone. "That's unexpected." Latios nodded slowly. "Yes, we had a really problematic situation in Alto Mare a couple months ago, which resulted in, well, he pointed to himself and Ash. After everything was solved, Latios wanted to come with Ash on his journey. However, I wasn't sure about that. Then our father spoke to us. He possessed an Oddish and told us to leave with Ash. He said he could take care of Alto Mare's safety on his own." "Very well," Ho-Oh said, still looking to be deep in thought. "If he allowed you to leave, then it's okay. You two made the right decision by following your father's word and deciding to leave Alto Mare with a trainer." Latios grinned, pulling Ash close with one of her claws. "And with such an awesome one too," she said happily, making Ash blush at the praise. "He is a good trainer indeed," Ho-Oh agreed. "I've heard much about him from other legendary Pokemon myself. There are very few trainers out there that would have made me as comfortable as I am right now knowing you are with him." "Thanks, I guess," Ash said, flushed red in embarrassment. Latios giggled in amusement and nuzzled her trainer happily. "Anyway, Latios, you could have told a legendary you were leaving Alto Mare," Ho-Oh said, her voice slightly scolding. "If you are unsure on how to find me or any of the legendary beasts, you know where Lugia and his family's home is." You will always find a way to get in touch with them there. Shamuti Island? Pikachu asked curiously, idly recalling the day's grand adventure with Lugia and the legendary birds. No, Ho-Oh responded bluntly, making Pikachu tilt his head in considerable surprise and curiosity. However, despite his wordless entreaty for Ho-Oh to elaborate, it became apparent from the legendary stone-faced expression that she wasn't willing to indulge him, so Pikachu merely sighed in disappointment. Latios frowned, admitting she was making a very good point. He mentally smacked himself, wondering why the thought of warning someone never occurred to him. Yeah, I don't know why it didn't cross my mind. We could have told someone. We were really excited to travel around, Latios said defensively, interjected in her brother's defense. Informing others didn't occur to either of us, she said in support, sharing some of the blame alongside her brother. I guess it's fine, Ho-Oh said dismissively, shaking her head slightly. I'm merely pointing out what you two could have done better. So, Ash interrupted. How is it that you all know each other? I'm confused. Yeah, me too, Pikachu said. Normally, it's stuff that is blatantly obvious and Ash is the one being confused and we get to poke fun at him. But this time, I am too. Ash glared at him, while Pikachu looked back at him innocently. May I tell them? Latios asked, looking at the rainbow Pokémon. Yes, you may, Ho-Oh answered with a small nod. There is no harm in doing so. Well, Ash, Pikachu, Latios began, making the two turn to look at him. Latios and I, as you know, are orphans. I once told you that there were many legendaries that took the task of checking up on us constantly to help us survive our early days and raise us. Many legendaries who were our friends during our times of need. Ho-Oh is one of those legendaries, and she is among the most important. Latios nodded in agreement, glancing at Ho-Oh appreciatively. Ho-Oh took care of us. When we were babies, she'd be with us every day. She'd make sure we were fed, that we had stuff to keep us entertained, that all our fears were quelled and our needs sated. Everything. Well, it wasn't a task I did all on my own, Ho-Oh spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. It was a shared task several other legendaries also took. When they were babies and young children, my visits were daily. When Latios began to grow and mature, I was able to space out my visits more, often visiting once a week or once a month. Same for the other legendaries. Everything I know of other Pokémon, of other legendaries, or of life and trivialities in general, all of that comes from Ho-Oh. She's taught me so much, Latios said, smiling at the rainbow Pokémon. He then glanced at Latios playfully. And then I tried to teach it to her as best as I could. But she always preferred games instead of learning. Latios stuck her tongue out at him. I'm not boring, unlike you. Learning is important, Latios shot back. Having fun is important, Latios retorted firmly. Ho-Oh let out a soft laugh, making both twins focus on her. Both are important. Just like how you enjoyed me teaching you all kinds of things, it's fine that Latios preferred the fun and games. She acts more her age than you do, Latios. Really, it's you who should be acting like her. Remember, you are still a child. See? Latios said teasingly at the flushing Latios, who had no words to respond to Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh gives me the reason. What are you going to do about it? Latios winced, having no idea how to respond to that. Anyway, now that Ash's question has been answering, I believe you owe me an explanation, Latios, Ho-Oh spoke up, looking between Latios and Ash curiously. All of the changes Ash had undergone had not gone unnoticed by her. What is that problematic situation you spoke of earlier? She asked. Latios let out a sigh, not particularly enjoying the flow of memories that the dark night brought. Just a quick recap. A couple months ago, during the annual Alto Mare Chariot race, we met Ash. It had been a good day until nightfall. 2 criminals entered the secret garden and kidnapped me and the Soul Dew. They used it to start the DMA and take over the city with it. Latios looked at Ash, Pikachu, and Latios admiringly. They came back and fought the criminals and stopped the DMA. However, the Soul Dew shattered and I died in the aftermath of stopping the wave that was about to destroy the city. That thing was scary, Ash mumbled, recalling the events of the night as well. Lacius nodded in agreement. Go on, Ho-Oh pressed on, paying very close attention to Lacio's explanation. Lacius frowned, worried about what her empathy was telling her about Ho-Oh. It was rare to feel her like that. From what our father told us, he put in Lacia's mind an idea of how to use Ash to save me, and she carried on with it. We used Ash to save me. After that, the soul dew rebuilt itself and everything went back to normal, Lacio's explained. After we had regained our senses and Ash had to leave, Lacius wanted to leave with him. I didn't, but father told us to leave. And here we are now. Ho-Oh nodded slowly, contemplating everything that was said by the dragon. Very well, I'm sorry no legendary was there to assist you that day. She let out a soft exhale. Ultimately, I am grateful that you two are fine. Me too, Lacio's said. I could be dead. Don't say that, Lacius said, looking at him worriedly. I could never go on without you. I'd never let you stay dead, Ho-Oh said in a determined manner. Before any of them could question her what she meant by that, Ho-Oh abruptly changed the topic to a much happier one than the thought of Lacio's perishing. She let out a low chuckle and turned to look at Ash. You almost died because of a legendary yet again. You tend to do that a lot, she said, slightly bemused. Ash chuckled nervously. Yeah, pretty much. He paused. Wait, you know about the other times? Yes, I've been told, Ho-Oh responded. Anyway, Ash, Pikachu, I want to sincerely thank you for helping Lacius and Lacio's in their time of need and saving them. I cherish them both dearly. Ash grinned. Hey, no problem, Ho-Oh. I'd do anything to help a legendary Pokémon in need any day. That is noble of you, Ho-Oh said approvingly. I know you do. Yeah, Lacio's agreed. They gave me a new chance at life. And Lacius too. Ho-Oh turned to look at Lacius. And from what I hear, you found courage to confront your fears and save your brother. I am very proud of you. You did amazing. It is good to hear you finally had a chance to be the one saving your brother. Lacius blushed, but grinned at the praise. And, in what a spectacular way too. Ho-Oh stood up straight, extending her wings outwards while rising to full height. Ash and Pikachu gazed at her as she rose, noting with admiration that she was clearly taller than the tree they were resting on when standing to full height. She truly was an imposing goddess. Well, it was lovely seeing you all, but I'm afraid I must be off now. I would love to spend more time talking with you all, but I have some important matters to attend to in the Johto region and then the Hone region. Several busy days await me. All right, Lacio's said. It was nice to see you again, Ho-Oh. Your visit was much appreciated. Hey, Ho-Oh, Lacius began, floating up to her face. When we talked with Father, we asked him all our questions about our past. He said it was not the time. I'm wondering when is it finally going to be time? Ho-Oh looked at Lacius with a crestfallen expression. She extended a wing and placed the tip on the dragoness back. I know you two are desperate for answers and fully deserving. The time nears, that I promise. Trust your father's words. When the time for answers come, it will be fully worthwhile. For now, I ask that you enjoy life. Do not let your past haunt you, and look to the future positively. Lacius nodded slowly. Lacio's flew forward and wrapped her in a hug. Hey, we're fine right now. Yeah, Lacius agreed, floating back to the trainer's side alongside her brother. Farewell, Ho-Oh spoke up. The rainbow Pokemon spread her wings, her feathers shining with the colors of the rainbow under the sun. It was a pleasure to talk to you all. I offer you my blessings for the times to come. Good luck on the journeys you all have ahead of you. With that said, Ho-Oh flapped her massive wings and rose to the air, sending a strong breeze billowing in every direction while kicking up a cloud of dust. With a final nod, she turned around and began to fly away, rapidly raising into the sky. It was amazing meeting her, Ash mumbled as he watched the fire-type legendary Pokemon fly away, becoming gradually smaller in the distance until she had disappeared completely. Yeah, Pikachu agreed, definitely much better than just seeing her passing by. Think we'll see her again, Lacio's? Ash asked curiously, looking at his draconic friend. Yeah, Lacio's responded. I'm fairly certain. That's awesome. Ash said, grinning. I wouldn't mind seeing her again. Hey, you two spoke to your father at Altomare? Pikachu asked curiously, tilting his head. I don't you think you ever told us about that? No, we decided to keep it between us, Lacius said. It's something very personal, and we wish for it to remain that way. Her voice was dead serious, clearly indicating Pikachu it was a bad idea to argue with that statement. Pikachu frowned. He was very curious about the matter, but if the dragons decided to keep it secret, he figured there was no way he could get more information on the matter. So, the mouse Pokemon decided to drop the subject. Okay. She is going to the Hoenn region same as I am, Ash said, suddenly feeling much more determined. Brock and Misty leaving him hurt a lot, but meeting Ho-Oh had certainly done wonders to his spirits. The prospect of traveling alone no longer seemed as crushing as it did before. Ash stood up, a faint smile on his lips. Come on, guys, it's time to continue on to Pallet Town. Lacius grinned, glad Ash's depression seemed to have mostly disappeared. Ho-Oh has that unique trait to her. She's amazing at cheering others up, Lacius thought to herself. Still, I wonder what was wrong with her, she wondered, thinking back to what her empathy had picked up. Sometimes, Ho-Oh was so confusing to her. Giovanni sat at his rather expensive desk, looking at various reports and files, occasionally typing something into his computer. His Persian was curled up beside his chair, snoring softly. A small beep was heard from a voice box as his secretary spoke up. Master Giovanni, Professor Sebastian wishes to speak to you. He says it's a matter of great importance. Giovanni pushed a button. Let him in, he said, wondering what the professor wanted. A few seconds later, the scientist entered the office. Greetings, Master Giovanni, Professor Sebastian said respectfully. Giovanni nodded. What is it you wish to report? My secretary implied it was important. Sir, I am proud to inform you that we have finished fabricating the other 4 as you had requested. The project is complete, Professor Sebastian announced. Giovanni smirked, clearly pleased. Very well. Have they been tested? Yes, all field tests were a complete and absolute success. So far, they have proved perfect in most respects, the professor informed. Recordings of the field tests and its results should be in your personal database by now. Giovanni nodded and pressed the button on his voice box. Excellent, Professor. Have field agents Iron Masked Marauder and Tyson escaped prison yet? Yes, sir. The Iron Masked Marauder escaped a few weeks ago and is back to active service, after failing his mission to capture the legendary Pokémon Celebi. Tyson escaped recently as well after his failed assignment in the Lake of Rage, the secretary responded. Very well, Giovanni said. Failures. Well, with this new project nothing will stop Team Rocket again, he thought in a determined way. Professor, arrange a meeting for tomorrow at 11. Prepare your 5 creations for active use. Tomorrow I will assign what to do with them, Giovanni said. He took a list from his desk and handed it to the professor. I want all those agents at the meeting. Professor Sebastian nodded and took the list. Interesting, these are all elite members, he murmured as he examined the paper. As you wish, boss. I'll see that all the preparations are made. He turned and left the office. Giovanni nodded. At last soon, I will have the power to make the world mine, and no one who stands in my way will survive. Chapter 25 Prelude of the Dark. Lacius couldn't help but smile at Ash as he walked towards Pallet Town. Meeting Ho-Oh had certainly lifted the boy's spirits, and he was now in a more peaceful and happy mood. Yes, he was still sad about the departure of his friends, but at least he wasn't as depressed as he had been before talking to the rainbow Pokémon. Also, the prospect that they were getting near his hometown was helping a lot too. I see meeting Ho-Oh put you in a good mood, Lacius commented, tugging Ash's sleeve while smiling gently at him. I guess. Meeting her was simply amazing, Ash replied. Lacius giggled. That's all you can say? Well, no, it's just that meeting her was so incredible that I can't really describe how it made me feel. It was just so awesome, Ash said, pausing to think out his reply. And it was also cool to know she's so close to you two, he added, smiling back at her. I wonder, you said she went to the secret garden to check up on you and to teach you stuff, right? Pikachu asked. Yep, Latios confirmed. Why? Well, she's a rather large Pokémon. How did she enter the garden? Pikachu asked, clearly confused. Ash nodded in agreement, puzzled over the matter as well. She just flew in, how else? Latios answered. Both Ash and Pikachu stared at him in disbelief. Latios tried to elaborate. She entered the garden around 2 or 3 in the morning, so no one saw her. During our youth, she'd stay the entire day and not leave until early in the morning the next day. When we grew up, she'd come by for an hour or so to check on us and then leave. Didn't the garden have a roof? Pikachu asked. Or did it? I never really thought to look. Neither did I, Ash said, scratching his head in confusion. Well, it has the illusion of a roof, so the garden can't be seen from above. It's kinda like the illusion of the entrances, but bigger. Sunlight can enter and help the extensive plant life of the garden to grow while shielding the garden from foreign eyes. Lady Ho-Oh just flew through the illusion, Latios explained. Ah, Ash said, I can't understand how we missed that. Me neither, Pikachu agreed. Latias and Latios laughed, happy that their home had so many surprises, and even more happy at the thought that they were going to go there soon. Anyway, it's my turn to impress you with my hometown, Ash said. Your home doesn't have cool waterways, a huge secret garden, lots of illusions, or 2 guardian legendaries, Pikachu commented. A vein of irritation appeared on Ash's forehead. Latias giggled. I'm sure you'll manage to impress us anyway, Ash. Yeah, Pallet Town is a very beautiful town, Pikachu admitted. You two will love it, yeah, Ash agreed. Pikachu noticed something and hopped off Ash's shoulder and walked back a bit. Ash noticed and turned around. What's up, Pikachu? He asked. The Ian Dragons turned to look at the electric type. Yep, it was around here, Pikachu commented, looking around the area. What was around here? Latias asked, looking confused. Ash, don't you have a promise to fulfill? Pikachu asked, tilting his head and smiling. Ash stared at Pikachu blankly. What do you mean? He asked, confused. Pikachu's jaw dropped. You forgot, he exclaimed. Well, that doesn't really surprise me. What? Ash demanded. What are you two talking about? Latios wondered. Latias looked between Ash and Pikachu, blinking in confusion. Don't you dare read our minds now, keep out, Pikachu told them. Latias and Latios looked at each other, more confused than ever. They decided to respect the electric type's wish and restrained themselves from reading either Ash or Pikachu's minds to know what was going on. I made a promise? Ash asked. Yes, Pikachu deadpanned. He sighed and gave a small chuckle. Seeing as you've forgotten, let me refresh your memory. In the forest between Viridian City and Pallet Town, you released a certain Pokémon before departing for the Orange Islands. You promised that certain Pokémon you'd return, remember now? Ash paused, thinking back to his adventures over a year and a half ago, a far-off look in his reddish eyes. A few seconds later he remembered. Pidgeot, he muttered softly, a fond smile tugging at his lips. It's been a while since I saw him. Pikachu corrected, chuckling slightly. Ash paused, a look of confusion on his features. What? Pikachu laughed. Why, I am not surprised you're oblivious to this. Your Pidgeot is a she. Ah, Ash muttered in surprise. It was around here where she fought off that Fearow to protect the flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto. You left her to take care of that flock. Once the flock became strong enough to fend for themselves, she'd wait here for your return. You promised Pidgeot you'd come back for her, Pikachu said. Right, I feel horrible for forgetting her, Ash muttered. It's not too late to search her. You're only a year or so late, Pikachu commented. Ash sulked. You promised you'd come back after the trips to the Orange Islands. Ash sighed. Why didn't you remind me? Mainly because you couldn't understand me, Pikachu replied flatly. Oh, right, understanding Pokémon is certainly amazing. I love it, Ash commented. He frowned. Think she'll be mad at me for forgetting her? Yes, but I'm sure she'll appreciate seeing you again, Pikachu replied. Ash smiled in relief, trusting the electric type's words. That's certainly interesting, Latios commented, looking at the exchange with bemusement. Yeah, guess that means we'll take a detour to find this Pokémon of yours, Ash, Latios added. Yeah, Ash replied, smiling softly. I wonder how she's been after all this time. After she beat the Firo, she became leader of the flock, Pikachu informed them. You would have known, but you couldn't understand her, so. Yeah, Ash mumbled. I wonder how she'll take my ability to talk to Pokemon. She'll probably be thrilled, like almost all of us. Your Pokemon were, Pikachu replied. Well, let's hurry. You said she should be around these parts, so let's go, Ash said, walking off the road and into the woods. His Pokemon followed him. Pikachu smiled. This forest brings so many memories, like Ash throwing a rock to try and catch a Spearow, he commented. An irritated vein appeared on Ash's forehead. Latios and Latias stifled a laugh. Ormusty fishing Ash from a river again, an even more annoyed look crossed Ash's face. The Ian dragons barely contained their laughter. And you using some rubber gloves to drag me around. You wouldn't listen to me, Ash countered. The Ian dragons couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing hysterically. Well, Pikachu began. He couldn't take it and started laughing along with the Ian dragons. Ash sighed in frustration. You three are impossible. We know it, all three Pokemon said at the same time. Ash groaned in despair. Well, Latias began. Ash didn't make a mistake with the Spearow thing. I didn't, Ash questioned in confusion. Well, you threw a rock at it, and rock is super effective against flying types, Latias joked. Ash used rock throw, Pikachu cried. The three Pokemon laughed. Ash muttered about annoying and disrespectful Pokemon under his breath, increasing the laughter from his friends. Well, that was certainly fun, Pikachu commented once the laughter died down. Yeah, Latias agreed. Yeah, Ash agreed sarcastically. Latias giggled. It was my first day as a trainer, so it's forgivable, he countered. I doubt other trainers did things as stupid as that, Pikachu commented dryly. Ash paused. Erwo knows? Pikachu rolled his eyes. Anyway, Latios, can you sense any Pidgeot nearby? Both dragons did a quick mental scan of the Arianly to get dizzy and a nice headache. Ow, Latios moaned, clutching his head. Latias wasn't doing any better. What's wrong now? Pikachu asked with a frown. There are too many Pokemon nearby. Finding a single mind out of all them is too difficult, Latios answered. They kinda overloaded our mental senses. If we had tried to search for a few more seconds, it could have knocked us out. Yeah, Latias lamented. Finding her will be a lot harder than I thought then, Ash commented, looking around in the unsuccessful hope of finding Pidgeot. Want us to search from the air? Latias offered. We might be unable to search mentally, but we can at least try the old-fashioned way. Sure, Ash agreed. Be careful. All right, the Ian dragons chorused. They turned invisible for safety and took off for the sky. Think they'll find her? Ash wondered. I hope so. Let's keep looking too, Pikachu suggested. Yeah, Ash agreed. The bushes beside them twitched. They turned. What's that, Pikachu? Probably a few Beedrill, he answered. The electric type paused. Run! They ran frantically as a bunch of Beedrill emerged from the woods and angrily buzzed after them. We're lucky today, aren't we? Ash commented sarcastically as they ran away. You think? Pikachu retorted in annoyance. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt, Ash ordered. The electric type nodded as his cheeks sparked. He released a potent blast of electricity, shocking a few of the Beedrill and dropping them to the ground. Seeing that they had already chased the human out of their territory and that the Pikachu was rather strong, the rest deemed that it was unnecessary to chase them and decided to withdraw. That did the trick, Pikachu commented as the swarm of Beedrill flew away. Little did they know that they had attracted some very unwanted attention. A Firo soaring at the canopy level of the trees saw an electrical blast in the distance. He frowned and went to inspect it. His mind was immediately clouded in rage and bloodlust when he saw the very human he despised the most standing below him. The same human that had hit him with a rock defeated him, causing the flock he was leader of to deem him too weak and expel him. That human was going to pay dearly for all that. I'll rip you apart, he screamed, completely enraged as he dove at Ash with an aerial ace. Ash turned as he heard a very angry shriek and was terrified to see a Firo flying at colossal speeds toward him. He knew instinctually that the hit from that long spear-like beak at those speeds would severely injure him, even worse. He closed his eyes, awaiting the dreaded impact and the pain that would follow, and instead heard the Fearow screech in pain. He opened his eyes and was deeply relieved to see the Fearow recoiling after a rather hard crash against Pikachu's iron tail. He had been so focused in hitting Ash that he had forgotten completely about the electric type. "Thanks, buddy," Ash said gratefully. "I owe you one." "You're welcome," Pikachu said as he landed in front of him, smiling at his friend. He turned to the Fearow. "What's your problem?" he demanded, glaring at him. "That's none of your business." The Fearow spat angrily, now sporting a nice cut on his chest. "Ash is my best friend and trainer. You attacking him makes it my business," Pikachu countered, his cheeks sparking dangerously. Right, you're the human's Pikachu," the Fearow mumbled, remembering the electric type. "Are you crazy? You could have hurt my friend badly with that attack," Pikachu yelled angrily. The Fearow chuckled darkly. "Who said I wanted to hurt him? I wanted to kill him," Ash shivered in terror. Pikachu glared at the Fearow dangerously. "I'd like to see you try again," Pikachu said, crouching low to the ground. As his cheeks sparked more violently than ever, ready to attack the Fearow at any given second. "Why?" Ash demanded, terrified at the death threat. "You ruined my life," the Fearow answered. "You attacked me when I was a Spearow, and then you made my flock exile me. While I admit that Ash's attack with a rock when you were a Spearow was uncalled for, it was just a rock. Get over it, you crybaby," Pikachu said. "And you losing your position as leader wasn't anyone's fault but your own." "What? How dare you?" the Fearow cried, clearly angered. "If you hadn't been fed up over that rock thing, you wouldn't have attacked that Pidgey and Pidgeotto flock. And if you hadn't attacked them, Pidgeot would never have beat the crap out of you, and thus you might still be their leader. Don't blame Ash for your stupid mistakes," Pikachu continued. "I don't care, it's his entire fault no matter what you say, you pesky Rattatan. I'll make him pay for it," the Fearow bellowed as he dove at Ash and Pikachu. "Fighting an electric type isn't a good idea, you'd better kill the human first. And take advantage of the Pikachu's grief to kill him afterwards," the Fearow thought as he flew towards them. "Pikachu, stop him with Thunderbolt," Ash ordered, glad that he had Pikachu's protection. "I sure picked a good moment to agree to send Latias and Latios away, but at least Pikachu should be strong enough to beat Fearow. Due to my soul connection thing with Latios, he should have sensed my earlier fear by now. So he's probably on his way here, but Pikachu should be done by the time he gets here," Ash thought. Fearow smirked as he got an idea to bypass Pikachu to get to Ash. "Human, you're dead." Pikachu fired an electric strike at the incoming flying type. The Fearow used Double Team, creating several dozen copies of him. The electric attack vaporized a few of the copies, but the remaining birds made no move to attack Pikachu, much to the electric type's confusion. When he saw the Fearows getting ready to fly towards Ash, he realized Fearow's plan. He made a quick decision, releasing a colossal electrical blast skywards, causing all the Fearow to disappear as the attack dispelled them. However, before the attack hit, Pikachu didn't notice one of them disappearing with Aerial Ace. Pikachu gasped as he saw that the last one was heading towards Ash. "Damn, he passed me," he thought, utterly baffled. Ash gasped as he saw the Fearow charging at him, his beak beginning to spin like a drill as he used Drill Peck. "I'm gonna rip you apart," the Fearow thought excitedly. Ash quickly began to reach for Cyndaquil's Pokeball, but Fearow was coming too fast. He would never be able to reach it time. Fearow would have smirked if his beak wasn't spinning. "Too slow." "Leave him alone," a female voice shrieked in pure rage. For the second time that day, Ash's life was saved as the Fearow was hit with colossal force in the side, sending him spiraling away and ripping the tree he collided against apart. Pikachu grimaced, sure that had hurted he was certain the Fearow must have broken a bone or two. Pidgeot landed gracefully as her Steel Wing or Aerial Ace combo ended, setting herself in front of the stunned Ash. She grinned, though it wasn't very noticeable through her beak. "Ash, you're back. I knew you'd come back someday. I'm so happy to see you," she cooed sweetly as she tackled Ash playfully. Due to the fact that she was much bigger than him, Ash fell backwards with the flying type on top of him. Pidgeot nuzzled him lovingly and gave him happy pecks on his cheek now and then, wrapping her large wings around him in a hug. Ash gave a small cry as Pidgeot's pecks drew a bit of blood. Looks like she forgot the beak. Ack, Pidgeot, stop, you're hurting me. Ignoring his pleas, Pidgeot pulled him into a close hug, resting her head on his neck and closing her eyes. I'm so happy you came back. I missed you. I missed you too, and I'm very glad you stopped pecking me. Sorry it took so long, but yeah, I'm back, Ash responded with a wince of pain, wrapping his arms around her neck. Pikachu smiled at the sweet reunion. He heard a rustle and turned to see the bruised and beaten Fearow trying to stand up. "Ow, that hurt," he groaned. "Ugh, not that bitch again." Pikachu shook his head in annoyance and walked up to him. "Sorry, you're not interrupting this moment," he thought as he used a thunderbolt to knock out the Fearow. "That will teach you not to mess with us." Pidgeot and Ash didn't notice. "Thanks for saving me," Ash said gratefully as he parted the hug. "No problem," Pidgeot replied as she got off Ash, hopping backwards to allow him to stand up. Ash smiled and dusted himself off as he stood up. "So, how is your flock doing?" Ash asked. Pidgeot smiled. "They aren't my flock anymore," she answered. "You're no longer the leader? How come?" Ash asked. "I was only the leader while the flock needed my protection from the Fearows and Spearows. When more Pidgeotos evolved into Pidgeots, I was no longer needed, so I passed my leadership on. Also, I knew you'd come back, so I decided to not let the flock become too dependent on me. Though I still lived with them and am the strongest member of the flock," she explained. "Right now, they're strong on their own and no longer need me." "Ah, interesting," Ash commented. "It's nice to hear that your flock is okay after all this time." Pidgeot frowned when she realized something. "Are you understanding me perfectly?" "How are you doing that?" Ash grinned. "After a recent adventure I had with 2 legendary Pokémon, I gained the ability to talk to Pokémon. And speaking of which, we're back. Sorry it took so long." Latios cried as he appeared. Leaves and branches draped over his body from ignoring bushes in his rush to get back to Ash as fast as possible. "Yeah, sorry," Latios said frantically as she too emerged from the woods. Looking perfectly fine, her smaller body allowing her to maneuver through the trees much easier than Latios' larger form. "Are you okay, Ash? Latios told me he sensed a massive amount of fear from you." They looked around, wondering where the possible threat was. Everyone's sweat dropped. "You two are, like, 1 hour late," Pikachu joked, rolling his eyes. "And why are you so messed up, Latios? Why didn't you fly over the forest?" The Ian twins laughed nervously. "We took so long because on our way back, some damn Beedrill swarm got in our way. And we had to escape by flying under the tree's cover, but it didn't go so good on my end," Latios explained. "Ash was almost killed 2 times while 2 were away," Pikachu scolded them. The Ian twins fidgeted guiltily. Latios, meet Pidgeot, my 3rd Pokémon. "She's been with me since my first days as a trainer," Ash said, motioning to Pidgeot. "Pidgeot, meet Latios and Latios, 2 of my new Pokémon. They're both legendaries. There are some others you'd probably like to meet, but you'll get to know them once we get back to Pallet." Pidgeot bowed respectfully. "Legendary Pokémon? I am pleased to meet you." "Likewise," Latios said. "Nice to meet you too," Latios said cheerily, enjoying the prospect of a new friend. "Where were you two?" Pidgeot asked, finding it odd that they had been away from Ash. "Looking for you, but we failed miserably," Latios answered. "You got that right," Pikachu mumbled. Latios glared at him. "What was trying to kill Ash?" Latios asked, a hint of anger in her voice. "The Fearow that Ash threw the rocket," Pikachu answered. The twins got annoyed looks. "But before you two think of punishing him or something like that for attacking Ash, remember you arrived late to the party. Pidgeot already beat the crap out of him. ... in one blow." Again, Pidgeot said offhandedly. "Even after he was exiled, he has been trying to get his revenge on me, but he's been failing miserably. That's why I was around these parts actually. It's been a while since he tried something." I came to see what was he up to, and when I saw him attacking Ash, well, you know the rest. I hope he's learned his lesson, Ash commented. I doubt he will, Pidgeot muttered, shaking her head sadly. They never do, Pikachu agreed. So, how have your adventures been going, Ash? Pidgeot asked curiously. Fairly good, Ash answered. Yeah, he's stopped being as clumsy as he was when he started. He's gotten much better, Pikachu said. Yeah, Ash agreed. Wait, clumsy. What's that supposed to mean? He questioned angrily. All his Pokémon laughed. Exactly what it sounded like, Pikachu answered. Is he still as reckless as he was when he started out? He really worried me with some of his antics, Pidgeot asked. Yes, he is, Pikachu answered with a chuckle. Hey, Ash yelled. All his Pokémon laughed yet again. Teasing Ash was so fun. Pidgeot giggled. She was as happy as ever that she could talk to Ash now. Oh, I can't wait to hear about all your adventures. We have lots of catching up to do. Yeah, let's go to Pallet. We'll tell you on the way, Ash suggested. You know the way back to the road, right? Don't worry, I memorized it, Latios answered. And I know these woods by heart, so we aren't getting lost, Pidgeot chimed, clearly eager to hear about Ash's travels. With that, they headed out of the woods and back to the main road so they could travel to Pallet Town. All the while telling Pidgeot about all of the adventures that she'd missed. Pidgeot couldn't believe some of Ash's most recent antics, but where Ash was involved, anything was possible. After a long walk or flight in Pidgeot, Latia's and Latio's case, the group finally reached Pallet Town. Ash grinned, recognizing a small hill in their path. Pallet Town's just over that hill. Finally, Latia said, I'm eager to see your hometown. Almost there, Ash commented as he walked over the hill. Pallet Town is right here. Once he reached the top of the hill, he marveled at the sight of his cherished hometown again. Latia's and Latio's were mesmerized by the town's beauty. Pallet Town was a really nature-friendly town. It had no paved roads, rather there were very neatly kept dirt roads. Picture-perfect wooden houses with pretty gardens and big grass fields were dotted all over the place. On the farthest hill, overlooking the town, was a large pinkish two-story building with a wind turbine on top, Professor Oak's laboratory. So, what do you think? Ash asked to the Ian Dragons. It's really beautiful, Latios commented, marveling at the small hamlet. Yeah, I like it, Latios agreed, gazing at the town with a smile. Pallet Town seemed to have a peaceful air to it, just like Alto Mari. Pallet Town's always been an incredibly pretty town, Pidgeot commented. Come in, let's head for my house, Ash called, beginning to walk into town. The Ian Dragons turned invisible and followed him. They still preferred to remain invisible in public places. Think my mom and Professor Oak are here yet? Ash wondered. Probably, Latios answered. We took nearly a week of walking from Silver Town to Goldenrod and from Saffron to Viridian. On the other hand, they most likely took an airplane or car. Yeah, good point, Pikachu agreed. They walked into town. Hello, welcome back, Ash. A lady tending to her garden in one of the houses beside the road called out. Congratulations, thanks, Ash said. Yeah, a guy from another house across the road shouted. Congrats on the Silver Conference. Pikachu chuckled. Well, seems like you've become quite popular in your absence. Ash laughed and nodded in agreement. After a few minutes of constantly receiving warm words of welcome and congratulating from the people of Pallet Town, as well as politely declining a few "Can I see Latios?" requests, saying he'd show him off later, Ash reached his house. This is my home, Ash said. Ash's house was a small white two-story structure with a red roof and a white picket fence surrounding the property, which had trees, bushes, and a large backyard with a garden in it. It looks really nice, Latios commented. Ash walked forward and knocked on the door. Mom, I'm home. A few seconds later, Delia opened the door. She smiled when she saw her son was on her doorstep. Welcome home, Ash, she said, hugging her son. She pulled back. Hello to you too, Pikachu, she said, rubbing Pikachu's chin gently. Hi, Latios greeted, entering the household. Latios and Pidgeot looked at the door, which seemed too small for them to fit. Well, Pidgeot maybe, but it'd be a tight fit. Latios was sure that he wouldn't be going through it anytime soon. Latios looked back and giggled. It's moments like this that I enjoy being smaller, brother, she commented. All she had to do to enter was adjust her levitation slightly sideways and move her wings a little. You two can enter through the back door, it's bigger, Ash said. Nah, I'll stay out here. I don't like small confined places, houses included, Pidgeot said. I've gotten used to living in the open. That's okay, go to Oak's lab for now. I'll meet you there later. Say hi to all my Pokémon for me, Ash told her. She nodded and took off. Latios flew to the backyard. So, when did you get back, Mom? Ash asked, looking at Delia. About 3 days ago, she answered. What took you so long? It's a long way home from Johto, he replied. In other words, you got lost again? Delia asked. As he turned red, she said, Well, I'm almost done with supper, so you might as well come have some. Ash grinned happily. Oh, and tomorrow we'll have a small party to celebrate your reaching 3rd place in the league. I would have made it a surprise one, but we didn't know when you'd get here, so I had to wait for your arrival first. Ash smiled. That's awesome. Parties mean lots of food. Everyone in town is invited, Delia continued. So do you think Latios would be okay with revealing himself? I'm sure people would be happy to meet him. I don't know, Latios said as he entered the living room from the backyard. Both he and Latios dropped their invisibility. Oh, don't be so shy. Everyone in Pallet Town is nice and trustworthy, I can assure you, Delia said. Maybe Latios too. I don't mind. It'd be nice to be part of the party instead of watching it unnoticed, Latios answered. Come on, bro. It'll be fun. Latios sighed and gave in as usual. All right. Good. I'm glad you can make it, Delia said. And I'm glad you'll be making some food, because I'm hungry, Ash said. Delia laughed. Oh, Ash, you haven't changed a bit. Pikachu rolled his eyes as they headed into the dining room. Tell me about it. The next day. Be careful, you idiots, Professor Sebastian bellowed to 2 Team Rocket grunts, as they carried a silver tray to the meeting room where Giovanni was meeting him. Those are worth more than you can ever hope to earn in your life. Yes, sir, one of the grunts replied. Professor Sebastian nodded. After talking to Giovanni the day before, Sebastian had informed everyone of the meeting and its urgency, so everything had to go perfectly. Among other things, he had to ready a hologram projector and several programs to properly carry out the instructions. Wait here, he instructed as he walked into the meeting room through one of the side doors. At the moment, only Giovanni was present, along with one of Team Rocket's most elite members, Agent 009, Domino. The room was an expensively decorated chamber with a huge rectangular table at the center, equipped with a holographic projector for various purposes. Giovanni was sitting on one end of the table with Domino a few seats to the left. Greetings, Professor Sebastian said as he entered. Everything is accounted for. Very well, Giovanni replied, nodding to the scientist. So, Domino began. What's all the buzz about? You'll see, Sebastian answered. Is it really worth canceling all Team Rocket ongoing assignments? She wondered. It was true, the day before. Giovanni had issued the order that all current missions were to be immediately aborted, and all grunts and field agents were to report back to headquarters. It's far more than worth it, Giovanni answered. I canceled them because this new project is to receive all of Team Rocket's weapons, resources, and manpower. Wow, Domino murmured, for the boss to say that, this must be something big. Professor Sebastian, bring the agents in, Giovanni ordered. The scientist nodded and walked out. A minute later, he returned with several of Team Rocket's field agents behind him. Take a seat, Giovanni ordered. They all sat down around the table, wondering what was to be expected of them. Some of them had a vague idea as they had assisted Professors Namba and Sebastian in developing the devices. But they mostly did field tests and gathered necessary components. They hadn't involved themselves much in the lab. Giovanni took a quick look around the room, mentally taking attendance of everyone around the table. Looks like they are all here, he thought. The agents in the room included Attila, Hun, Annie, Oakley, Butch, Cassidy, Tyson, and the Iron Mask Marauder, along with Professors Sebastian and Namba, Domino, and Giovanni himself. As you all know, Giovanni began, drawing everyone's attention. Professors Mamba and Sebastian. It's Namba, the professor corrected, clearly irritated. Whatever, Giovanni muttered. Anyway, they have finished developing a powerful new device which shall be implemented in our latest plan. And what's this device? The marauder asked, looking fairly interested. Professor Sebastian stood up. It's a new Pokeball designed by Prof. Namka and myself. It's the irritated professor began. I don't care, Professor Sebastian interrupted, leaving the other scientist to fume. Butch looked at him in sympathy. He too had problems with people getting his name wrong. Bring them in, Sebastian shouted. The two rocket grunts entered, holding a tray with the Pokeballs and setting them on the table beside the holographic projector. Allow me to introduce to you our newest weapon, the prison ball, he announced, motioning to the 5 Pokeballs. The prison balls were a solid black on top and a dark steel gray on the bottom. 2 gray chains ran across its surface, making an X-shaped design, with the intersection being the button of the Pokeball, which resembled a heavy lock. The line that separated the sections was also depicted as a smaller dark gray chain. And in the back, thick rivets was in the back of the sphere. It seemed to radiate a powerful, eerie feeling as the agents stared at them. Wow, Oakley commented. Interesting, Tyson admitted. The other agents nodded in agreement. So, what do these prison balls do that makes them so special? Domino asked. Many things, Professor Namba answered enigmatically. I shall explain, Professor Sebastian announced. First, they never fail to catch a Pokemon, and once a Pokemon is captured by one, it can't escape. It has a 100% catch rate. So, basically, a master ball, Attila commented. But I guess there's more to it than that. Of course, Sebastian replied. Their most devastating effect is what they do to the Pokemon once it's captured. This is getting good, the Iron Mask Marauder commented. It's called a prison ball because once a Pokemon enters, it can never break free. It is incarcerated within the ball forever. The most devastating effect is that any Pokemon captured will have their willpower, free will, and emotions completely destroyed, Professor Sebastian informed them. The Pokemon will be linked to the prison ball, meaning it will only follow the orders of the one who wields it. Since the Pokemon would have no free will, the Pokemon will comply, no matter what the command. Nice, Tyson commented. Cool, Butch commented. Cassidy nodded. Yeah, Oakley followed, nodding in agreement. But aren't free will and willpower the same thing? She asked. No, Prof. Namba answered. Willpower is the resolve to do something. Free will is the freedom to do anything you wish. Indeed, without them both, the captured Pokemon would be unable to do anything on its own accord. And due to the link with the prison ball, they will be forced to follow the commands of those that captured them, Sebastian explained. The Pokemon will follow every order given by their captors, making no mistakes and complying without caring about the consequences. And there's more, Namba continued. During early tests, we discovered that these Pokemon had a small flaw. As you know, psychic Pokemon can sometimes take control of people and Pokemon by invading their minds. Since these Pokemon have no willpower to defend themselves, they were overtaken rapidly. That was the hardest part, finding a way to avoid that, Professor Sebastian continued. So, after several days of research, we developed something interesting to amend that drawback. Through the infusion of highly concentrated darkness energy. Unless the Pokemon is already a dark type, any Pokemon captured with a prison ball will gain a dark subtype, he declared. Also, the infusion of that energy will raise the Pokemon's sheer power to colossal levels, far above that of any living Pokemon. That sounds interesting, Hun commented. But you say a Pokemon gains a dark type upon capture, right? That is correct, Professor Sebastian answered. Then what happens if a Pokemon that already has 2 types is captured? Hun asked. We already checked that out. Basically, the Pokemon gains a 3rd type. With the prison balls, we were able to create the first Pokemon ever with 3 elemental types, Professor Sebastian answered. One of them always being the dark type. Amazing, Domino muttered. Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. What happened to the Pokemon that you used for the field tests? Even after we reset the prison balls, breaking the link with the Pokemon, the effects didn't disappear. The Pokemon retained the dark typing and lack of will and emotions. But without the prison ball to command, there was no way to get them to do anything or even move. So we had to kill them since they were of no use to us, Professor Sebastian answered. The effects are completely irreversible. Wait, Iron Mask said. Those sound a lot like my dark balls. Thaumin don't add dark types, but the effects are pretty similar. Professor Sebastian chuckled. I hate to tell you, but your dark balls are no match for my prison balls. Your dark balls increase a Pokémon's power, however, that increase is small compared to that of the prison ball. And if my data is correct, you captured a Celebi with a dark ball, correct? What happened to it? The Iron Mask Marauder growled in anger. I managed to get a Celebi in my control, but two stupid kids sweet-talked it into breaking free. How glitch. Let me enlighten you as to why that happened, Professor Namba said. You see, emotions willpory are impressive forces that drive living beings. They are the most powerful force a living being has, either human or Pokémon. They can compel them to do incredible feats. According to our spies, in the region of Ore, an organization named Cypher created something they called Shadow Pokémon by locking the door to their hearts. Basically, they restrain their emotions completely. Your Dark Ball does something similar, which is what happened to that Celebi. That's a huge mistake, Professor Sebastian commented. Indeed, Professor Namba agreed. Both restrain the Pokémon's emotions. However, there is a point where emotions become so powerful that they can't be restrained. That's why Shadow Pokémon could be purified and why your captured Celebi broke free. Probably because its feelings for the children became so powerful that by sheer willpower, Celebi shattered the Dark Ball's control over it. That's why prison balls are impossible to break free from, Professor Sebastian continued. They don't simply restrain emotions and will, they destroy them completely, making them completely non-existent. Without them, they have nothing to fight off the prison ball's control, so they will follow your every order, and they can't break free. Ah, the Marauder said, slightly offended that his Dark Balls had been completely outclassed. We have decided to name Pokémon that are captured within a prison ball incarcerated Pokémon, Professor Namba announced. Anyway, Professor Sebastian continued. In a normal Pokémon, the effects were impressive. A single incarcerated Pokémon completely annihilated a dozen of Team Rocket's most elite Pokémon in a direct battle, even if they had been under intense training regimens for years. Side effects of the power increase were also increased physical capabilities, speed, and reflexes. All of that was under our absolute control because incarcerated Pokémon make no movement unless ordered to. They are the perfect servants now. Imagine what a legendary Pokémon captured with the prison ball could do. Everyone's eyes widened as they grinned, getting the idea. Giovanni chuckled wickedly. My plans are falling into place. I have prepared a simulation to give you all an idea of what to expect from the power boost. Applied on a legendary Pokémon based from field tests on regular Pokémon, Prof. Sebastian announced, grabbing a remote control from one of the pockets of his lab coat. For this example, we decided to use a legendary Pokémon we have a good deal of data on, Lugia. We have received data on him on 2 occasions, one sighting in the Orange Islands by 3 low-ranked Rocket members, and a lot from a Lugia pair I captured in the Whirl Islands, though sadly they escaped, Professor Namba explained. Please, look at the hologram. All the Team Rocket members looked at the hologram projector, even Giovanni himself. This was new. He wondered what the 2 scientists had prepared for him. Professor Sebastian pressed a button as a hologram of a Lugia appeared. Lugia's signature move is a destructive attack known as Aeroblast, Professor Sebastian informed them. The hologram of a large city with dozens of skyscrapers appeared before the Lugia. If a regular Lugia were to use an Aeroblast on Saffron City, the biggest city in Kanto, this would happen, he said. In the hologram, the Lugia fired a large orange beam from its mouth with a huge cyclone surrounding it. The attack collided with the center of Saffron City, creating a huge explosion that destroying a skyscraper, and left gaping holes in a few others, severely damaging the nearby buildings. They collapsed soon after, the gusts of wind from the blow shattering almost all the windows of the city. Despite the devastation, much of the city was still standing. That did some damage, but no look, Professor Namba said. Sebastian chuckled. Now, let's see what an incarcerated Lugia would do. He pressed another button, resetting the city. The Lugia fired the same attack, hitting the center of the city. The result was catastrophic, a colossal explosion that devastated the entire city, vaporizing dozens of skyscrapers and hundreds of buildings in a second. The huge gusts of wind that erupted from the attack decimated the outskirts of the city completely, even going as far as to annihilate the surrounding forest, ripping thousands of trees apart. A huge crater was left to replace the city, a massive chunk torn out of the landscape. Saffron City, Kanto's biggest city, would be obliterated in a single blow, Professor Sebastian announced proudly. Everyone's eyes widened. And Lugia isn't the strongest legendary Pokémon. Stronger legendaries could make a lot more devastation. Amazing, Giovanni muttered. This is the kind of power Team Rocket needs. Nice, the iron-masked Marauder commented. Yeah, Oakley agreed, both her and the Marauder staring at the prison balls with greed in their eyes. And with all the other things the prison balls will get the ultimate weapons. Now that you are all aware of the capabilities of the prison ballmaster Giovanni, it's time, Professor Sebastian said, motioning to the rocket boss. Giovanni stood up. With the help of our lead scientists, we have developed a list of targets that are to be captured with a prison ball. Thankfully, over the years we've developed an extensive database on most Pokémon that inhabit the regions of Kanto and Johto, and some of Hoenn thanks to information stolen from various Pokémon professors. Due to lacking partners, Tyson and Iron Mask Marauder, you will work as a duo for this mission and will be given one prison ball. Butch and Cassidy will receive another prison ball. Both of these teams will be supervised by Professor Nampa. Attila and Hoenn and Annie and Oakley will also receive one ball each, and those two teams will be supervised by Professor Sebastian. The last prison ball will be managed by Agent Domino and myself, Giovanni informed them. Professor Sebastian and Nampa will assist me whenever I require their advice. It's Nampa, the scientist blared. Everyone ignored him. First, Professor Sebastian continued. Agents Marauder and Tyson, your targets will be in the distant Hoenn region. I have received information that 2 other criminal organizations have been formed in the Hoenn region and might become a threat to us. Eliminate them once you make your capture. You shall target the Pokémon that are rumored to have created the continents, sea, and sky. Capture one of the following legendary Pokémon with your prison ball, Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza. The 2 organizations I mentioned seem to be after Groudon and Kyogre, so you might have to infiltrate them to accomplish your assignments. Also, see if you can find a Latios and Latias, another pair of strong and rare legendaries native to Hoenn. He pressed a button and a holographic image of the 5 aforementioned Pokémon appeared. Both of the burly men grinned and reached for a prison ball. The Marauder glared and slapped Tyson's hand away. Hey, Tyson shouted, rubbing his hand. The Marauder grabbed the prison ball, grinning. Epic, he commented. I could get used to having one of these. Also, Professor Sebastian began. We don't know if we have complete info on legendaries from Hoenn, so if you come across anything interesting, do tell. All right, Tyson replied, still sore that the Marauder had gotten a prison ball instead of him. Professor Sebastian grabbed a small control panel. It beeped and said, registration completed. Prison Ball 1, Vicious Iron Mask Marauder and Tyson. Supervisor, Professor Namba, in a mechanical voice. At least the machine gets my name right, Professor Namba muttered. Nobody paid attention. Both men looked at the panel. What's that for? Tyson asked. Oh, it's just to keep track of the prison balls, Sebastian answered. This is also so the Pokémon you capture will only obey you two, since you two are the ones that are registered to the prison ball, and no one else. The nodded, grinning, Giovanni nodded. Next. Biff and Cassidy, you are next. You shall seek Pokémon that are found in water. Your targets are Kyogre, Lugia, or Suicune, Professor Sebastian announced. The holograms of the 3 Pokémon appeared over the projector. So after Lugia once more, Cassidy muttered. A vein appeared on Butch's forehead. It's Butch. Hey, we already got Kyogre, Tyson protested. But you have 4 other targets as well. In case you don't capture Kyogre, this gives us another chance at it, Professor Namba answered. Ah, Tyson said. Cassidy grabbed the prison ball. Sebastian pressed a button. Registration completed. Prison Ball 2, Butch and Cassidy. Supervisor, Professor Namba, the control panel said. Neat, Butch commented. The thing got my name right too. Next, Attila and Hun, your assignment is the mysterious Pokémon of alien origin Deoxys. It could be anywhere on the world, so search carefully. Also, look for Pokémon native to Johto, such as Entei, Raikou, Suicune, and Celebi, Sebastian announced. A hologram of the 5 Pokémon appeared. Very well, Hun replied, nodding. She took a prison ball, so, a Raikou again if I don't feel like seeing another one ever again. Attila laughed. We still have other for choices. That's good, Hun muttered. Professor Sebastian's control panel beeped. Registration completed. Prison Ball 3, Attila and Hun. Supervisor, Professor Sebastian. Now, Annie and Oakley, Professor Sebastian continued. You shall search the skies. Your targets are the legendary bird Pokémon, Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, as well as Ho-Oh and Rayquaza. 2 legendaries that are said to live sky-high, he informed them, their holograms appearing over the projector. All right, Oakley acknowledged, grabbing a prison ball. This is better than a second attempt to get the Soul Do-Good thing. It got cancelled. Even so, I'll get my revenge on the kid and his Latios someday. First, I'll capture one of those Pokémon, and once I have an incarcerated legendary under my power, I will seek Ashen Latios out and I'll kill them, she thought eagerly, awaiting the day she would have her long-awaited revenge. Professor Sebastian's panel beeped. Registration completed. Prison Ball 4, Annie and Oakley. Supervisor, Professor Sebastian. Everyone turned and looked at the final prison ball. Giovanni walked forward and pocketed it. Professor Sebastian's panel beeped again. Registration completed. Prison Ball 5, Master Giovanni and Agent 009 Domino. Supervisor, none. Master Giovanni, what are your targets? Prof, Sebastian asked since the Team Rocket boss hadn't yet said a thing about who he was shooting for. I will only target to specific Pokémon, Mew and a Pokémon named Mewtwo. Either of them will suffice, he answered. Ah, Sebastian muttered. He took out his control and input a few commands. The database began to search for the 2 Pokémon. After a second, 2 holograms appeared. Wow, Mew is an extreme rare Pokémon, said to be unique, but Mewtwo, I haven't heard of that one. Mewtwo is one of Team Rocket's experiments. It's a clone of Mew, Giovanni explained. Somehow I can't remember anything about it, and neither can any grunt or agent in the organization. Mewtwo is a powerful psychic, so I presume it erased our minds of its existence. If it erased your mind, then how do you know about it? Professor Namba asked skeptically. Backup data, was Giovanni's answer. All of Team Rocket's affairs are sent to my personal computer. So I eventually stumbled upon Mewtwo's files and numerous records and activities on various dates. Mewtwo may have erased my mind, but it forgot about my technology. Interesting, Professor Sebastian noted. Mew and Mewtwo are 2 very powerful Pokémon. If any of them are captured with a prison ball, we'll be unstoppable. I shall see to their capture myself, Giovanni said darkly. Agent Domino shall assist me. All right, the professors said at the same time. All of you listen well, Giovanni began, getting everyone's attention. You have full access to all of Team Rocket's manpower, funds, and weapons. I don't care what it takes. I don't care if you have to sacrifice dozens of expensive weapons and machines or hundreds of rocket grunts. I want 1 legendary Pokémon incarcerated for each team, no matter what the cost. Also, since this task will require you to take on legendary Pokémon in battle and most of you only possess 1 or 2 Pokémon, all of you have my full authorization to take a full 6 Pokémon team from our storehouses. All the Pokémon there have been training for years under our best specialists, so they will serve you well. Everyone nodded, glad that they were getting so many privileges and new Pokémon. May I point out, if we go all out like this, that might put our finances into severe danger. More than the already expensive creation of the prison balls did, Professor Sebastian warned. That's why we couldn't make more and endanger our budget. Giovanni laughed darkly. When we have 5 incarcerated legendaries under our control, we shall be invincible money. Whoa. Ain't matter anymore, the world will tremble in fear before us. Besides, we already have a large number of battle machines, we have hundreds ready. so losing a few dozen doesn't mean anything as long as the Pokémon are captured. Everyone nodded, eager to begin their newest assignment. Project Incarceration has begun. Dismissed, he finished. Everyone stood up and left the room, walking out and talking with their partners about how they were going to capture a legendary Pokémon and get new Pokémon for their teams. Giovanni smiled, pleased. He turned to Professor Sebastian, who hadn't left yet. Here, the scientist said, handing the Team Rocket boss the control panel he used to register the prison balls. It was basically a small tablet with a touch screen and a few buttons. Good, Giovanni said. Did you make the modifications to it that I requested? The scientist nodded. Yes, this is the main control panel. It tells you the status of each prison ball as well as their contents. It's also a master control. This tablet is already registered to you and has the highest priority. That means that all 5 incarcerated Pokémon will take your orders as top priority, even over those of the agents that captured them, Sebastian explained. All right, Giovanni said, examining the control panel. I will take my leave now. I have to plan with Attila, Hun, Annie and Oakley how we are going to make our captures, the scientist said, turning and walking out of the room. Giovanni smirked, looking over the main control panel. In case some agent decides to betray me, I can easily recover their Pokémon with this, so they can't use the incarcerated Pokémon against me. Finally, my greatest plan to make the world mine has begun. No more failures, no more setbacks, nothing shall stop me. Project Incarceration shall rise, and with it the world will bow to me. Chapter 26 Peaceful Moments, Dark Tides. In the bedroom of a certain Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town. Who gets to wake Ash up today? Pikachu asked, looking bewildered at the sleeping form of Ash. It was already around midday and the boy was still asleep, which didn't surprise any of the 3 Pokémon looking at him. Your turn, Latios conceded, a small smirk tugging his lips. Waking Ash was a very fun pastime. The boy sure was a very heavy sleeper. Pikachu got ready to wake Ash up, his cheeks sparkling, but Ash stirred as he opened his eyes groggily, rubbing them a little to adjust to the light. Hey, Pikachu said in annoyance, glaring at Latios as her eyes stopped glowing, having used her psychic powers to interrupt Ash's sleep. 5 more minutes, Mom, Ash muttered while he put a pillow over his face and turned away from the 3, tucking himself inside the sheets. They sweat-dropped collectively. You really should wake up, Latios suggested, seeing Pikachu's cheeks had begun to sparkle again. Ash got up rather quickly. I'm awake, he cried frantically, remembering that his Pokémon had the habit of giving the term rude awakening a whole new meaning, and not a nice one either. Well, for Ash it wasn't. The 3 Pokémon laughed in amusement, leaving Ash to glare at them. What time is it? He asked. 12:40, Latios answered, glancing at the small clock that was hanging from the wall. What? It's so late already? A stunned Ash asked. He usually didn't sleep that much. Well, his Pokémon didn't let him anyway. Don't worry, your little party is later this afternoon. Your mom should be at Oaks, getting everything ready. Let's head there now, Latios suggested. Ash sighed in relief. So I haven't missed anything you need to stop sleeping in like this. Pikachu grinned. We could start waking you very early, not caring it's an important day or not. Yeah, Latios and I have the habit of waking very early, usually around 5 in the morning or so, Latios added, grinning as well. Ash gave the 3 a completely terrified look. No, please don't. They laughed. Joking, Latios said, suppressing another fit of laughter. Ash glared at them. You 3 are still impossible. Many people I know get jealous of me because I can understand Pokémon. If they just knew what I went through with you 3, they'd change their minds, Ash said, still glaring at them. The Pokémon trio laughed yet again. Oh, it's nice to know you love us too, Pikachu commented. Ash rolled his eyes. Well, Latios began. Get dressed, we need to meet your mom at Oaks, she said. We'll wait in the living room. With that, the 3 Pokémon left Ash by himself. He sighed and lay back on his bed to think about what the day had in store for him. He smiled and closed his eyes, eager for the party and what would follow. And you'd better not fall asleep again. Ash jumped frantically out of the bed as he heard Lacio's telepathic voice chuckling darkly, causing Ash to pick up the pace. After a quick shower and putting on a fresh set of his usual clothes, Ash headed downstairs to the living room. "Hello," he greeted. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Lacious said. "Hi, Ash. Good morning," Mimey called as he cleaned some portraits. "Oh, hi. I'm going to Oaks. You coming?" Ash asked. "I'll head over there after I finish some cleaning." "Meet you there," Mimey informed them before continuing to clean. After meeting up with his Pokémon, Ash headed out of the house. The Ian twins as usual followed him invisibly, though they would reveal themselves to the town soon enough. He wondered how his Pokémon were, since he had sent all of them to Oaks after supper yesterday so they could catch up with each other. The only ones that had stayed with him were Lacio's, Lacia's, and Pikachu, as usual. "I'm eager to go to Hone," Ash began, trying to strike up a conversation on the way to the professor's place. It wasn't that long a walk, but it was still better to go talking along the way. "I know," Lacia said, smiling at him. "I wonder what kinds of Pokémon I'll befriend and capture there, how the gyms will be, how strong the trainers there are, and how I'll do in the league," Ash said, a thoughtful look on his face. "Well, remember Harrison? He was a tough opponent, and if I recall what I heard on TV correctly, Hone gyms are way tougher than Johto or Kanto gyms," Lacia's commented. "We'll do fine," Pikachu said, grinning. "We'll plow through them so fast they won't know what hit them." "Yeah," Ash agreed. "When did my mom say we leave for Alto Mare?" "In 2 days," Lacio's answered. "We go from Alto Mare to Little Root Town in Hone in 7 days, since the trip to Alto Mare will take around 3 days. That means we would have 2 days to spend in Alto Mare." "All right," Ash acknowledged. He looked up and noticed they were almost at the professor's lab. "The professor better not try any experiment on me just because we're in his lab," Lacio's deadpanned. "Wasn't he interested in your feathers?" Ash questioned. Right, he wanted a feather from us because he was interested in how we use them to turn invisible," Lacio's recalled. Now that I recall, when I look at you two, I don't see any feathers," Ash commented. "Why is that?" "Oh, that's because they're very small," Lacia's answered. "I remember that at first it was mostly thought by the people of Alto Mare that it was fur instead." Ash mumbled. Out of curiosity, he touched Lacia's on her neck, patting her gently and feeling the texture of her feathers. She gave a small squeal of pleasure. "Now that I take notice of it, it does feel like fur. I think I thought it was fur until you'd told me they were feathers." Ash stopped petting the dragoness as he noticed they had arrived at the lab. "I wonder why he is so eager to get a sample of it," Pikachu wondered. "They are feathers that can turn invisible, and he is a Pokémon professor. Of course he wants a sample," Lacio stated, chuckling slightly. Ash knocked on the door a few times. "Hello," he called. Tracy opened the door after a few seconds, noticing the cap-wearing trainer. "Oh, hi Ash," he said. "Hello Tracy," Ash replied, smiling at his old friend. "Come in," Tracy said, motioning inside. Ash walked into the lab. Lacia's turned upright and flew through the door. Though it was a rather tight fit, she managed to get through. Lacio stared at the doorframe, noting its small size, and decided to enter through a different route. "So, where's my mom?" Ash asked, looking around and seeing the rather empty living room. "She's in the back. Come on," Tracy said, leading the way. Ash followed him silently. They walked to the back door. Tracy smiled as he opened the door. "Surprise!" the Pallet Town citizens shouted as Ash walked through the door. The cap-wearing trainer gave a startled leap. He had expected the party to be later. The small plane directly outside Professor Oak's lab had been adorned with lots of banners that said congratulating words to Ash. There were several tables with diverse foods and drinks lined up all over the place. "Hello, dear," Delia greeted, walking forward and hugged her son. "Got you off guard, right?" "Yeah," Ash answered, returning the hug. "Wow, everyone in town's here." "Well, of course, Ash," Professor Oak said, walking up to the boy. "You returned Pallet Town's name to stardom by placing so well in the Silver Conference despite your age. It's been a long since we had such a good trainer." "Hey," Gary said, frowning. "I'm good too." Ash blushed at the praise. "Thanks," he said brightly. And Delia began. You can also take it as an early birthday party, since your birthday isn't for another 2 weeks. But by then you'll already be heading for home, so happy early birthday. Ah, nice, Ash commented, smiling at the neat surprise. But I thought this was going to be later. Oh, despite the fact that you knew there was going to be a party, I still tried to make it surprising for you, Delia answered. I came here early to get everything done. I told Latios to wake you up around midday when I knew everything would be ready. Ah, so there was a reason you let me sleep in so much, Ash grumbled. It was rare that his Pokémon let him sleep past 9 in the morning or so. Yep, there was a reason. Latios confirmed, suppressing an amused chuckle. Ash smiled, and I like it a lot. A few of the people got close to Ash, asking several questions. Though it wasn't long before the one that was echoing in almost everyone's minds was asked. Can we see Latios up close? A lady asked. Several of the townspeople nodded in agreement, silently voicing the same question. Ash nodded. Sure, Latios, reveal yourself. Latios took a deep breath. If he had revealed himself to countless thousands of people in the Silver Conference, surely he could reveal himself here. Even if in Silver Town there was a tall wall separating the field and the stands. And no one was stupid enough to enter it in the middle of an intense Pokémon battle. Delia said the people of this town are very nice, so let's give it a shot, the Ian Dragon thought. He dropped his invisibility, appearing in a shower of blue sparkling lights. Many people looked on in wonder, most of them seeing a legendary Pokémon for the first time of their lives. My turn, Latios announced, causing Latios to bristle slightly, still reluctant of the idea of Latios revealing herself as well. But being the more social one, it was obvious she'd want to be at the party. He took a small breath to calm down, reminding himself for the 1000th time that they were all good people. Besides, almost none of them were trainers. What could they do to him, a legendary Pokémon? I haven't forgotten, Ash thought, knowing Latios would read his mind and hear it. Latios portrayed a smile in his mind. Oh, I have an announcement to make, Ash called, getting the attention of the townspeople as they stopped looking at Latios. I have a second legendary Pokémon. Everyone looked at him with widened eyes, wondering if his earlier statement was true. Meet Latios' sister, Latios. The red Ian Dragoness grinned happily and dropped her invisibility, causing shock and amazement to run through the attendants, their jaws dropping at the sudden appearance of the red Ian Dragon. Latios giggled at most of their stunned and surprised faces. Pikachu laughed. You two certainly attract plenty of attention. He commented as several of the townspeople began to gather near the Ian Dragons. Relax, brother, Latios chided in Latios' mind, sensing his unease and anxiety. I sense good emotions from the people here, there's no need to be so alarmed. Calm down. Sorry, you know I'm not one for things like this, sis, Latios said rather nervously. Which sounded odd from his normally confident and secure nature. Just relax, interact with them, enjoy yourself, have a good time. You'll grow into enjoying the moment. Oh, and don't go overprotective on me now. If you do, I'll get pissed at you. Latios said mentally, projecting a glare in his mind at the last part. Latios laughed nervously. He'd never do anything that would upset Latios. Seems they're taking it well, Professor Oak observed as he saw the two Ian Dragons started to interact with the townspeople. Though Latios seems odd. He's probably nervous, Ash said. Yeah, yesterday he was a bit reluctant to reveal himself at the party. Latios said yes in a heartbeat, Delia added. Ash's stomach roared, literally. Everyone's sweat dropped. Well, Ash began, I'm getting something to eat. You're leaving them alone? Pikachu asked, motioning to the Ian Dragons. They'll be fine, Ash said. So long as Latios doesn't become too much of a nervous wreck. I think he already is, Gary commented. I'll go with him to make sure he doesn't get too crowded, Pikachu said as he jumped off Ash's shoulder and headed to the Ian twins. They're having a good time, aren't they? Delia asked, smiling. They sure are, Gary agreed. They laughed when they saw some young children reaching up trying to get on Latios' back for a ride. The Ian Pokémon flew up a few inches, getting out of reach of the kids. They pouted at him as he smiled nervously. This is fun, Latios commented. Though I wish we could talk to them openly. Yeah, Latios agreed. He made a small dodge as another kid tried to get to him. I guess it's another incentive to train harder to make our psychic powers stronger. I'd really love to talk freely to these people. They seem really nice, Latios said. When we get some more free time, bro, let's speed up our training. Latios smiled at her and nodded. All right, he replied, glad that Latios was taking something seriously for once. He flew back a little, getting out of reach of the kids again. Well, looks like children have a thing for you, brother, Latios commented playfully, suppressing a fit of giggles at his predicament. Meanwhile, at the nearby tables, the food was under heavy attack. This food is awesome, Ash commented as he ate vigorously from about 10 different plates. Haha, leave some for the rest of the guests, Ashy boy, Gary commented as he walked up beside him. Ash was currently seated at one of the tables, enjoying a good meal. It was like Buffett, there was no set time to eat, you just had to get up and grab a bite when you were hungry, much to Ash's delight. But the food's awesome, Ash argued before resuming his meal. Gary shook his head in amusement. Same old Ash. Nearby, Mimey was cleaning the plates and tables that the guests were leaving, or any trash that was dropped on the floor. Anyone who saw the psychic type probably wondered if cleaning was a hobby for him. Meanwhile, Pikachu was looking with amusement at Latios' little kid predicament. Hello, Uncle Pikachu, a voice shouted behind him, causing the electric type to yelp and release a small thundershock. Sorry for that, Pikachu apologized as he turned around and face-faulted when he saw Phanpy. Ugh, you're a ground type. Why do I even bother to apologize? Phanpy laughed. No problem, Uncle Pikachu. Where are the others? Pikachu asked. We're all here, but we'll wait until the crowds dissipate a little before coming to greet Daddy. I didn't want to wait, so came anyways, the ground type answered. All right, Pikachu said. Hello, Uncle Latios. Phanpy greeted cheerily as Latios flew over to them. Latios smiled. Hey there, kid. Pikachu laughed. Couldn't take the crowds anymore? Latios grimaced. Those kids are a terror. They wouldn't leave me alone. Phanpy pouted. You don't think I'm a terror, do you? When I said kids, I wasn't referring to you, Latios told him. Phanpy conceded. Pikachu laughed again. How did you get them to leave you alone? The electric type asked. Thankfully, Latios took mercy on me and decided to play with them instead. They easily fell for her more playful demeanor, Latios explained. And since the shock and interest in meeting me and Latios has faded, the party has returned to normal. A good thing, too, they could have driven you mad, Pikachu commented, chuckling. They townspeople are more interested in Latios since she's more eager to be around them and she's new to them. They already knew about me from the TV battles, Latios continued. He looked to where his sister was playing what seemed to be a combination of hide and seek and tag with the kids while their parents watched, laughing in amusement with surprised looks that a legendary Pokémon could be so playful. Pikachu chuckled, looking at the scene too. A small figure caught his attention and he froze in terror. Gotta go, talk to you later, he said as he ran away very fast and hid behind some tables. Latios and Phanpy stared at him oddly. They shrugged in puzzlement. A few seconds later they noticed Gary's Umbreon walking around, almost like she was looking for something or someone. Latios laughed, knowing why Pikachu had run away. How brave, he muttered. Umbreon's ears twitched as she heard Latios' locker. She smiled devilishly and walked up to him, knowing that the Ian Dragon was good friends with Pikachu, so she was pretty sure he knew where he was. Hello, she said. Hi, Latios replied. Where's Ash's Pikachu? I know he has to be here, Umbreon asked, looking up at the dragon. And I know you know where he is. Latios shrugged. He's hiding from you behind the tables over there, he answered, pointing to Pikachu's hiding spot. Pikachu's ears twitched when he heard this. Latios, you damn traitor, he thought furiously, knowing that Latios would hear his thoughts. Who said I had a side in the first place? I was just telling the truth, Latios thought back in a clearly fake innocent tone. Thanks, Umbreon said in gratitude as she ran to where Latios had pointed. You owe me a battle, she yelled at Pikachu. Not now, Pikachu replied as he ran away. Get back here and fight me, Umbreon protested, chasing after him. I'm not in the mood for a battle. Besides, we can't fight during the party, Pikachu shouted back as he ran. We can always move to a different part of the field. They're very big and we can find a nice arena somewhere. Now get back here, Umbreon shouted, picking up the pace. That was funny, Fanpy commented after the two Pokemon had disappeared. Poor Uncle Pikachu, did you really have to do that? Latios laughed uproariously. Yes, I did. He paused, sensing something interesting. Wait here, kid, I'll be back in a second, he said to the small ground type as he silently entered a small patch of bushes and trees without drawing any attention to himself. Once he was in, he turned invisible and flew away, grinning the whole time. Meanwhile, look at that little Latios, Jessie muttered, gripping her binoculars tighter. Just waiting to be claimed by Team Rocketway have to move swiftly. While Latios and Pikachu are out of sight and the twerp is distracted, right? A few seconds paused. Right. She got no response as Meowth and James were more interested in the food. Look at all that food, James mumbled, his mouth watering. Yeah, if we could only get a huge load of that, Meowth gushed. A vein appeared on Jessie's forehead. She hit them both on the head, hard. Ow, James moaned, clutching his aching head. What was that for? Meowth screamed. We are supposed to be capturing Pokemon for the boss, not thinking about a meal, she shouted, clearly angry. But after the Dark Devastator was destroyed, we tried to capture them a few times on their way back to Kanto. But we couldn't even get near them, James protested. How are we going to capture Pikachu or Latios and Latios if we can't even hope to beat them? I don't know. We'll think of something. It's just a damn Pikachu and two lousy dragons, Jessie said angrily. I'm sure we can capture them. What did you just call me? Latios asked from behind them, his invisibility dropping. They froze in terror. I dare you to say it again. They turned slowly, coming to face the Ian dragon. They gulped. Meowth, what did he say? Jessie asked, trembling in fear. He dared you to call him what you just called them again, Meowth translated. Jessie bit her lip but remained quiet. Latios glared at them, causing them to shiver harder. Oops, Jessie said, looking at her naked wrist. Oh, look at the time. It's getting late. Gotta go. She took off running. James and Meowth followed, not wanting to stay near the Ian dragon a second more. Latios burst into laughter. Tell the main twerp I say hi, James shouted back, running faster. I said hi too, Meowth added. Team Rocket's running away again, they chorused. Latios shook his head in amusement as his body began to glow. He fired a powerful sphere of bright light in their direction. The luster purge collided with them and exploded in a bright flash of light. And now we're blasting off again, they cried as they flew off into the distance. Done, Latios said as he turned and headed back to the party. Everything was still going the same. Latios was still playing around, Ash was still eating, and he was also chatting with the professor, his mom, and Gary. He could sense Pikachu hiding in some nearby bushes, probably hiding from Umbreon. Well, for now he'd just enjoy the party and keep an eye on Latios. No you don't, Latios said in his mind. He cringed slightly. I'm perfectly fine by myself for now, thank you very much. Sorry sis, force of habit, Latios thought back, sending a mental apology. She projected a sweet smile in his mind. It's okay, I think the one that needs the protection now is Pikachu. Did you really have to tell Umbreon where he was? Latios chuckled and shrugged in fox innocence. I had nothing better to do. Oh, brother, Latios said in amusement. She shrugged and continued what she was doing, her mental talk with her brother not interrupted in the slightest. Though I think I heard a thought coming from Pikachu's mind. Something along the lines of I'm gonna shock the living daylights out of Latios for this, so be careful, she said. Latios laughed, not really caring. He was resistant to electricity. Thoth had to admit the Pikachu zapped hard, so he'd have to be careful. Latios noticed that a few people were crowding around Ash. No doubt the boy was telling them tales of his travels, and probably about him and Latios. He smiled and decided to go and hang out with them for a while, maybe even help Ash with the storytelling. With that, everyone continued enjoying themselves and spending time with each other and having fun, which was what parties were for. A few hours later, after the party had ended and most of the guests returned home. "Ah, that was awesome," Ash said as he rubbed his belly. He was sitting on one of the sofas in the lobby of Professor Oak's lab. "Ash, are you sure that in a past life you weren't a Snorlax?" Professor Oak asked, shaking his head in amusement. "Snorlaxes eat a lot less than Ash," Gary noted, causing the aforementioned trainer to glare at him. Gary laughed. "Well, today was certainly a good day," Ash said happily, sinking back into the couch and closing his eyes. "And I hope that next year the party will be to celebrate your victory in the Hone League," Delia commented. "I will win," Ash announced. "By then Latios will be a lot stronger, and the rest of my team too." "So Ash, speaking of which, have you decided which team you're taking to Hone?" Professor Oak asked. "Well, I was planning on having a fresh start, just with Pikachu and Latios, Ash answered. "As much as starting with 2 legendary Pokémon can be considered fresh, anyway." "Ash, are you crazy?" Professor Oak said. "That's a terrible idea." "It is?" Ash questioned. "First, you have to take Larvitar with you since, as I recall, you wanted to return him to his mother," Gary said. "That means he has to go with you, no matter what." Ash looked around guiltily, not believing he had forgotten about that. "You forget a lot of stuff," Latios said flatly. And Professor Oak followed. "Remember that from what you said and the info we have, his mother is with a poacher. That means you are going to go looking for a criminal, so you will need a strong team to take him on. I know Latios are strong, but it doesn't hurt anyone to be well prepared." "I guess that makes sense," Ash muttered. "Also Ash, this may not have happened to you yet, mostly because you've spent most of your time in Silver Town, where security was tight. But everyone knows now that you have a legendary Pokémon with you. And there will be some trainers that will try to steal Latios from you to have him as their own Pokémon," Professor Oak warned him. Ash sighed, recalling that what the professor said had already happened to him once with Lance. Though he was glad the champion had seen the error of his ways. Team Rocket bugged him too, but they had been bothering him since way before he got Latios, so they didn't count. "True. Many will seek to attack you to get Latios, so you need a strong team to help protect yourselves," the professor continued. "Ash, please be careful," Delia said, clearly worried. "It's okay, Delia. I'm sure Ash can take care of himself. Besides, he has his Pokémon. You know how attached his Pokémon are to him. They'll protect him," Professor Oak assured her. "Also, just because some guy tries to take Latios doesn't mean he is strong enough to do so, and Ash has Latios as an element of surprise. Most will be ready to take on Latios, but not Latios." "Yeah, Gramps. So Ash, you better think of a nice team to take with you. Oh, and I would also suggest that you capture Latios in a Pokeball. If you're going poacher hunting, it'd be safer if she was captured, even as she stays out all the time," Gary suggested. "I don't know, what do you think, Latios?" Ash asked, turning to look at the red and white dragon hovering a few feet beside him. She smiled. "I'll allow myself to be captured," she said. She glared in Latios' mind. "And you better not say a thing. It's my choice." "I wasn't gonna say anything," Latios protested. "I don't mind. I trust Ash completely." Latios mentally giggled. Latios stared at her oddly. "Are you sure?" Ash asked. "Yep," she said, nodding vigorously. Ash smiled at her. "Thanks." "And you can also take Pidgeot with us, Ash," Latios suggested. "You didn't go back for her just to leave her here in the lab. She'll be devastated if you leave her behind again, but she'll love coming with us to Hone." "Yeah," Ash agreed, his face lighting up in a smile. "Latios, Pikachu, Pidgeot, and Larvitar, that makes 5. Who else?" "I say Fanpy. Larvitar will enjoy his company. The two are like brothers," Latios suggested. "So that's it. The team I'm taking to Hone with me is Pikachu, Latios, Fanpy, Larvitar, and Pidgeot," Ash announced. "I'll probably swap some once I get Hone Pokemon on my team." Gary's sweat dropped. "That's what you call a powerful team. I was expecting some others, but I guess that will do." Ash laughed. Latios, and Pikachu will be very hard to defeat. Pidgeot is, after all her time training and being a flock leader in the Viridian Forest, a surprisingly strong Pokemon. The other two can be tough when they want to be. All right, Gary conceded. Good luck. Thanks, Ash said. He turned to Lacious and smiled. Ready? Yes, she said. Ash grabbed a Pokeball from his belt and gently tapped it on Lacious' neck, causing it to suck her in. The Pokeball shook a little, but it beeped when Lacious didn't fight back and allowed herself to be captured. Ash smiled and looked at the Pokeball in his hands. Ash, you are forgetting something, Latios and Pikachu said to him at the same time. He paused. Oh right, he said. He stood up and posed dramatically. Yes, I go to Lacious, he shouted triumphantly, holding the Pokeball. In an outstretched arm, a colorful and dynamic background appearing behind him. Everyone face-faulted. Ash, you've had that Lacious for months, Gary pointed out. Yes, but not officially, Ash said as he released Lacious from her Pokeball. She looked a bit dizzy. You're right, brother. First time and there is always the weirdest. Does this continue the next time? No, just the first few times while you get used to it, Latios answered her. It's been a while since I got inside a Pokeball, Pikachu commented. And I am so never going into one again. Oh, now I recall. Latios, think I can have a fee, Professor Oak started. No, Latios said flatly. Well, was worth a shot, the Pokemon professor muttered disappointedly. Well, I better go to the backyard and gather up the Pokemon I chose, Ash said as he stood up and walked out of the lab. Pikachu and the Ian twins followed. I'll be back soon for dinner. Ash, you just ate at least an entire table's worth of food, Gary cried. But it's dinner, Ash whined. Everyone shook their heads in amusement. With that, Ash left to enjoy the rest of the day with his Pokemon. Meanwhile, in the top-secret Team Rocket base, Annie and Oakley grinned as they headed out of the storage room. Each had picked 5 Pokemon from Team Rocket's elite stash. They had decided to keep Espion and Ariados, since the 2 Pokemon had been through a lot with them. So, where to now? Annie asked. We're going to meet up with Professor Sebastian, Oakley answered. I want to see something. All right, Annie said, pocketing the 5 new additions to her team. Hun, Attila, you coming? Oakley called to the other team under Professor Sebastian's supervision. Yeah, we're coming, Attila grumbled. Hun followed him. Good luck, Tyson laughed as he, the iron-masked marauder, Butch, and Cassidy headed to a different door. They had to reunite with their own lead scientist, after all. Bet you 4 won't catch a thing, losers. Yeah, right, Hun said. We'll see about that. Try not to get killed. Shut up, Tyson. Let's go, the iron-masked marauder grumbled, walking past the door. Cassidy and Bitch, you come too. We better have some words with Professor Nanza before setting out. We have lots of planning to do. Butch gave him a horrified look as everyone else paused. They laughed after they realized what Butch's name had been mistaken for. It's Biff, he bellowed angrily, causing them to laugh even harder. He paused. Wait, scratch that. It's Butch. Bitch, that's a name I'm sure none of us will forget anytime soon, Attila commented, laughing. Let's go already, Oakley said in annoyance, walking to the door. The other 3 agents followed her, still suppressing some laughs. So, what did you want us for? Attila asked, looking at Oakley. I wanted to see one of the field test recordings for the prison ball with Professor Sebastian. So we can get an idea of how they work, she explained, a smirk tugging her lips. Didn't we already see that with the Lugia hologram? Hun questioned. No, remember Sebastian's words. That hologram was just to give us an idea of the power increase, Oakley answered. Besides, if we do capture the legendary Pokemon, we must be ready and know how they fight. We got an idea of the power increase, but not on how it can be used in the battlefield. Why are you so concerned, Oakley? Attila asked. With such power, I doubt we can be stopped. No, I'm taking something else into account, Oakley replied. Attila looked at her, clearly confused. What's that? I'm more concerned about what the other legendary Pokemon we don't capture will try to do when we enslave their brethren, Oakley answered. Many of you may not know it, but I've seen firsthand to what extent legendary Pokemon can go to save and protect each other. She paused slightly as she remembered how Latios had taken 2 plasma nets as well as several direct attacks to protect Latios, using himself as a living shield. She growled lowly. Aside from the two I saw do that, many others might be the same. We have to know how incarcerated Pokémon manage themselves in battle, in case the other legendary Pokémon attack us to free their captured friends. Legendary Pokémon are no ordinary living beings if we are unprepared. Despite the power of incarcerated Pokémon, we can still lose to them. That could be true. He never thought of that. The only assignment I've ever had involving a legendary was with a Raikou, Hun muttered. Good thinking. We have to be well prepared. Before we can comfortably start our plans, we first must deal with the remaining legendary Pokémon, Oakley said as they neared the lab. But, Attila started, in the end we'll still win. Even if we lose and the Pokémon we capture are freed, the effects of the prison balls are irreversible. The others nodded in agreement. Let's see what Professor Pointy has in store for us, Annie commented. They arrived and stood in front of the door to the lab. They entered a code, and after gaining clearance to proceed, they entered. Professor Sebastian turned to the door, seeing his two teams come in. Greeting. Already got enough Pokémon to fill out full 6 teams? Yeah, Annie answered. We are ready to start searching for legendaries. Actually, Professor Sebastian began. The real legendary Pokémon hunting doesn't begin for a few months. What? Attila questioned. Why so long? First, we have to gather sufficient data to know where they are, where they might be, how to find them, and how to beat them and capture them. Take legendary Pokémon like Deoxys, Rayquaza, and Ho-Oh for example. They are Pokémon that are within your assignments and they could be anywhere on the entire planet. We have to learn how to look for them and beat them before we move to capturing them. Oh, Attila muttered. We can't just appear out of nowhere and throw a prison ball at anything that moves, Professor Sebastian said. The agents laughed maripishly at this, realizing he was right. Though, I kinda agree, Oakley commented. If we don't capture them on the first try, they'll know what to expect. And they might spread the word of our plans among other legendary Pokémon, making it all the harder for us to catch them. Precisely, Professor Sebastian said, nodding. The other 2 teams are probably receiving the same talk from Professor Nanla. Well, thanks for telling us that, but there's something else we wanted to ask you. At the meeting you mentioned that you'd pitted an incarcerated Pokémon against a dozen of Team Rocket's elite-trained Pokémon in a battle. Do you have that recording? Oakley asked, getting straight to the point. Yes, the scientist answered. He shivered slightly. It was terrifying. A few of my scientists fainted from fear. May we see it? We want to see how incarcerated Pokémon manage themselves in battle, Oakley stated. Very well, but I warn you it's rather disturbing. When I said annihilated at the meeting, I really meant it, Professor Sebastian said. Apparently the infusion of concentrated darkness energy into the Pokémon causes some side effects, the scientist explained. Why is it so concentrated? Attila asked. Because the dark energy serves several purposes. It grants immunity to troublesome psychics, and it's what increases the Pokémon's power to sky-high levels in the first place. We didn't anticipate the changes, however. He walked over to one of the lab computers and typed several commands. He motioned to one of the large screens on the wall. Behold! The screen flashed as the recording was played. It depicted Professors Sebastian and Namba as well as several members from their research team inside a circular arena. They were on a platform on top, suspended around 30 meters off the floor. Below them were 12 Pokémon, all looking fierce and well-trained. This is field test number 1, the first battle sequence for an incarcerated Pokémon. The test subject is a Sneasel that was subjected to capture by a prison ball, or rather, it was a Sneasel after the capture. The powerful darkness energies forced it to evolve, so the subject is now a Weavile, the Professor Sebastian in the recording said. Once captured, we released it as soon as possible to see our creation. But we noted the assimilation process between the prison ball and its capture takes time, around 5 minutes to be precise. It can happen either inside or outside of the prison ball. The result is the same, Professor Namba said. Professor Sebastian nodded. The process was apparently extremely painful to the victim, and before our eyes, something astounding occurred. The subject experienced physical changes from the energy it was infused with, more than simply evolving. Observe, he said as he held out a single prison ball. He turned to the field and threw it. Weavile, go! The incarcerated Pokémon appeared. The opposing dozen Pokémon tensed visibly, clearly startled by the monstrosity before them. The real Professor Sebastian paused the tape. Attila, Hun, Annie, and Oakley gasped. "What hell?" Oakley said slowly, her mouth dropping in awe. "That's no Weavile," Attila muttered. "What happened to it?" "I don't remember the Lugia you used in the hologram looking like that," Hun commented. "That's because we didn't know what would happen to it physically as a result of incarceration. We only used it to compare power levels," Professor Sebastian answered. "Ah, so that's why," Attila muttered. Professor Sebastian magnified the image of the Weavile so it filled the whole screen. The Weavile was a lot different than a regular one. The claws that made up each hand had tripled in length, each having streaks of black and dark purple energy coating them. The skin color had changed to a jet black, and the feathers on the crown, tail, and ears had turned a dark purple with extremely sharp darkness-coated edges. The claws on the feet had become sharper and deadlier as well. On its wrists and ankles, the sharp claw Pokémon had large black shackles, with chains that coiled up the arms and legs to join at the neck in a thick collar. A black mask covered the Weavile's face with a grill over the mouth, barely hiding vicious fangs from view. 2 holes in the mask revealed the Weavile's bright red, almost evil glowing eyes. Despite the demonic glow coming from them, they reflected no will, no emotions, nothing, just a void of death. All of the bonds seemed to be metal, but upon closer look they were actually made of solid darkness, light as a feather but hard as steel. "What is all that stuff?" a stunned Oakley asked. "You mean the shackles, chains, and the like?" Professor Sebastian replied. Oakley nodded. "Yeah, that looks creepy." "And badass," Attila added. "It's the physical manifestation of the prison ball's control over the captured Pokémon, made from solid darkness," the scientist said proudly. "The very power of the prison ball." "Wow, nice," Attila commented. "We are not certain yet what effects the darkness will have to the willpower-less Pokémon, though," Professor Sebastian admitted. "While you all gather data, Professor Nanro and I will continue to investigate and learn from it. The Pokémon may experience mental breakdowns or something. After all, it has no willpower to resist the dark power. So, let's see that thing in combat," Oakley said eagerly. "All right," Professor Sebastian said. "Just try not to puke." He pressed the forward button on the remote control, continuing the footage. "Now," Professor Namba said, "let's see the battle." The recorded Professor Sebastian turned to the battlefield. "Attention all of you," he called. The dozen Pokémon looked up at him. "Your orders are to defeat and kill this lone Pokémon. Use any attacks, abilities, and force necessary," he shouted. He looked at the Weavile. "Incarcerated Weavile, we have plenty of elite Pokémon in our possession, so kill them." The agent stared intently at the screen, eager to see what was coming next. The incarcerated Pokémon took immediate actions the second the orders were given. The apparent leader of the dozen Pokémon, a bulky and strong-looking Charizard, stepped up, ready to take on the Darkness Pokémon. The other 11 backed up a bit, letting it make the first move. The Fire-type took a deep breath and exhaled a plume of fire, directing it at the Weavile. The incarcerated Pokémon moved to the side with a massive burst of speed, almost disappearing from sight. The Fire-type barely reacted as he used an aerial ace to move out of the way of the claw strike that was almost an inch too close to its face. He reappeared a few feet off the ground and fired a potent fire blast. The incarcerated Weavile leaped in the air as its claws shone an eerie black and grew in thickness and length. With a swing, the sharp claw Pokémon sliced the fire blast in two with Night Slash, extinguishing it with ease and continuing quickly towards the airborne Charizard. The Charizard let out an alarmed shriek and opened its jaws, a miniature sun beginning to form in it as it charged the ultimate fire move, Blast Burn. The Weavile reached the Charizard too fast and made a claw strike. The Charizard quickly thrust its arms forward, catching both of the long claws, and winced as they dug deep into his flesh. But this battle was life and death, so injuries didn't matter as long as you came out alive. The Weavile's body began to emit morbid pulses of dark energy as an orb of shadows gathered in its claws in a twisted version of Shadow Ball. The Weavile pushed the orb forward, ripping the Charizard's arms apart, and slamming it in its chest, punching through it and bursting out of its back. The Charizard let out a deafening scream of pain as its incomplete blast burn dissipated. The Weavile's claws lengthened as they gathered a large amount of darkness energy in the form of another Night Slash. With a quick slash, the Charizard was silenced as its wings were cut off and it was decapitated. The Weavile landed on the floor as the Charizard fell from the air, body parts landing in different spots accompanied by a rain of blood. The other Pokémon looked at the scene absolutely terrified. Attila, Hun, Annie and Oakley were absolutely speechless as they looked at the recording. "Any questions?" Professor Sebastian asked. They shook their heads dumbly. Oakley grinned maliciously. "That's just amazing. I wonder how the legendary Pokémon will react to that." Still, legendary Pokémon are incredibly resourceful. We have to be careful, and Ash and Latios Latius you too. Even if it takes me months to make my capture, I will find you, and you three will pay. In the footage, another elite Pokémon yelled several things. The other 10 Pokémon quickly got into what seemed to be a defensive formation. With a demonic roar, the Weavile lunged, obeying its command of killing the Pokémon, and so the carnage continued. Annie, Oakley, Attila, and Hun stared at the recording in awe and terror. The Weavile showed no mercy as they watched it systematically murder all the other Pokémon with relatively little effort. Showing no compassion, no remorse, anything, just blind obedience. "This is amazing," Oakley commented. "I so want my own incarcerated Pokémon." "That's really creepy," Annie said with a shiver. She had never been one for things like that, so after the first 2 or 3 kills, she turned around, unable to watch anymore. A legendary would make an awesome servant to have as an incarcerated Pokémon," Hun muttered. "The world can rest for a few months while we gather the necessary data and start to search for our targets," Professor Sebastian said darkly. "When we start making our captures, the world shall shiver in fear." "Too bad we'll take months making our captures," Oakley lamented. "I want to have an incarcerated legendary now." "Remember, Agent Oakley, patience is the key," Professor Sebastian said. "I have a question," Hun said, looking at the scientist. He nodded, acknowledging her question. "You said the effects were irreversible. What did you mean by that?" Professor Sebastian took a breath before starting his explanation. "Well, when the prison ball was reset, the extensive amounts of darkness energy plaguing the Pokémon receded back into the ball. So all the chains, shackles, and everything else disappeared from the Weavile. For further analysis, we tried it on a non-dark type Pokémon, a Fearow to be exact. When the prison ball was reset, the Pokémon retained all 3 types, dark, normal, and flying. Again, all the chains and bondage seemed to disappear. The physical changes, however, remained, though they were less notable than before. As time passed, the changes began to slowly recede as the darkness energy disappeared from the Pokémon. But the Pokémon retained the dark typing, as well as the lack of will and emotions. There were no signs of recovering from that." Hun nodded, "And we tried using several healing moves and different treatments, but nothing worked. We were unable to restore the Pokémon, but we noticed that the dark typing was slowly fading away. That meant that maybe the Pokémon would eventually lose the dark typing. However, without the prison ball to command it, we had no way to make it move or do anything. Even to do basic functions like eating and stuff, so the Pokémon would have died of starvation before any of that could happen. Sadly, the Pokémon had to be killed due to time constraints before we could verify that. But there was no progress in the will or emotion part," Professor Sebastian explained. "As far as we know, since it was completely destroyed by the prison ball, their willpower and emotions can never be restored." "All right," Hun said, pleased with the explanation. "Well, we have plenty of planning to do, search and GAN data gather in Gando Man. This will be a lot more tedious than I expected," Attila lamented. "Oh well, at least the long wait is worth it." "Yes," Annie said, a sinister look in her eyes. "It certainly will be." Chapter 27 Journey to a New Land. 2 days passed rather quickly for Ash, who was more eager to go to Hone than ever. Latias and Latios were also eager, especially at the prospect of seeing Alto Mare, their beloved hometown, again. However, the two Ian dragons also loved the hospitality of Pallet Town. They could go around visibly with no problems, and were always greeted with kind smiles and positive emotions from the townspeople. They also trained more, doing their regular mental exercises so they could expand the prowess of their minds. Latios and Latias often went to the rocky area of Prof. Oak's backyard to do their rock lifting or meditated for hours at Ash's home, much to Latias's dismay. Thankfully, the idea of freely speaking with anyone telepathically was a good motivator. Ash was currently getting ready for their departure to Vermilion City, the port city from where he would be taking the ferry to Alto Mare. "So how do I look?" Ash asked as he finished putting on the new set of clothes his mother had given him for his new adventure. "You look wonderful, dear," Delia replied, looking over at her son carefully to see how the clothes fit him. "Yeah, not bad at all," Pikachu commented, cocking his head to the side. "Yep, I agree, those clothes fit you nicely," Latios agreed, nodding in approval. "I like the excessive blue in them," Latios commented. Everyone's sweat dropped. "Of course you like the blue," Pikachu said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Latios glared at him. "Thanks, Mom, it's so awesome," Ash said, looking at himself enthusiastically. He was wearing a mostly blue outfit again, with even more blue than the previous one. His new sneakers were blue with a darker shade of blue where the TIs went. His jeans were a lighter shade of blue than the previous ones. And he now wore a blue hoodie-style sweatshirt with a white U on the lower front of the shirt. It also had a bright yellow line running all along the bottom of it and dark blue sleeves. Ash's usual fingerless gloves were now black. In front of his shirt hung the necklace with the Latias and Latios figurines that Latias had given him all the way back in Alto Mare. He took his old cap off and looked at it for a moment. "I'll miss it a lot," he said sadly. To his dismay, the change of clothes also came with a change of hat. Everyone laughed. "But you have a new one," Latios reminded him, pointing to the new one sitting on the table. "But this is an official Pokemon League Expo hat. I sent over 1 million postcards in to get it," Ash argued. "It's absolutely irreplaceable." "Dear, that model is from 2 years ago." "This is this year's model," Delia informed him, knowing that would do the trick. Ash looked astonished. "Really? Did you send 1 million postcards to get it?" he asked, clearly shocked at the prospect, wondering how his mother had the patience to fill out over 1 million postcards. Ash had spent months filling and sending them. "Nope, I just had to send one," Delia answered offhandedly. Ash's jaw dropped in awe. How?" he stuttered. "She had to send just one postcard to get a hat while he had to send over 1 million. "Well, my postcard didn't have the terrible grammar and spelling mistakes your 1 million postcards had. And the Pokemon League had special consideration of it because they know you're a trainer with a legendary Pokemon," Delia answered. Ash scratched the back of his head mareepishly. His writing wasn't that bad, was it? "Yes, it is," Latios said flatly in his mind, causing Ash to yelp in surprise. "And you know it," Latios finished before he could protest. Ash groaned and decided to not argue a lost cause, not that he had a chance to fight back if he tried. Ash looked at the new hat on the table skeptically. It was red with a dark blue front and an upside-down green Pokeball design. Ash looked at his old hat sadly. "But this hat has so many memories," he muttered, a far-off look into his reddish eyes. An annoyed look crossed his face as the only adventure that came to his mind was Mankey and later Primeape beating him to a pulp over that hat. Why was that the only adventure in his mind? Probably because Latios was messing with his memories. "Hey!" Ash yelled. "Sorry, I couldn't resist," Latios apologized, though it was clear this was one of her common pranks, as evidenced by the fact that she seemed to be holding back fits of giggling. "Oh, just put it on already and stop whining," Pikachu muttered. Latia's eyes glowed as she psychically grabbed the new hat and put it on Ash's head. "Done," she said, smiling joyfully. "Hey," Ash said, crossing his arms. "That's not fair." "Yes, it is," Latios countered, giggling softly. "Hey, it doesn't look that bad, Ash," Delia noted, admiring it. "I think the more extensive blue coloring of the shirt and the redder cap looks great. They also match your red eyes better," she commented. Ash blushed. "Yeah, you look great," Red cap and blue shirt really does bring out your eyes, Lacious agreed, causing Ash to blush at the praise. Why are girls always looking at the fashion sense of everything? Ash asked. It's a girl thing, Delia answered. Okay, Ash muttered, not sure what girl thing meant in this situation. He looked at the hat in his hands yet again. I will miss it, he muttered again. Before he had a chance to keep admiring it, Mimey snatched it from his hands. Hey, where are you taking it? I'm going to display it with your trophies, the psychic type informed him. He looked at the hat and did a double take. But first I'll wash it, Mimey mumbled before heading out of the room. And you also get a new backpack, Delia announced, holding out a compact green backpack. It's already filled with everything you'll need. Thanks a lot, Mom, Ash said as he took the backpack. I really like it. At least you aren't complaining about the backpack as much as the hat, Pikachu commented. Well, I didn't have to send 1,000,000 postcards in to get it, Ash responded. He opened it to check the contents, only to blush and close it immediately. His Pokémon tilted their heads, wondering what was up. As you noticed, aside from all the stuff you may need, I also packed several extra pairs of clean underwear. Don't forget to change it every day, Delia reminded Ash in a happy tone. Lacious, Latios, and Pikachu snorted as they tried to contain their laughter. Sadly, they failed and started laughing hysterically. Ash blushed a deeper shade of red from the embarrassment. Mom, you're embarrassing me, Ash whined, knowing that this was going to become another topic for his Pokémon to rag him about. If you three mess with me for this, please don't do it in public, he pleaded. Ash's general public can't understand us, Pikachu reminded him. Ash groaned in despair. I don't care, no matter how old you get, you'll always be my cute little baby boy, Delia said lovingly, walking to Ash and hugging him tightly. Ash hugged his mother back. Lacious, Latios, and Pikachu awed at the family scene. I want a family hug too, Lacious squealed happily, and before Latios could react, she threw herself on him. Hug brother, Latios chuckled at her antics and hugged her back. Delia smiled and parted from Ash. Take care, dear, she said, her voice filled with worry. Ash grinned. I'll be fine, don't worry, it's my third region, so I'm not a newbie by now. You still act like one, Pikachu commented, chuckling. Ash wisely ignored him. Sorry, I can't help it. I'm nervous that you're going to a new region alone, with no friends this time, Delia muttered sadly. No friends? What are we, chopped liver? Latios muttered. I wouldn't like to be chopped liver, that sounds painful, Lacia said, causing her brother to sweat drop. Ash smiled at Delia reassuringly. Brock said that maybe he'll rejoin us later. I'm still worried, Delia said, a concerned expression on her face. Don't worry, I have my Pokémon, they'll take care of me, Ash assured. Now they mention us, Latios said. About time. Delia glanced at the Ian Dragons and Pikachu, smiling softly. She didn't doubt their devotion to Ash in the slightest, and they were all very strong. She walked up to them and glanced specifically at Latios, who she knew was currently Ash's strongest Pokémon, and the reason why other trainers might mess with him in the first place. Latios, promise me you aren't going to let my little boy get hurt, she said firmly. Latios smiled at her and nodded, giving a low bow. I promise on my honor as a legendary Pokémon I will not let any harm befall Ash. You have my word. And I promise too, Pikachu said, smiling proudly. Latios chuckled. Pikachu says he promises that too. Me too, Latios added. See Mom, there's nothing to worry about, Ash assured Delia, smiling at his Pokémon, silently thanking them. Okay, Delia agreed, feeling somewhat relieved. Since you aren't letting me get hurt, does that mean I can do all kinds of stuff with no worries since you'll be there to protect me? Ash wondered, glancing at Latios. Latios grimaced at the idea. Hell no! If you start doing silly antics and expect me to bail you out of them all the time, I'm putting a psychic leash on you. Ash's jaw dropped in terror. You wouldn't dare, he exclaimed, utterly horrified at the idea. Try me, Latios dared. But I'm the trainer, Ash argued. Am I supposed to care? Latios countered, grinning. Okay, I'll behave, Ash said quickly, giving in since he knew that arguing with a legendary Pokémon was probably not a good idea. Latios laughed. Everyone else chuckled in amusement. Delia smiled, clearly happy not only about Latios protecting Ash because of the promise he made, but also because he and Ash were very close friends. Anyway, Delia started, attracting all the attention. Like before, I packed up things you might need for your journey in your backpack. Like maps, lots of maps, though I'm not sure how useful they'll be if you never actually read them. Ash's sweat dropped and his Pokémon snickered. And here are your tickets to go to Alto Mare, and from Alto Mare to Little Root Town, she finished, handing Ash 2 tickets. Your ship leaves in 2 hours. Hey, the ticket from Alto Mare has pictures of us printed in it, Latios commented excitedly. Awesome, Latios agreed. Hee, it certainly looks good, Ash agreed. Thankfully Pokémon don't have to pay a traveling fee, Latios commented. Even if Pokémon had to pay, we could turn invisible and go for free anyways, Latios said. How long did you say it'd take us to reach Vermilion, Latios? Ash asked. About 45 minutes at a moderate speed. It's not that long of a flight, he answered. Okay, Ash acknowledged. I'll go to the professor's lab to say my goodbyes before taking flight to Vermilion. All right, Ash, Delia said with teary eyes. Goodbye, and take care on your new journey. Goodbye, Mom, Ash said, hugging her once more. Win the league, dear, and take care. Goodbye. And wah, Delia cried, bursting into tears at the sad departure. Ash smiled sweetly. Don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine, he assured her yet again, comforting his mother. They parted with a smile. Ash walked to the exit, his Pokémon beside him. He turned back to Delia before departing. Wish me luck. Of course I will, dear, Delia said, a proud tone in her voice. Make your dreams finally come true and win the league. I know you can, she thought to herself, hoping that her son would manage to finally win and not feel the disappointment of losing again. Don't worry, Mom, my dreams will become reality thanks to Latios. The next time you see me, I'll be the winner of the Hone League, Ash said happily. Until then, bye, Mom. He gave her one last quick hug, turned to the exit and walked out of the house. Delia blinked in confusion. Delia closed the door behind him, biting her lip hard and doing her best not to cry. Oh, Ash. Good riddance, Mimey muttered to himself. Now I don't have to clean up after him anymore. He smiled sinisterly. Plusy have Delia all to myself. Muahahaha. Mimey, this is a sad occasion. Ash is gone and it's just you and me again. Now is not the time to laugh, Delia scolded, completely unaware of the clown's true thoughts now that Latios and Latias were gone. Yes, of course, Mimey said, assuming a sorrowful expression while smiling on the inside. Now go and clean something, Delia scolded again. Mimey nodded sadly and walked away. Typical jealous Pokémon. An uneventful 5-minute walk later, Ash and his Pokémon reached Professor Oak's lab. Hello, Ash called, knocking on the door several times. Professor, are you there? Professor Oak opened the door. Oh, hi, Ash. He gasped. Wait a second, Ash. Shouldn't you be going to Vermilion already? You'll be late for your ship. No, I won't, Ash responded. Latios will take me to Vermilion. I'll get there in time. Right, Professor Oak muttered. So, what brings you here? He asked. I just came to say goodbye, Ash said, smiling at the professor. If I recall, you departed to the Orange Islands without saying goodbye. And you did the same thing when you went to Johto, Professor Oak deadpanned. Sorry about that. I don't want it to happen again, Ash said, scratching his head mereepishly. It's good that you came by, actually. I forgot to update your Pokédex with the information on Hone Pokémon, the professor said. The only entries mine has are of Latias and Latias, correct? Ash asked. Yeah, only those 2. I can't believe I forgot to tell you sooner, the professor muttered. Not that it'd change a thing, you could have still gotten the update from Professor Birch. Well, here, Ash said, handing over his Pokédex. Oak took it and walked to a computer that was on a desk nearby and plugged a cord into the small machine. Why do you even need that? Latias and I can tell you nearly anything you need to know about other Pokémon, Latios asked telepathically. It's for reference, just in case, Ash answered. And I happen to like my Pokédex. It called you stupid on your first day as a trainer, Pikachu reminded him. Ash bristled while Latios and Latios laughed. Professor Oak looked at them oddly, since he hadn't understood what Pikachu had said. It didn't say me in particular, Ash countered. No, but we both knew it was literally screaming that to you, Pikachu replied, a smug smile tugging at his lips. It said, and I quote, Rattata often leave their habitat to steal food from stupid travelers. Ash fumed. How could Pikachu remember that so well after all this time? You know, Ash, it's really weird to see you talking to Pokemon so openly. How do you understand their words? Professor Oak asked. All I hear is Pikachu saying his name a lot. I hear the same thing you hear, Ash answered. The difference is that I can somehow make words and sentences out of his speech patterns, same for all Pokemon. Even I don't know how it works yet. That's really interesting, the professor noted. I wonder if I can replicate that. Considering how Ash got his gift of poke speech, I doubt you can replicate it, Latios commented. Professor Oak moaned in disappointment. The computer beeped. Update completed, it said on a mechanical voice. Professor Oak unplugged the cord and handed the Pokédex to Ash. There, it's updated with information on all the Pokemon from home, Professor Oak said. Thanks, Ash said, grinning as he took the Pokédex. You're welcome, Ash, Professor Oak replied, smiling at the young Pokemon trainer. Hey, where's Gary? I want to say bye to him, Ash asked. He left an hour ago for Viridian City. He wanted to check up on some things before he starts his new work as a Pokemon researcher, Professor Oak informed him. I really wanted to say goodbye, Ash muttered. Well, I'll try to catch up with him before going to Vermilion. Ash turned to the door. Thanks, Professor. I'll make sure to call from home every once in a while. Before you go, Latios, Professor Oak began, causing the Ian Dragon to turn to look at him. Please, can I have a feather? I really want one. It'd be a wonderful opportunity to study a feather that can turn invisible. Latios rolled his eyes. You aren't leaving me alone about that, right? Just one, Professor Oak pleaded. Considering the dimensions of your body and the apparent size of your feathers, you could have thousands. One won't hurt. Go ahead, Latios. It's just a feather, Pikachu commented. I doubt it affects you in any way. All right, Latios conceded, causing the professor to grin happily. His eyes glowed as he plucked a random blue feather from his neck and levitated it to Oak's outstretched hand. Wow, it's smaller than I thought, Oak muttered, looking at the relatively tiny feather in his hand. Can I have a white one too? He asked. Latios' eye twitched. What? The coloring of the feather may affect the way it manipulates light to turn invisible, he said quickly. Ugh, fine, Latios said as he psychically removed another feather, a grayish-white one this time, and handed it to the professor. And a red one, the professor said. Before Latios could say anything, he continued. Difference of colors, he argued. Latios' eye twitched. Latios giggled and handed him one of her reddish feathers psychically. There. Professor Oak blinked. You didn't put up a fight. Well, I don't really mind. If you had asked me in the first place, I would have said yes the first time, Latios told him, smiling. Professor Oak face-faulted. I really should have asked you first instead of Latios. Yep, you should have. I'm not a grouch like my brother, Latios said. Latios glared in annoyance at her as everyone else laughed. Latios put a really sweet face and looked at him, and Latios found himself unable to stay angry. Professor Oak looked at the 3 small feathers in his palm. Finally, Ash laughed. Yep, finally. Professor Oak walked to one of the desks and took out a small glass container. Don't want them to get contaminated, he muttered, giddy that he had something new to study. He carefully placed the feathers in the container and walked back to the group. Thank you, Latios. No problem, Latios said, smiling. Well, Ash, I wish you the best of luck in the Hone League, Professor Oak told the trainer. Make Pallet Town famous. Thanks, and don't worry, I will, Ash promised. Bye. Tell Tracy I say goodbye too. I will, Professor Oak said. With that, Ash walked out of the lab and started running in the direction he remembered Viridian City was, wanting to catch up to Gary. Ash, what's the hurry? Pikachu asked, almost getting knocked off his shoulder from the running. I need to cover the distance Gary has walked in this hour, Ash answered. Pikachu facepalmed. When do you think he'll realize he has to dragons that can fly faster than the speed of sound that could take him there in a flash? Laisha's asked her brother. In about half an hour, when he drops from exhaustion and realizes he hasn't covered much distance. And that Viridian City isn't even in that direction, Latios answered, stifling a laugh. Brother, Latios began, an almost scolding tone in her voice. Oh, all right, I'll spare him the waste of time and the tiredness, Latios conceded. Latios smiled and nodded approvingly. Latios floated up to the running Ash and levitated him up and onto his back. Hey, Ash protested. You do realize that Viridian City is not that way, right? Latios asked, shaking his head in amusement. And that you aren't going to reach Gary in time. Ash blushed in embarrassment, sulking. All right, you lead the way, he said, embarrassed by his poor navigation skills. Latios chuckled and took off in the right direction to Viridian. One day you'll be jealous of my navigating skills, Ash muttered. His Pokémon all stifled laughs. Ash grunted in annoyance. After a few minutes of flying, they quickly closed in on the other Pallet Town trainer, seeing him on the road off in the distance. Pikachu stiffened when he saw that Gary's Umbreon was walking at his side. Damn, why is she out of her Pokeball now of all times? He groaned, sinking on Ash's shoulder in despair. Because you two are fated to battle, Ash responded jokingly. Everyone stared at him. What? That joke sounded a lot better in my head. Actually, I heard it in your head too, and even there it sounded terrible, Latios deadpanned. Pikachu, if you want to get her off your back, let her beat you up. No, she'll get angrier if that happens because she wants to fight me at full power. Pikachu replied, horrified at what she might do to him if he let her win. Latios considered this. Who knows, maybe there's another reason she wants to fight you alone, he commented, grinning. Which might be. Pikachu trailed off, having a bad feeling about the dragon's next comment. She just might be into you, Latios concluded, nodding to himself in approval. Not a second later, Pikachu shocked him and Ash, who was unfortunately riding atop Latios too, with several hundred volts of electricity. Not a chance, Pikachu yelled, shaking his head rapidly. How cute, Latios remarked. Denial is kicking in. Pikachu's eye twitched in annoyance. Ow, was that necessary? Ash moaned. Yes, it was. Sorry, you were collateral damage, Pikachu told his trainer apologetically. I'll get you for that, Latios growled. Even with his dragon typing, he had to admit Pikachu's zaps hurt. But that doesn't take away the fact that she said she wanted to fight you alone. Pikachu shook his head rapidly. That's not it. She just wants to fight me alone because that way Ash won't see through her attacks with the powers he got from you. It's still a loony, Latios repeated, drawing the word out and stifling giggles. Pikachu's cheeks sparkled dangerously. I just wonder if with all this denial, Pikachu is also into her, he commented slowly. Pikachu stared at him in utter terror, gawking in disbelief. And I can confirm it, remember, I can sense emotions and the feelings of others. Latios followed, grinning all too sweetly at the electric type. Pikachu flushed in embarrassment and sunk into Ash's shoulder. I'm not, he yelled. Latios smirked and pretended to ignore him. He grinned a second later, getting an idea on how to keep the dragoness quiet just in case she sensed something. Oh, Latios, I don't need any fancy senses to know who your little love interest is. So I think we have a fair deal unless you want me to tell him, he told her, smiling devilishly. Latios blushed and looked away. Deal, she said quickly. Don't say a word and I won't say a word, either psychically or verbally. Pikachu nodded in satisfaction. Latios had to suppress a laugh, earning himself a mental glare from Latios. Can we go down already? Ash asked in exasperation. Despite understanding every word they said, the terms they were using seemed too alien for him to hope to comprehend, so he wisely decided not to ask. Yes, please. At this rate, I'd rather face Umbreon than you two, Pikachu pleaded loudly. Latios laughed and glided downwards, followed by a giggling Latios. Hi, Ash called as he neared the ground, causing Gary to turn around. Mildly surprised to see Latios and Latios hovering towards him with Ash on Latios' back. Heh, already exploiting the convenient transport advantages Latios gives? Gary chuckled. Yeah, I guess I am, Ash answered, hopping off the Ian Dragon's back. I try to avoid that since I prefer walking, but for emergencies he's great. Umbreon looked at Ash and blinked in confusion. Pikachu wasn't on his shoulder. How odd. She shrugged and walked up the Ian duo while Ash walked up to Gary. So, what brings you here? Gary asked. I just wanted to wish you luck on your journey, Ash answered. You came all the way here just to say that? Gary asked in surprise. Ash laughed. Well, I do happen to have that convenient transport advantage, so it's not that big deal. I was going to talk to you at Oaks, but you weren't around. While the humans talked, Umbreon was making her demands known. Where is he? She asked. Latios shrugged and did a barrel roll, causing Pikachu, who had been trying to hide on the dragon's back, to fall off him and land in front of Umbreon. She grinned, looming over him. Hello there, she said. Hello, Pikachu said nervously, standing up and taking a few steps back. Oh, don't worry, I can't fight you now, lucky for you, she grumbled. Really? Pikachu asked hopefully. Yeah, Gary decided to only take me and Blastoise with him for now. And since we're going to be in this forest until we reach Viridian, I need to preserve my strength in case some silly wild Pokémon decides to mess with us, Umbreon explained, shaking her head unhappily. Not that they'd be too troublesome, I could beat them easily, but you know how humans can get. Pikachu sighed in relief. Thankfully, he muttered. But that doesn't mean you're off the hook, Umbreon snapped, causing Pikachu to fall back in surprise. You better train hard, because when you get back from home, or if we meet along the way, we're having our battle. I'll be ready, despite Gary leaving the battle circuit. All right, Pikachu said, giving in. At least the fight was put on hold for now. She smirked. See you until then, Umbreon said as she turned and walked back to Gary's side. Looks like you got yourself a date, Latios teased. A vein throbbed on Pikachu's forehead. Why did you have to roll over and expose me? I was perfectly safe hidden on your back, Pikachu said angrily. Nah, if she discovered I was hiding you, she'd use feint attack on me. Or worse, Latios protested. So I exposed you, not that I really mind. Pikachu growled as his cheeks sparked. Meanwhile, the humans were finishing their own conversation. So Gary, I wish you the best of luck on becoming a researcher, Ash said, grinning broadly. And I wish you the same in the home league, Gary said. Try not to mess up or do your usual silly antics. I won't, Ash answered, chuckling. So, where are you going now? I'm heading to check on something in Viridian, and after that I'll return to Gramps' place to start learning how to be a researcher, Gary explained. My new goal is to be the greatest Pokemon professor of all time. Wow, awesome, Ash commented. Of course it's awesome, Gary agreed proudly. Well, good luck. I've got to go now. I have to get to Vermilion City to take the ferry, Ash told the other pallet towner. Gary laughed. Gonna use Latios again? Ash nodded. Yep. Hee, how convenient, Gary commented. Yep. Well, take care, Gary, Ash said as he held his hand out. Gary smiled and shook it. You too, he replied. And please don't do anything stupid, like you usually do, Gary thought, sighing worriedly. He knew very well that Ash tended to get into all sorts of trouble in his travels, like messing with legendary Pokemon, for example. Hey, I don't do stupid things, Ash snapped. I think Gary blinked in confusion, but before he could say anything a loud cry was heard. Both turned to see Latios recovering from a thunder attack and Pikachu nodding to himself in approval. Hey, Latios yelled. He was beginning to think that Pikachu zapped so hard his dragon typing didn't help much. You've had it coming, Pikachu told him. You know the reason. I'll get you back for that, Latios muttered. Doubt it, Pikachu said confidently. You're defending your love, aren't you? That's so cute. That means the denial phase is over, Latios commented teasingly, using telepathy so Umbreon didn't hear him. Pikachu shocked him again, adding a lot more voltage this time. Ow, Latios moaned. He grinned again, despite the pain. Let's hope you don't take after Ash and aren't as dense as he is, he commented teasingly again. Pikachu shocked him again, adding at least double the power from last time. Ow, Latios moaned weakly. Latios giggled. Oh brother, why is Pikachu shocking Latios over and over again? Gary asked, looking at them in confusion. I don't have a clue, Ash answered. You don't? Gary said, I thought you could understand them. Yeah, but I haven't been paying attention to their conversation, Ash said mereepishly. Well, I better get going to Vermilion City. Goodbye, Gary. See you later. Good luck with the research and Pokemon Professor stuff. Haha, well, good luck to you too, Ashy boy, Gary replied. Good luck with the Hone League. Ash smiled. Thanks, Gary. He turned and walked back to his Pokemon as Gary resumed his own walk and Umbreon shot one last glare towards a certain electric type. Pikachu looked away quickly. Ash looked at Latios. Ready? He asked. I think, Latios answered, recovering a bit from the constant shocks. He prepared to lower himself to the ground to allow Ash to climb aboard. As he did so, one of Ash's Pokeballs shook slightly and released Pidgeot in a bright flash of light, causing Ash to fall back in surprise. Hello, Pidgeot chirped, bending down and nuzzling Ash lovingly, this time minding the beak. Hi, Ash replied, mildly confused, but nonetheless hugging her to return her affections. What's up with her? Ash thought, knowing that the Ian Dragons would pick up the question. She's just riding the high of knowing you'll be taking her to Hone, Latios answered. She'll be back to her normal calm demeanor in a few days. Okay, Ash thought. Why did you break out of your Pokeball, Pidgeot? He asked as he stood up, brushing himself off. Well, it's been a long time since I've carried you on my back. Since the next flight is a long one, I was wondering if I could take you there, Pidgeot explained, spreading her wings wide to emphasize her point and eagerness to have her trainer flying on her back again. Don't worry, I'm very fast, as you'll recall from the last time we flew, so we'll get there in no time. Ash smiled, nodding to the flying type. Sure, why not? Pidgeot would have smiled happily if she could, so she just nodded back. Thanks. You know the way to Vermilion City? Ash asked. Pidgeot nodded. Of course I do. I've been around these parts a lot. I know them pretty well. All right, Ash told her, reaching up and petting her gently. She lowered herself, spreading her wings wide and beckoning for Ash to get on her back with a light nod. He slowly climbed aboard, accommodating himself like he did the last time. Pidgeot frowned. Ash, haven't you grown at all? You weigh practically the same as the last time, and it was over a year ago. Are you eating well? Ash chuckled nervously. Must be all the walking exercise I do. Besides, remember you've become a stronger flyer since then. Pidgeot shrugged. Okay, but try to eat healthy. You really need a growth spurt. At this rate, people will think you're still 10 years old for years to come. I do need and I want to be taller, Ash agreed. You'll grow up sooner or later, don't worry, Latios told him. But I want to grow now, Ash complained again. Be patient, Latios advised him. The more anxious you get, the slower it will seem. All right, Ash muttered, crestfallen. Hee, don't worry, Ash, you'll grow up one day, Pikachu assured him, nodding slightly. Now we better get going. Instead of jumping on Pidgeot, Pikachu hopped on Latios's back, earning a questioning look from him. What's up with you? Latios asked, turning his long and slender neck to look at him. In case you make any smart comments and I need to shock you, I'll ride here since Pidgeot wouldn't like a mid-air shock. You, on the other hand, Pikachu explained. Latios groaned. Pidgeot flapped her wings a few times before rising to the air, Latios following her. She quickly began to rise high to the sky, the Ian Dragons right behind her. It's nice to fly with you without worrying about some bully Firo, Pidgeot commented. Yeah, Ash agreed. I'm glad he won't be bothering anyone else ever again. Latios grinned mischievously. It was going to be a long flight, so she decided to do something to pass the time. Without warning, she tackled Latios and drew back quickly. Tag, you're it, she chorused happily. Leave it to Latios to want to play the entire flight to Vermilion. Latios knew that if he said no to her game, he'd make her sad, and he'd never want to do that, so he complied and began to chase after her. Wah! Pikachu screamed as he clung to Latios' neck for dear life. Latios chuckled. You wanted to fly on my back, didn't you? Deal with it. If I had known Lacius was gonna play tag with you, I would have ridden with Ash. Pikachu choked in between screams. Lacios laughed. He was considerate enough to generate a small psychic shield on his back to make sure Pikachu didn't fall off, but the electric type didn't know that. Payback for all those shocks, Lacios thought happily as he chased after Lacius, Pikachu screaming and clinging to his back all the way. Ash couldn't help but chuckle in amusement as he watched Lacios chase Lacius around the sky. After a 45-minute flight, they arrived at Vermilion City, seeing the city appear over the horizon. Finally, Ash said happily, "It's been a long time since I was last here." Lacius and Lacios returned to his side, seeing that they were nearing the city. "Thanks for playing with me, brother," Lacius said, smiling at Lacios. "You're welcome, sis," Lacios replied, smiling back. "You still alive back there, Pikachu?" Lacios asked, tilting his head to look at his back. "Why, yeah," Pikachu muttered, still clinging to Lacios' back from a newly gained fear of heights, or probably extremely high speeds. It was hard to tell. "Should we land in the outskirts?" Lacios asked, turning to look at Ash. "No, we can land at the docks. You two turn invisible. I doubt anyone would be surprised to see a trainer arriving on a Pidgeot's back." "You'll have to hand Pikachu over, though," Ash said. Lacios nodded in agreement and flew beside Pidgeot until his wing was a foot or so away from Ash. "There, Pikachu, jump over," Lacios told him. Pikachu shook his head rapidly and clung to his neck harder. "No," he screamed, "I might fall." Lacios' sweat dropped. "When we played in the garden back when we first met, you didn't have any problem jumping between me and Lacius," he pointed out. Pikachu clenched his teeth. "In the garden, we weren't flying hundreds of feet off the ground." "I think you went too rough on him," Lacios' Pidgeot commented. 40 minutes of extremely high speed flying on a Pokemon that can't fly or levitate can be very traumatizing or thrilling, if you like that sort of thing. "Yeah, the first time I flew on his back I was kinda dazed too, but he went slower after a while," Ash recalled. Lacios laughed. "True," he admitted. His eyes glowed as he levitated Pikachu off his neck and into Ash's arms quickly. "There, hey buddy," Ash greeted. "Finally back home," Pikachu murmured, a dazed tone in his voice. Lacios and Lacius turned invisible as they neared Vermilion City. "Head straight to the docks, Pidgeot," Ash ordered. The avian Pokemon nodded. "I wonder how the crowds would react if you arrived on the docks flying on my brother instead," Lacius commented. "They'd probably freak out," Lacios replied, laughing at the prospect. "Yeah," Ash agreed, laughing as well. "Being able to turn invisible sure is a convenient ability, isn't it?" "Yep," Lacius agreed, nodding. "Sometimes it's too convenient." "How so?" Ash asked. Good question," Lacius said. They sweat dropped. They were now slowly closing on the docks of the city. Several ships were anchored in the harbor. Hundreds of people were moving around the place, loading and unloading the boats or embarking and disembarking, depending on the function of the vessel. Pidgeot landed in a relatively clear spot on the dock. A few people turned to look at them, but they quickly dismissed it as nothing out of the ordinary and resumed their business. Ash hopped off Pidgeot's back. "Finally, solid ground!" Pikachu cried, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he jumped out of Ash's arms and started kissing the ground, only to gag and start spitting when he got a good taste of it. Lacios had to suppress a laugh. Ash chuckled. He turned and gave Pidgeot a light hug. "Thanks for the flight." "You're welcome," Pidgeot chirped happily, bowing low. Ash smiled and held a Pokeball up. "Pidgeot, return." A red beam shot from the Pokeball and returned Pidgeot inside the sphere. Ash replaced it on his belt and turned to look at all the ships. "So which one's our ferry?" he asked aloud. "Look on the ticket, it should say so there," Lacios suggested. "Can't you recall? You looked at it in Pallet Town," Ash replied. Lacios laughed mareepishly. "I was too distracted by the fact that the ticket had me and my sis on it." Ash chuckled and reached for his ticket, which was in his backpack. He quickly found it and held it up to read. "Let's see, ship for Alto Mare leaves at midday, a ferry called the S. Great C. What time is it?" Lacios looked at the sun. "It's 11:40, Pikachu cut in. Latios stared at him in astonishment. The electric type wasn't even remotely as good as him in telling the time with a simple gaze at the sun's position. How did you know? Because there's a big pillar with a huge clock over there, Pikachu deadpanned, pointing to a massive clock at the center of the docks, probably placed there too. Make sure everyone kept track of time and met their schedules. Everyone's sweat dropped. Brilliant brother, Latios commented teasingly. Latios flushed in embarrassment. Well, we should get on board and get ready to set sail, Ash suggested. He felt the Ian twins agree with him mentally and turned to look for a ship that had the same name as the one in the ticket. He found it on one of the side docks. It wasn't as colossal as others, but it wasn't small by any means. On the side of the ship was painted the words S. Great Sea. Yep, that's our ship, Pikachu said, nodding. Let's go. Before Ash could walk over there, a familiar voice interrupted him. Well, seems we have a baby on the docks, a deep masculine voice boomed. Ash screamed in fright as he turned and saw a colossal human that was probably bigger and had more muscles than a Machoke. Scratch that, not probably, he was bigger and stronger. Both Latios and Latios turned quickly, and their jaw dropped in astonishment at the size of the massive human. The hell, he's huge, Latios commented. Understatement of the year, Latios exclaimed in astonishment. Are humans supposed to get that big? Ha ha ha, Elt, Surge laughed. He loved scaring younger trainers. Even if Ash had beaten him long ago, physically he was still a child. Though almost everyone was like a child when compared physically to the Vermilion gym leader. Oh, it's you, Ash muttered once his fright had died down. Don't do that again. Sorry, couldn't resist, Surge apologized. I see your Pikachu hasn't evolved yet. I thought that should have happened already with all the fights he had in the Silver Conference. Ash blinked. You watched the Silver Conference? He asked. Of course I did. It's a tradition for gym leaders to watch other leagues, Elt. Surge answered. Just look at the baby I met over 2 years ago. Barely knowing the basics of Pokemon Batlingend, now you're a kid with a legendary Pokemon. Amazing. Thanks, Ash said, happy to be recognized. At least I'm less of a baby than back then, right? Yeah, just don't let that go to your head, Elt. Surge warned him. Ash laughed. I won't. So, which region are you going to now? Elt, Surge asked. I'm heading for Hone. That's where I'll be competing next, Ash answered. Hone, that's an interesting place, the Vermilion gym leader agreed. I wish you the best of luck, kid. Ash smiled. Thanks, Surgeine, please stop spooking people and beating up helpless beginner trainers. Elt, Surge laughed. No way, kid. The first 2 gyms usually go easy. I like to give trainers a taste of reality and burst their little I am unbeatable bubbles that they get when they start out. I like to show them what being a trainer really means. Didn't that help when I did it to you? Ash found himself agreeing, especially since the badge he got from Elt. Surge was the first one he won in a real battle. The first 2 he had won were from helping and proving to be a good trainer to Brock and Misty, despite his pathetic performance in his battles against them. No, you won them out of pity, and you know it, Latios said flatly in his mind. Hey, you don't know that for sure, Ash argued, thinking his response so the electric-type gym leader didn't hear it. I'm a psychic, of course I know it for sure, Latios answered. Thankfully, the voice of the Docksport Authority over the main speakers saved Ash from further painful truths. All passengers for the Great Sea with Alto Mare as their destination, please board the ferry. It will be leaving in 10 minutes, a female voice boomed. That's my ship, Ash said, feeling relieved, though he just knew Latios was smirking at him. Well, it was nice talking to you again. Bye, Elt. Surge, Ash said as he turned towards the ship. All right, kid, smash those Hone gyms apart, Elt, Surge cheered. Oh, and give my old pal Watson my best wishes when you get to Moville Gym. We go way back. Sure, no problem, Ash said as he neared the ship. He began walking up the boarding ramp along with several other passengers. When he reached the top, a guard stopped him. Ticket, please, the guard said. Ash handed him the ticket. The guard spared it one quick look before he ripped part of it and pocketed it, returning the rest to Ash. Enjoy the trip. Thanks, Ash said as he walked inside the ship. Neat, he commented, looking around the interior of the very impressive ship. It looked even fancier than the last big ship he was on, the S.N. He shivered when he recalled that doomed voyage. It's not a good idea to think of a ship that sunk while you were in another one, Lacius told him. I agree, Pikachu muttered, getting the same feeling. Well, let's go look around, Ash suggested brightly. He paused, an idea occurring to him. Let's go to the restaurant, he said as he took off running, his Pokémon following him. Not the least bit surprised that the first place he wanted to go to was where he could get something to eat. Meanwhile, there, the twerp boarded the ship already, Jessie announced, holding her binoculars as she looked at the ship. There's a small cargo door there, we should be able to sneak in easily. We should move quickly, the gym leader is in the area, James grumbled, easily spotting the towering figure moving through the crowds. We ought to be careful once we sneak on the ship, we can do something to get close to twerp and steal his Pokémon, Meowth said, smirking. They nodded to each other. When do we go? It'll set sail any minute, Jessie started. The ship's horn sounded off as the ship began to move out of the dock, setting out towards the sea. The trio looked at each other dumbly. After it, Jessie shouted as the trio ran towards the dock as she ship-edged away from it. Hurry, we have to stow away on that ship. Huh? Several dock security staff said at the same time as they heard that and turned towards the source of the shout. Several silent seconds passed in which no one moved. After them, the security chief roared, and about 20 or so guards began chasing the Team Rocket trio towards the edge of the dock to stop them from getting on the ship. But with their stupidity and luck on their side, we all know they were going to succeed and elude the guards and stow away on the ship, right? How would they do this? You decide. Meanwhile, where is the restaurant? Ash whined in despair as he got hopelessly lost inside the large ferry. You could ask one of the staff, Pikachu suggested. True, Ash agreed after a moment's thought. Hey, a voice said. Ash blinked and looked around. Hey, you, the voice said again. Ash turned and saw a weird guy behind a wooden sail stand nearby. What? Ash asked, clearly confused. Check this out, it's perfect if you want to be rich, the man said. Ash walked closer to the stand. He reached from under his wooden counter and pulled out a golden Pidgey. A golden Pidgey? Ash asked, astonished over the odd coloration. Yes, you see, this Pidgey is special, it can lay eggs made of gold. If you sell them every time it lays an egg, you'll be rich. You'll be getting a nice healthy income from golden eggs alone, the salesman informed him. It's very expensive for that reason, but for you I'm happy to make a special one-time discount. What do you say? Lacios snorted. No one is stupid enough to fall for that cheap trick, he thought to himself. Everyone knows Pidgey can't lay golden eggs, Lacius thought to herself. It's obviously some cheap scam. How eggs made of gold? That's biologically impossible, plus the feathers clearly look painted. Whoever painted that Pidgey did an awful job, Pikachu thought, chuckling at the stupidity of the scam. No one's falling for that. Awesome, Ash commented in pure amazement, his eyes turning into stars over the Pidgey. That's so cool, I want one, he said giddily. Lacios and Pikachu stared at him incredulously and face-faulted. I can't believe he fell for it, Pikachu groaned. Ash, Lacius yelled in his mind, causing him to let a startled yelp. That Pidgey is just painted up to look golden. It's biologically impossible to lay eggs made of gold, Pikachu yelled at him. He's trying to trick you, you idiot, Lacios added. It took Ash a second to process all that. Hey, you're trying to trick me, Ash realized. The salesman paled in utter terror. He quickly packed up his sales stand and Pidgey at a colossal speed, so fast no one could keep track of it. Gotta go, the salesman shouted as he ran down the corridor, probably to try to scam someone else. Ash laughed mereepishly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. I messed up a bit. You think? Lacios said deadpan. Let's just go to the dining hall, Pikachu suggested. He couldn't help but chuckle at what Ash had almost fell for. Sorry, it just seemed so real, Ash apologized. Lacios laughed. It's okay, we're here to save you from doing anything too stupid. Gary was right to warn you to be careful. It's a good thing we're here to save you from yourself, right? Ash glowered at him. I suppose. Lacius nodded. Yep, that's why we're here. Come on, we'll lead you to the dining hall. Ash blinked. How do you know where it is? He asked. We can read the minds of the staff, since you're so dead set on not asking, Lacius answered. Ash shrugged. Lead the way then, he said cheerfully. With that he followed Lacius to the restaurant, his stomach growling in happy anticipation. The travel aboard the ship was relatively nice and uneventful. Ash was delighted with the food and the relaxation, and everything else the ferry had to offer was great. They were rather surprised to see Team Rocket on board as well. But before they could get in a fight, the trio told them they were too busy to bother them right now, leaving Ash confused until they heard something about James demanding a refund over a golden Pidgey he'd bought. Their 3 days aboard the ferry may have been pleasant, but as the boat docked at Altomare's main port, a certain pair found the travel aboard it to be nothing compared to the happiness of seeing their beloved hometown again. It seems exactly the same as we left it, Lacius commented, gazing at the island city. Yeah, Lacius agreed happily. Both of them were looking over the railing of the ferry as they waited for the boarding ramp to be extended so passengers could get off the ship. They could simply fly into the city, but they decided to wait for Ash, since he'd probably get lost within the first few streets of the city without them to hold his hand. We have arrived at the island city of Altomare, the ship's captain informed everyone over the speakers. All passenger may now take the ramp down to the city. As the boarding ramp finished being set into the dock, the passengers gradually started to leave the ship and disappear into the city. Ash was among their number. After he was on solid land, Lacius and Lacios smiled as they flew off the ship, looking at their surroundings. It's still as pretty as ever, Lacios said, looking around. I feel so nostalgic, Lacius commented. But the city does feel different. Sensing more power around us? That's Dad's power, flowing through the canals of the city, watching over and protecting the people who live here, Lacios told her. Yeah, it's really neat, she responded. So, where should we go to first? Bianca's place or the secret garden? Let's go to the garden. I'm eager to check on it, Lacios suggested. After that we can go to Bianca's and see how she's doing. All right, Lacius said, nodding. Both dragons began to fly towards the nearest entrance to the secret garden. They did so at a relatively moderate pace so Ash could follow them without falling back. Since they were invisible, he retorted to his other senses to follow their movements. After a few minutes of walking, they turned into an alley and then into another. After a series of turns, they stopped and stared into one of the nondescript walls on the side of the alley. Here, Lacios said, this is an entrance to the garden. He flew through it. Ash walked forward and looked in wonder as his body passed through the wall effortlessly. It had been a while since he saw the illusions. Neat, Pikachu commented, glancing back as the illusion shimmered back into place. Lacius and Lacios dropped their invisibility as they entered the garden, smiling as they took in the unforgettable scents and views of the place they had grown up in, the place they had called home for over 100 years. Despite their absence for several months, the garden was still very pretty and well tended. All the statues had been kept neatly clean and polished, the plants were neatly trimmed and in full bloom, and the water as pure and clear as it had always been. Bianca's done a good job keeping the garden tidy for us while we were away, Lacius commented. Yeah, Lacios agreed. They flew to the main pedestal where the soul dew was placed, Ash trailing after them. They all peered down at it once they arrived at its resting place. The soul dew emitted a small pulse of light, almost like it was delighted to see them again. He a dad, Lacius said cheerfully. Wow, it's as bright as ever, Ash commented, seeing it shining brilliantly. Yep, Lacios agreed, smiling, clearly content with his home's condition. Ash looked up at the open skies above the garden. Hey, does this place have a roof or an illusion of one? Everyone's sweat dropped. You remembered that? Lacius asked, surprised. I was really curious on the matter, Ash said, glancing at her. Now that I think about it, who was the one that placed the illusions in the secret garden in the first place? Pikachu asked. Well, according to what Lorenzo and his father has told us way back when we were young, our dad made them, Lacios answered. Apparently, when my father moved the entire ocean to make Alto Marin Island and save it from that evil trainer way back then, he wanted to make sure we had a safe haven within the city when we hatched. Using what last bits of power and life he had left, he created the secret garden and placed all the illusions to protect it, Latios told them. The soul dew seemed to agree with this, and it pulsed lightly, sending small motes of light rippling across the water. Latios chuckled. Guess that confirms it. Interesting, Pikachu muttered. So Latios, as a species, can make illusions? Latios nodded. Yes, we do have some skill for it. Just look at how much illusions my dad made, and they're so powerful they've lasted for over 100 years, though I suppose the soul dew is what's maintaining them. Wow, Ash commented, clearly astounded. Can you make them too? As I am now. No, it takes a lot of knowledge and training to make illusions as advanced as my dad's. Me and my sis only know some basic stuff, like our human disguises and how to become invisible. We still have a long way to go to become true illusionists, Latios answered. I see, Ash murmured. Well, now that we've seen everything's fine here, we should go and see Bianca, Latios suggested. We'll come back here later, we have 2 days to hang out after all. Ash nodded. Sure, lead the way. Latios bent down and gave a small kiss to the soul dew, silently thanking the soul that resided within for everything. It resonated with the feeling and pulsed slightly, like it wanted to return the affection. She pulled back and dried her face feathers with a quick psychic pulse before floating to one of the exits, the others following her. She grinned, and in a bright shower of blue sparkles assumed Bianca's form. It's been a while since I disguised myself, she commented. Yeah, wanna surprise Bianca? Pikachu asked. Latios nodded. Just don't go off running, Ash told her. Latios smiled. I won't, she said telepathically. Unsurprisingly, she took off running. Wait up, Ash called to her as he chased after her, trying to keep up. Latios chuckled to himself and followed them quietly. After lots of running, they arrived at Bianca and Lorenzo's house. Latios turned to look at the panting Ash as he struggled to keep up. You're as fast as ever, he panted. Latios mentally giggled. I love doing that, she told him. I don't, Ash muttered tiredly. Latios knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice asked from inside, followed by the sound of someone approaching the door. Guess who? Latios called telepathically. Bianca eagerly opened the door, a look of pure elation lighting up her face, but before she could voice her greeting, Latios hugged her playfully, causing both of them to fall to the floor. Hi, Bianca, Latios greeted happily. Hi, Latios, Bianca greeted once she got her breath back. Latios smiled and got up, allowing Bianca to stand up. I was wondering when you'd come and visit, she commented. I wasn't that worried though, I knew you'd come. Of course we'd come, Ash said, smiling at her. Once they closed the door, Latios resumed her Pokemon self and Latios dropped his invisibility. Hello, Bianca, Latios greeted, smiling. Bianca walked up to him and hugged him. Hi, Latios, how are you? Feeling better after that semi-final fight? Bianca asked, looking at him in concern. Yeah, I'm all healed and better now, he answered, smiling down at her. That's good to hear, she answered. Bianca then glared at Ash, causing him to stiffen in fright. You better make sure he's not beaten up like that again, you hear me? I will, Ash said quickly, holding his arms up defensively. She paused. Nice new clothes, they look good on you. And hey, they bring out your eyes better, she complimented. Ash blushed slightly. Thanks, I've been told that before. Hello everyone, Lorenzo said as he walked down from upstairs, everyone turning to him. It's good to see you all again. Hi, Lorenzo, Latios greeted. Hello, Latios said. Ash and Pikachu greeted him as well. Long time no see, Lorenzo commented. Congratulations to all of you for your splendid performance in the tournament. Thanks, Ash said gratefully. Yeah, thanks, Latios agreed. Oh, I just recalled. Guess what? Bianca said excitedly. Both Latios and Latios looked at her. No mind reading, she said quickly, causing both dragons to laugh. Well, without looking into your mind to figure out, we can't really guess, Latios said. Well, I talked it out with my grandpa, and I've decided that I'm going with you to Hone. she said excitedly. I want to start painting new Pokémon, and what better way to do that than to travel around in a new region? And I could go with Ash so I can stay safe and hang out with you guys, she said. Latios grinned happily. Awesome. Latios smiled too. That's great, Bianca. Yeah, it'd be great to have you, Ash agreed, relieved he wouldn't be the only human of the group after all. Wow, and you didn't even have to destroy her bike to get her to join you too, Pikachu commented, causing Ash to sweat drop. I know, Bianca replied with a smile. The only thing I'm uncertain of is if the garden will be okay with just Grandpa to take care of it. The garden will be fine, Latios assured her. The Soldew's power helps it brim with life. Besides, me and Latios can ask the local Pokemon that spend their time in the garden to help care for it. With us being legendaries, I'm sure they'll agree. But what about you, Lorenzo? Will you be fine all alone? Don't worry, Latios, I'll be fine. My job at the museum and the gondola workshop will keep me busy. Besides, seeing how happy Bianca is over the prospect of traveling is all that I need to keep me motivated, Lorenzo answered. Thanks, Grandpa, Bianca said gratefully, glad to be given the chance to travel. Latios hovered over to Bianca and hugged her. Yay! No sad goodbyes. Bianca laughed. Yep, no goodbyes. So, do you already have your ticket for home? Ash asked. No, I wanted to wait to know which ship you were going to board, Bianca answered. All right then, let's go and get one for you, Ash suggested. After that we can hang around the city. I'm sure that'll delight Latios and Latios. Yes, it will, Latios agreed, nodding happily at the idea. Then let's go, Ash said cheerfully, glad that it seemed he'd have a new traveling companion. With that the group set out yet again, all of Alto Mare open to them. 2 days later. After 2 days of non-stop fun around the scenic city of Alto Mare, the big day for Ash had finally come. The day he was boarding the ferry that would take him and his friends to Hone. It had been a nice stay and a good break before he returned to the hard and arduous work of being a Pokemon trainer. And a part of Ash was actually sad to leave, but he knew it was time to continue his journey. They were waiting in the Alto Mare harbor for the ship they were taking, a massive cruise ship called the S. Blue Star, to lower the boarding ramp to allow all passengers to embark on the ship. Ash was acting like he was on a sugar high, barely able to contain the excitement of going to a new region. Bianca was also excited that she would be getting the chance to see a brand new region. Finally, it's almost time to go to Hone. Just a few minutes, Ash commented eagerly. Pikachu, Latios, and Latios smiled. None of them wanting to point out that it would take almost 4 to 5 days for the ship to reach Hone. Well, Latios wanted to, but Latios wouldn't let him. In the meantime, hidden behind some cargo crates, there's the twerps, Jessie hissed. This time, no salesman is going to stop us from attacking him and getting his Pokemon. Which reminds me, I have to get back at that guy. Am I supposed to do with a Pidgey? James said angrily, holding a Pokeball containing a common Pidgey that a few days ago had gold paint on its feathers. First he tricks me with a Magikarp, and now a Pidgey. Well, it's one Pokemon more to fight the twerps, Jessie commented. Jessie, dat Pidgey is still a kitty. You can't pit him against Latios, Meowth told her worriedly. Jessie glared at him. How about you fight Latios, then she suggested. Meowth paled in terror. And no thanks. I'd rather fight Pikachu, he said quickly. Terrified at the prospect of fighting a legendary Pokemon who knew what Latios would do to him in a real battle. Let's stow inside the ship. This time we must make sure we aren't stopped. Eluding the guards might be more difficult here, James grumbled. They nodded to each other and started planning how to infiltrate the S. Blue Star. They were unaware that just as they were watching Ash, someone else was watching them through a pair of binoculars. Yes, the Magikarp salesman said happily. It's those idiots again. Time to prepare a new scam. Oh, I'm going to make so much money off those knuckleheads. With that, he followed the rocket trio to stow away on the ship as well. All passengers traveling in the S. Blue Star to Littleroot Town, please board the ship, the dock speaker said as the ship lowered its ramp to start allowing people in. Ash and Bianca walked to it, followed by the invisible Ian Dragons. Tickets please, the ramp guard said. Ash and Bianca handed him their tickets. He ripped part of them off and pocked it, and returned the stubs to Bianca and Ash. "Have a nice trip," he said. They nodded and walked up the ramp into the ship. Finally, Ash shouted enthusiastically, "Prepare yourself, Hone Gym leaders and League, because Trainer Ash Ketchum's coming for you. The Hone League will be mine."